$100 million, $1 billion, $10 billion deals with these TV networks, and I think that's really awesome. I think that's probably the most significant advancement in the compensation of college athletes in a while. This is really big. This is bigger than this is big from a racial standpoint. It's not just big, in terms of from a labor rights standpoint. It's not just big because workers should be paid for their work. It's really big because the NCAA, when you do the math, they take at least $1 billion of black wealth out of the black community because whenever someone takes your commodity, whenever they take a resource from you that has value, that's a type of theft. That's something that can leave you in poverty. That's something that where you could have been the beneficiary, but somebody else was. And for the black community, when you look at what are the things that are black people known for that actually make us money, some of it are, some of it's stuff that, I don't think we should be all that proud of, just, the buffoonery and the violence and hip hop and all that. But our athletes are also at the top of the list. We produce some of the greatest athletes of all time. We have some of the best athletes of all time in the black community. If you follow sports, you know that there's never been a white version. Somebody tell me, anybody who knows anything about sports, has there ever been a white version of a Deion Sanders? Anybody, has there ever been a white Deion Sanders? Who's the white Deion? There is no white Deion. Has there ever been a white Bo Jackson? Who's the white Bo Jackson? Somebody tell me. I'll wait all day because I know you ain't got no answer for that. Who's the white Shaquille O'Neal? Shaquille O'Neal, 300 pounds, 7'1", could move like a ballerina with the strength of an ox. There is no white Michael Jordan, right? So there's something special about the black athlete, and it does link to. I hate saying it, but the everything points to all that slave breeding that they did, in addition to the fact that they work hard and they have skill. None of that's denied. But we created this species of almost superhuman people when they would go to these farms and bring together the strongest men and the strongest women and make babies. I mean, this is the dehumanization we went through that led to the outcomes that we see today. And I don't know why people won't talk about that. I think that people are just scared, like, oh my gosh, we can't talk about slavery. That'll make people, then people will know that it happened. Well, the cat's out of the bag. I think our ancestors have gone through a lot. And one of the outcomes is that we have the best athletes on the planet. One of the purest forms of athletic ability is the men's 100-meter dash final at the Olympics, and the women too. And most of the time, when you see the finals of the 100-meter dash at the Olympics, you usually don't see anybody who's not a black male. If they're not African American, it's Jamaican, stuff like that, and they tend to dominate. Who's the white Usain Bolt? Has there ever been a white version of Usain Bolt? Will there ever be a white Usain Bolt? Probably not without a whole lot of steroids. Maybe you pump somebody up with enough steroids one day, they might make the drugs good enough to make a guy run that fast. But for the most part, there is no white version of Usain Bolt. So our athletes are a commodity, and I point that out to you so that as a message of economic awareness, it's extremely important for us to just understand how much gets taken from us when they take one of your most precious, most valuable commodities and don't compensate you for that. That's terrible. Why? Well, how in the hell are you going to take something that's that valuable for me and then not pay me for that? And then somehow we don't think that it has an impact on black wealth. No, that is your black wealth. That's wealth. Every time a college athlete goes to the next level, goes to the NCAA, and they sign a multi-million-dollar contract, because that's what they're going to start doing. They're going to start signing these multi-million-dollar contracts. That's another millionaire black family, another millionaire black family. So the same excitement we might have about somebody running off and starting a business, a hair business or something, and making millions of dollars a year. Well, the same thing is happening when an athlete goes and makes millions of dollars a year. And the reason economic awareness is also very important in those situations is because it's very important that the athletes and those who have access to this level of wealth understand what economic consciousness can do for them, why economic awareness matters. Economic awareness matters because of this. Let's say that I'm a guy who goes to the NCAA and I sign a $20 million contract and I'm making all this money, I'm rolling in bread, I'm just doing really great. Well, if I am a person who does not have a lot of economic consciousness, that means that in my mind, I can't see the future. I'm only looking at the present, because consciousness and awareness means I can see not just what I'm doing now, but how what I do now is going to play out for the rest of my life and the rest of the lives of all the people that are going to come behind me. If maximal economic awareness over time means that I can see 100 years from now how this $20 million contract I got can change the lives of my great grandkids. Do you understand? Give me a yes if you're following. I'd like some confirmation, if you don't mind, to let me know that when I'm not getting too weird here. Okay, minimal economic consciousness means that I've collapsed my vision in space and time. I can only see what's right in front of me right now. And then also, economic awareness doesn't just have a time dimension. If you go to the fourth dimension, the way we live in three dimensions, length, width, and height, the fourth dimension is time. So economic awareness doesn't just spread in time, it also has a space dimension. So my vision in time and space, if I'm economically conscious, pretty much means that not only do I see how my actions affect me, a minimal collapsed version of economic consciousness, a condensed, tiny, low-level vibration of economic consciousness means all I see is how my choices affect me. It's me, 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 me. I went to the strip club. I bought me a car. I'm going to get me this and I'm going to get me that, right? A broad economic consciousness means I understand how this win isn't just a win for me. It's a win for everybody connected to me. Do you understand? It is an awareness of something that Professor Andrew Caroli, who signed off on my dissertation, God bless him, he's a professor at Cornell now, I believe. It's what he called financial contagion. Financial contagion. Now, let me explain how financial contagion works. You understand this already. I'm just going to explain it to you in economic terms. Give me a yes if you understand what it means for a disease to be contagious. Give me a yes in the chat. Let's talk about contagion. Okay, so we know what it means for something to be contagious. We lived all through the pandemic, and we saw what contagion can do, right? If you don't get the shot, then that means you're killing everybody around you. Whatever the whole interesting narrative was, I'm not judging it. It's just it's very strange. So we know what contagion means. Well, financial contagion operates the same way. Financial contagion means that you understand how your decisions, your moves aren't just going to affect you. That your come up, when you have a come up, that come up ain't just for you. God didn't give that blessing just to you. If you're financially aware, God, you understand that when God blessed you with that $20 million deal, he wasn't blessing you, he was blessing everybody. He was blessing your whole family. He was blessing the whole hood. He was blessing every person that you're connected to. So financial consciousness, which is basically sight, vision, that's one dimension of it, is just an awareness through time and space to say, not only am I going to be doing really well from this right now, I'm going to go get me the sports car. I'm going to go get me the mansion. I'm going to go get me, the luxury items that I want. It's okay to get those things, but on top of that, I'm going to have enough insight to develop infrastructure and stretch things out in a way where everybody benefits. Everybody's going to win. So what's an example of that? Well, it helps. Like if your family followed the Black Wealth Master Plan, and you grew up as a young Black boy or girl, where you learned how to start a business by the age of 12, and then you understand things like delegation, and you understand how to develop infrastructure and some sort of organizational layout that allows you to go hire as many people as you want. And you're not, now pay attention now, you're not doing what a lot of athletes do. A lot of athletes go broke trying to help the whole hood. Because why? Well, because they approach things from a charitable standpoint. They look at helping other people as charity. They look at it as, I'm going to take some of the money out of my pocket and just hand it to you. Dominique Wilkins used to go into the store, and he would, because he was such a good guy, he would buy a $2 pack of gum and give him a $100 bill and just walk out. Allen Iverson used to go to a city, buy a whole wardrobe, and then leave all the clothes in that city and then buy a whole new wardrobe in the new city. Antoine Walker went broke, I believe, partly because he spent so much money with so many different people, and he was helping out so many people that eventually it weighed him down financially. I don't think there's anything wrong with being generous. I really don't. If you're a generous person, and you're helping other people, God bless you. How many of you are helping others? How many of you have people that are depending on you? How many of you have people that you're coming through for? Say something in the chat, because I honor you. I really do. I really honor you. I think that is what you're supposed to do. I mean, some people don't do it. Some people think you're a sucker if you do it. I don't agree. I'm not one of those people. I like helping other people, and I don't always need something in return. I don't always say, "Well, what is I gonna get from it?" That, if I don't get nothing from it, I'm not gonna do it. Well, what that attitude unfortunately reflects is it might be a trauma response, right? Because you've been screwed before, and you're like, "Well, if I don't take care of me first, then nobody else will." And I get that, but it's okay to be nice to other people. Like even when I got married and my wife had three kids, people were like, "Well, why would you want to take care of three kids and they ain't your kids?" I was like, "Well, because I like kids and I like mentoring kids and I like my wife and her kids are cool and this is fun. It's not a burden for me. It's not hard for me." So I don't understand why every calculation has to be, what is I gonna get? What's in it for me? If you understand concepts that we talk about in economic awareness training, like reciprocity, you understand that karma is real. You understand that what you put out in the universe is what circles back to you. If you understand the concepts that we discuss here, if you have an economic awareness, you understand that most powerful economic situations are built on some sort of an ecosystem, like air circulating in a room. If you put bad air in the room, then you're going to have bad air in the room. It's going to circulate. If I'm putting bad energy out to the world, then the world's going to give me bad energy back. If I'm putting nothing into the world, then the world will give me nothing back. So a lot of people either put bad energy into the world and then they're surprised when bad energy comes back because they don't know karma, they don't understand ecosystems, or they put no energy into the world. They say, "I'm not taking care of nobody but me," and that's it. And then next thing you know, they don't understand why they're lonely. They don't understand why nobody wants to be around them, why nobody wants to date them, nobody visits them in the nursing home. My wife works in hospice care, by the way, which is, we're going to talk about heightening your awareness. She comes back and tells me stories about hospice care, and she literally told me a real financial story just yesterday about a poor guy who had a son, and he got mad because his son was going to put him in a nursing home, and so he left all his money to his girlfriend's daughter, and the girlfriend's daughter doesn't care about him, and the son comes to visit him every day in the nursing home, but he doesn't have access to the money. The girlfriend's daughter has the money, and she doesn't really like the guy, so she doesn't come see him, and he didn't invest in anybody else in his life, so he's sitting in the hospice, and he doesn't have anybody coming to see him. And it's crazy because he worked hard his whole life and he built up some assets, but he kind of made some moves that weren't really thoughtful from a consciousness standpoint about what the long-term implications of his decisions were going to be. So here's my point. I really encourage you to embrace the idea of economic awareness as one of the most critical things a person can have. So so circling back to the issue of athletes, I'm glad the NCAA is paying these guys. I see this as a massive opportunity to either improve their lives or to make their lives worse. As you know, it's very dangerous handing a 20-year-old, $5-10 million. It's very dangerous, especially if they are brainwashed by unfortunate, unhealthy economic culture. If they are brainwashed by mostly hip hop culture, which trains you to throw your money away and to make very, very bad decisions that ruin your life, I worry about those guys because they're going to cause a lot of destruction and chaos with that money. But at the same time, if you give that kind of money to someone that has strong economic vision, they then say, wow, this is a great opportunity for all of us to have a come up. When Antoine Walker blew, he blew through because he embraced a very bad toxic culture. He blew through $100 million. Well, see, you got to understand. Everybody else in the media was saying, "Oh my God, how do you waste $100 million?" I wasn't thinking that way because again, my economic awareness is pretty strong. I was like, no, he didn't blow $100 million. This man blew $1 billion. Because what I see is I don't see $100 million. I see what $100 million would have become if he'd invested that money consistently. And by the time he died, this man could have easily been worth over $1 billion. So, and then over, say, a 50-year period, if that money is nurtured and protected and grown properly, you're talking about an empire of 50 to $100 billion that would have become by the time his granddaughter got a hold of that money. But instead, his granddaughter grows up, is going to be born, going to work every day for a white man, living in the projects, in the struggle. Maybe it's struggling as a single mom or something because granddaddy dropped the ball. Granddaddy did not play the game of economic basketball properly. Granddaddy thought that as long as he can dunk a basketball, that the white man was going to take good care of him. He's going to be okay. Granddaddy thought that all he had to understand was how to win games, and he didn't prepare for the ultimate game. The ultimate game is not on the basketball court. The ultimate game is the game of life. The reality is that when you go into the world, and I knew Antoine in college, and I didn't know him that well. I knew people that knew him, and I saw him around. I knew some of the other players very well. We had a great basketball team at the University of Kentucky. When I talk about great, I mean great. With the 3 years I was working on my 2 master's degrees, they won the NCAA championship twice, and they lost it once. They went to the championship all 3 years. That's how amazing that time was. And Antoine was one of the leaders. He was the boss. He was the king. He was the guy. And I remember being so concerned, even when I was in my little 25-year-old brain, I was worried. I said, what's going to happen to a man that gets hundreds of millions of dollars where his education is just not where it needs to be, where his awareness may not be where it needs to be? And I remember thinking that. And lo and behold, years later, I see the headline of how much money he lost. And I hear the stories. Oh, I was gambling all night with Michael Jordan, and we would spend $2 million, at the casino, and all I see is culture. I see economic culture. Economic culture is heavy. Economic culture is very important. If you have an economic culture that tells you to go and blow your money at the casino, then that's what you're going to do. If economic culture tells you you're supposed to run to a club and put $1,000, $20,000, $50,000 in a stripper thong, then that's what you're going to do. And what you'll notice, and which is very unfortunate, is that when you really study the economic culture of many, many Black males in America, it comes right out of what they see on TV. And this also is connected to the fatherlessness issue as well. Right? You don't have that stern, strong father to say, boy, what are you doing? This is stupid. Don't you dare waste that money. You have TV, and you're watching TV, and you're seeing rappers doing certain things. And if you connect the behavior of some of the young, wealthy athletes to the behavior of hip hop artists that's being promoted through these videos that are financed by people who are not Black, where they want to finance the buffoonery, then you can see a direct connection in terms of economic culture. Because remember, the economic culture doesn't have to just be, bottles of Ciroc and stripper thongs. The economic culture can also be networking and building business. The economic culture does not have to be outrageous and loud and ridiculous in order to get attention and attention-seeking behavior. Economic culture could also be quietly grinding away to build the next Facebook with you and your buddies buying a house together where you all get together and you're programming computers all night so you can become the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Elon Musk, right? Economic culture doesn't have to be what you see in a music video. Economic culture, there's so many different versions. Economic culture can be Warren Buffett style, where you are so conservative that you don't even move, that you live in a regular house and drive a regular car and quietly accumulate through conservative investing strategy $168 billion in cash, to the point where you could buy the whole NBA if you wanted to. You could buy 20 NFL teams if you wanted to. And Warren Buffett can go in and buy every single player in the NBA if he wanted to, but he doesn't do it because he says, well, what's the point? I want to hold on to my money. I believe deeply in this simple idea that's very important in finance that I want you all to understand, which is simply capital preservation. Capital preservation. There's a rule when it comes to money that most people do not know, but this is a fundamental rule in the world of finance. In fact, when we were going through in grad school, and when I wrote research papers at Syracuse, we had some basic tenets of finance that we would talk about on a regular basis, where everybody knew it, everybody understood it. It was a fundamental part of being able to operate in a capitalist society in an efficient way. And it went like this. It was very simple. It said, capital must be preserved and capital must put to its best available use. That simple idea that you must preserve, protect your capital, protect your wealth, protect your money. Capital isn't just money. Remember that most capital is not money. Most capital is not money. Most capital is not money. You have lots of other types of capital. You have human capital, your skill set, your networking capital. You have, if you have free time, time is a form of capital. That's why when we do stock options class, I show you all how we can actually sell time. I sent you all a video where I said, here's how you can loan yourself $20,000 by selling time. And I showed you, right? So that's the first part. Capital must be preserved And then capital must be put to its best available use. It must be efficiently used. So what does that mean? That's why companies engage in mergers and acquisitions. That's why companies get bought. The reason companies get purchased on the open market or whatever is because there's somebody who looks at the capital you have. So let's say that you're running Paramount Pictures, which is a horribly inefficiently run company right now. They're just a complete mess, a hot mess. Well, somebody else says, dang, they got all those studios. They have all those intellectual property rights for all these great films that they've made through the years. They have magazines and newspapers, and they own BET, and they have all these entities that they own, and all this capital that they have. I could do great things with that capital. If we take their capital and blend it with our capital, we can get more out of it. We can make more money from what they have than they can. They made 7 billion. We can make 10 billion. So what companies will do is they'll show up and they'll say, here, we'll pay you a premium to have access to your capital because we have a more efficient use of that capital than you do. And that's how value gets created. And theoretically, you're supposed to come in and say, okay, sure, we'll take the money and here's the capital. And then it gets put to a more efficient use. So the question to ask yourself today from an economic consciousness standpoint, and I don't want to overwhelm you. I know I introduced you to a couple of new concepts today, and I don't want this to be a stressful discussion. It's going to take time to absorb these ideas. Is I want you to ask yourself a very simple idea. Simple question. Black people have a tremendous amount of capital. I explained that we have cultural capital, we have intellectual capital, we have human capital, we have networking capital, we have all different kinds of capital. And then we have our athletes, we have our entertainers, we have some of the most talented people on the planet. We have labor. Labor is a form of capital. We have free time. Free time is a form of capital. You have trillions of dollars in capital in the Black community. And I'm not even talking about any of the money in your pocket. That 1.6 trillion that they talk about, y'all seen those studies? Anybody seen those where they talk about Black people spend $1.6 trillion a year? That 1.6 trillion in financial capital is absolutely dwarfed by the 60-70 trillion dollars in capital that you have in other areas. And this is why I explained to you all in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, that you were born a millionaire. You just may not have had any money. If you had family, you were a millionaire. You just may not have had the economic vision to be able to put that capital to its best available use to extract the wealth from that family. But anybody who's ever seen a family when they're on their job, anybody ever seen a family that starts that killer family business where they're all on code and they're all working together, they're all grinding, they're all hustling on behalf of the family? What happens with a family like that? Do they end up broke? Do they end up, on welfare, in poverty? Do they all end up in jail where they got the strong father, the strong mother sitting all 7 kids down and getting them on code? Does this family end up in the streets? They end up getting this beat up by the world? What happens to a family like that? They get rich. They become very successful. But they don't just get rich financially. They get rich in so many other ways. They have nothing. They don't just get money. They get all the things that money cannot buy. Money is not a be all end all. Money is not a destination. Money is a tool. Money is a gateway. It knocks down barriers to give you access to the real wins in life. The real wins in life are things like freedom. Black people talk all day about freedom. I'm telling you the truth. I think most of us don't even know what freedom looks like. Freedom does not involve you serving a white man and tickling his testicles every morning so you can go pay your rent. That is not freedom. I'm sorry. I hate to say it. I don't want to bust nobody's bubbles, but that don't look like freedom to me. So we don't even. Not only do we not have freedom, we don't even know what freedom looks like. We don't. I'm just going to tell you the truth. So when you see capital put to its best available use, you see amazing things happen. When all that means is maximizing your potential. Or in financial terms, another way you might say it, and which might be connect to our stock options trading, is all economic efficiency kind of means is maybe exercising your options. Look at how much I want you to understand. So let me go back to my question. Okay, I want to make sure I ask this question. Y'all know how I get. I get on the stream of consciousness and I go on a tangent and I forget to go back to what I was saying. In the Black community, with all the capital that we have, all the human capital, all the talent, all the creativity, all of the free time, all of the labor, all of the assets, the intellectual and otherwise human capital, all that, do you think, yes or no, answer me in the chat, do you think that Black people are following one of the most fundamental principles of economics by putting their capital to its best available use? Yes or no? Are we optimizing? Are we maximizing? When hip hop comes along and God says, okay, you are the chosen people, I'm going to bless you with one of the most extraordinary, most impactful, most influential art forms in the history of this earth called hip hop, with DJ Kool Herc and Grandmaster Flash and all them going through the Bronx. I'm gonna bless you with that right now. So I've just given you $10 trillion worth of capital over multiple generations. Was that capital put to its best available use? Did we maximize? Or did we fumble the ball? Did we lose the basketball game of economics? Did we take the ball and throw it out of bounds? Because I'm trying to figure out how the hell did hip hop start with us, but then next thing you know, some guy named Abraham Iskowitz is the biggest mogul in all of hip hop. I just made that name up, but y'all know where I'm going with this. I'm not gonna talk about it. Right? Well, how about looking at these other guys, these melanin deficient people who don't even like you, literally sitting next to your favorite rappers, telling them what to rap about? How did that happen? What happened? Who fumbled the ball? Who can't dribble up in this mug? Right? And the reason that the ball gets fumbled partly there's various reasons, but one big reason is due to a lack of economic awareness, a lack of financial consciousness. Now there are some exceptions. I would really say, even though he's controversial, Russell Simmons, who I would almost say he's my friend, but I told you I'm not really friends with celebrities because I never know. They're so busy, you don't know if you have a real friendship. But I know Russell's called me a bunch of times, and he seems like in the interactions he seems like a decent man. And when we worked together on a project in 2013, he stuck to his guns. He followed through. I have a lot of respect for that. Russell Simmons, if you go back, you remember that during that time in the early stages of hip hop, he wasn't out here trying to be a rapper or a DJ. He was trying to be a businessman. He saw the economic potential of hip hop, and he had a certain level of economic awareness. And it didn't come from being able to go into the studio and bust a rap. It came from understanding business and distribution and monetization and profit models, and that's where Russell fit himself into the game, right? So long story short, economic awareness, I think, would have made a massive difference when it came to the growth of hip hop, because then you would have been thinking about things like, well, who owns this intellectual property? And if this thing gets distributed, who gets the rights to all these things? When we're in stock options class and we talk about selling rights, some of you have made over $100,000 just selling the rights to your stock. Well, that requires a certain level of awareness and training where I say, well, this is what it means to sell the rights to something. You're not selling the asset, you're selling the rights to it. The rights are just kind of the potential, right? It's like if a lady is, if you have a daughter, the reality is that you don't just have one person. You have the daughter, plus you have all the children that this young lady can produce. So there's sort of this unseen aspect of it that you have to have awareness in order to see. So when I see a little kid, like one time, this true story, one time there was a young lady I mentored, and I guess we were close, and she trusted me, and she was thinking about terminating her pregnancy, and she put this crazy burden on me. She said, oh, I got one more day to terminate. What do you think I should do? And I said, gosh, I don't think that's my decision to make. She said, well, if you tell me to do it, I'm going to do it. And I was like, well, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Because again, just like I don't give you all investing advice, I don't tell anybody how to live their life. I said, but honestly, if you want my perspective, I don't just see a baby in your stomach. I see a person. I see a person who's going to grow up and have a life and have kids and then have grandkids. And I picture that baby 80 years from now with a big Thanksgiving dinner with 20 grandkids at the dinner together. So you're dealing with a person who's a little bit different. I don't just see a little burden in your stomach. I see something that's going to be much bigger than that. So I'm going to just say, if it was me, I don't think I would do it, but please don't put that on me. So anyway, so the child got to live, or she let the baby live because of that. And now the baby's growing up. The baby's like a person and in school and everything else. And I see this baby and I see this life this person's living. And it's unbelievable to me that just that one conversation opened the gateway to all these possibilities, right? And I think that that's one thing that you have to have awareness. You have to meditate on that. You got to understand that when we're talking in class and we're talking about shifting the financial trajectory of your family across multiple generations, you got to be able to see those little butterfly effects. Does anybody know the term butterfly effect? Give me a yes if you heard butterfly effect. Butterfly effect, in case you don't, let me know if y'all know what that butterfly effect is like, where they show you that little changes can change everything. Just little pivots, just little tiny things that you don't even think matter in the moment. That if you're not conscious, you're not even thinking about this little thing like, oh, should I sleep with her or not sleep with her? Do I take the job or not take the job? All these little tiny decisions that you make open up a whole universe of possibility in terms of other realities that would not exist. It's like going through a wormhole. If you know wormholes, it's like a whole other universe. You're going through this whole universe of possibilities because you make these tiny little pivots. So what I would encourage you to consider is that when we talk about shifting, when we talk about really shifting our economic reality, not just for ourselves, but for everyone we care about, and not just for people that are living, but also people who are not yet born, I encourage you to understand that you have such a massive opportunity right now. You have such an amazing set of possibilities that exist for you right now because you are alive on May 24th, 2024. And May 24th, 2024 is never going to exist ever again. You have this set of possibilities in front of you that your kids and grandkids will never have because they're not going to live May 24th, 2024, or be able to make adult decisions at that time. So whatever little decisions you make, the little pivot you make, like if you say, okay, you know what, let's go ahead and set up that auto deposit, that auto invest in the stock market, or let's go ahead and start doing those family business meetings where we can start just talking about our economics. Or, well, let me go ahead and just take that little class, or let me go ahead and just have that conversation with so and so. Yeah, these little things, these little choices that you make are going to have a massive butterfly effect in terms of opening up options and possibilities and rights and outcomes that you can't even see right now. So make those little pivots. In fact, that's really the foundation of a lot of my teaching. My thinking a lot of times is like, what are some little things we can do that would just like have a massive impact? Like something that you barely notice it, but it's like huge because once you accumulate those tiny actions over time, it becomes something amazing. So economic awareness is something where, in my view, just circling back to what we were talking about earlier with the athletes and the money and all that stuff, economic awareness is the difference between somebody getting a $5 million bag and just spending $5 million as a consumer versus somebody getting a $5 million bag and turning that into a $1 billion empire. And the economic awareness is something where the earlier that you get it, the better off you are. That's why I tell you to bring your kids to class. Let them just sit and listen to me. I believe deeply in conversational teaching because that's how my father taught me. You don't always have to sit down and take notes and take a class and memorize stuff. That's fine. But the thing is, I don't want you to memorize stuff. I want you to internalize stuff. I don't just want you to remember concepts. I want you to experience them and to feel them. I want them to be a part of who you are, a part of your culture, a part of your DNA. I don't want you to remember things. I want you to understand things. And understanding sometimes might require a conversation as opposed to somebody just having you just learn a bunch of stuff. Do you understand how many years I was learning very high level finance, but I never internalized it because I just had to learn it for a test? And it wasn't until I got into little weird things like meditation and all that, and just reflection and true awareness that I began to dig back deep into all these things I learned and started really internalizing them and saying like, okay, what does it mean to act that out? What does it mean to live that way? What cultures actually operate in this capacity? I was on a plane. I was on the little crowded little bus to go get the rental car, and there's a guy that came from New York, and it looked like he was from the Jewish community. He has a little hat in his beard and everything. And I'm saying, I see guys like that. I'm always like, I wonder how rich the people are in your neighborhood. Like I wonder how you all view economics. And so I think about that because I started to realize over time, I probably didn't figure this out till I was like mid to late 40s, how deeply embedded culture is in how you do things economically. I could teach you stuff all day long that'll make your head explode. But if you don't internalize it into your psyche, your subconscious, and into your culture, if you're not acting it out, if you're not following through with action, then what you learned isn't going to matter. So I know a lot of you all, because maybe you're working to get to that point, you'll come and you'll just listen and listen and listen, and you'll beat yourself up a little bit because you haven't taken action yet. And I just want to encourage you to really think about that. I want you to really be conscious and really, evaluate yourself and say, okay, I need to take some action and just take a little bit of action, just a little bit, just something little to kind of open that gateway, open that wormhole a little bit, and, add to that little butterfly effect that will open that door to all these other possibilities that should exist for you. But I don't know if they're going to exist for you if you just simply have the knowledge. I think you have to have the application and you have to have the internalization. So I don't want you to just know things or just memorize things. I want you to understand things. I want you to feel it. I want you to connect to it, right? So that might require you just sitting on it and just thinking about it. And I'll say this last point, and this is true. This is from a conversation we had last night. I was talking to our middle child. Our middle child is a bona fide genius. I bet if she took an IQ test, she would be in the top 5%. She's always been like that. Even when she was a 2-year-old baby, she could talk like a 5-year-old. She's really smart and very observant about things. And she was talking about her physics test. She got 100 on her physics test. She gets 100 on everything. And she was talking about how she answered the questions in the test. And she said, well, what I did was I looked through all the questions because sometimes you'll see the answer to a previous question in a later question. So I read through all the questions and then went back to the beginning and then blah, 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 right? And I said, you don't understand the gravity of what you said. I said, in mathematics, there's actually a concept called backward optimization where you literally start at the end and you work your way back. And or what's it called? Backward optimization. Well, there was another term for it. Gosh, why is the term out of my head right now? But let's call it backward optimization, where they said the best way to solve a problem is to start at the end and work your way backward. I said, so what you did was you did something that showed a tremendous amount of awareness because you looked at the whole picture. You looked way down the road. You didn't just look at what was in front of you, the next question. You looked all the way at the end and then worked your way backward, and you were able to compile all that information. And I said, keep doing that. I said, keep thinking about things, in order to understand them. I said, when I was and I didn't learn this until I studied math, we would get a math problem on Monday, and they would tell us that we had to have the answer by the following Monday. And it was the most terrifying experience in the world because nobody knew how to answer that question. Nobody understood what was going on. But what would happen is through the week, because you had to do it, you would think about it, obsess about it, talk to people about it, read books about it, look at the problem from 50 different angles. And then eventually by Monday, you would have the answer somehow, right? Maybe, and a lot of it had to do with like the subconscious. You would go to sleep thinking about it. And even while you're sleeping, you're solving the problem in your head. So that led to me sort of looking at things in a different way. I said, okay, my goal is not just to memorize things. I want to understand things. And the way you understand things is you think about things. So really what I told her was I said, a lot of people can't solve problems because they freak out. They spend too much time emotionally reacting to the difficulty of the problem. Backward induction, thank you. I said backward optimization, it's backward induction. So a lot of people can't solve problems because they spend so much time getting scared. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Let's make it simple. How many of you have seen people, or maybe it's you, it's okay, who have just a fear of math? You can literally ask them, well, what is 2 + 2? And they'll go, I don't know, right? Because math, the fear of math has just been so embedded in them. You give them any math problem, even one they can easily solve, they can't do it because they're so busy being scared that they don't spend any of that energy actually thinking and processing information, right? And I said, I saw this a lot when I was teaching math at the University of Kentucky. And I said, a lot of people don't understand that if you just calm your ass down and breathe for a minute and don't freak out, you'll get the answer eventually. And I said, so one of the philosophies I have in life is when I get a problem, when somebody asks me a question I don't know the answer to, or gives me a problem that's hard, the first thing I do is I say, let me think about that. That's it. And I don't have no clue what the answer is. And I'll just sit there and I'll just meditate on it and sit on the porch and think about it and spend it might take me 2 weeks. But eventually I know I'm going to have some insights that I did not have if I try to answer in the moment. So the same thing is true with any kind of problem. And the reason I brought that up to her, we started with mathematics, but I was saying life, really, a lot of life is just about problem solving. That's it. Literally going through life, that's what you do as a parent and all that. You're always problem solving. How do we get the bathroom painted by Tuesday? And how do we get the toilet fixed? Or our kids, how do we make this crazy 14-year-old stop acting ridiculous? Or whatever, without hurting his feelings. So just whatever. You're always problem solving. And I think that is something that should be taught to kids. I think that knowing how to just calm down, think about a problem, analyze it, break it down, kind of just process things, and don't be scared to think. Don't be scared to think. That's the danger, in my view, of an anti-intellectual culture. I really believe that there is a consistent effort through various forms of propaganda to reduce the consciousness of the American people and to really reduce the consciousness of Black people. I think that there's kind of this effort for you to come up with these simple-minded responses to everything, and to really look down on people that like to just think about stuff. The anti-intellectualism, like I'm going to just get mad at you because you are a thinker or because you are a person that wants to read and learn and understand things. I once I had this former NBA player on YouTube that for some reason he hated my guts, and I didn't understand why. I was like, I don't even know this man. Why is this man? And he had a lot of followers, and he really talked about me a lot. And I was like, why is this guy so mad at me? And somebody said, well, maybe he just had a bad relationship with his teachers in school, and he sees you as a professor as just a nerdy guy that reminds him of the teachers that he hated in high school and in college. And I just thought, wow, that's so interesting. So you're mad at me because I'm just because of who I am and what I do. I don't think there's anything wrong with being smart, because I think we should all be smart. Because dumb people get, or not, I would say dumb people that don't want to think, they get absolutely obliterated in this economy. The whole economic system is built on keeping your consciousness low so you won't know what they're doing to you. So you're not aware of how they're extracting your wealth. You're not aware of how they're putting you into slavery. You're not aware of here you go. Here's one example. I'll give you a real life example that relates to economics so we can bring this back home. I was looking at this. There's this morning podcast I listen to called Morning Brew that I really like. And it's a couple of white boys who just talk about economics or whatever. I listen to a lot of podcasts. And they put up this post where they were basically saying that 3 in 5 Americans believe we're in a recession, and that's not true. They said it's crazy that 3 in 5 Americans think we're in a recession, and all these TikTok videos are out there about how bad the economy is, and that's just not true because the data says everything's great, and they blame Joe Biden because they think the economy is bad. But really, if you look at this data, GDP has gone up and unemployment is really low and things like that. And what I thought was really interesting about that is I put a little response in there, and I kind of said, actually, what I think is happening is that the reason that you have this disconnect is because you have two economies. You have one economy for people that own assets. They own real estate, they own stock, maybe they own businesses. They're doing great. They're doing excellent. All these things are just at all-time highs. And then you have the economy for people who don't have any of these things. They don't have real estate. They don't have a business. They don't own any stock. They are the workers, they are the consumers, and they are the renters. So if I'm a worker, here's what I'm seeing as a worker. Inflation is going up, but my wages are not going up. So that's a lose for me, right? If I got a 1% raise in a year that has 7% inflation, that's really bad for me. They're consumers. Well, as a consumer, when they go to the grocery store, the price of everything's going up. So they're trying to buy lettuce and pickles or whatever and mustard at the grocery store, and the price of everything keeps going up. That's another loss. And then if they are renters, then with companies like BlackRock buying up 30% of the single family homes in Atlanta, your rent is going up too. So your income is staying flat, but your expenses are going up. So yeah, you've got a pretty crappy economy. So where's that excess going to? It's going into debt. The only way you can maintain your standard of living is when you max out the credit cards and everything else. And that's why credit card debt's at an all-time high, student loan debt's at an all-time high. Most forms of debt, car loan debt is at an all-time high because people have to go into debt if you don't have if you don't have enough income to cover your expenses. If you want to know about BlackRock, Crystal, BlackRock is just this big company that controls about $9 trillion in assets, and they kind of have more power than most governments. They're kind of everywhere. So that's BlackRock. And the difference with America versus other countries is that America will allow BlackRock to go in and buy single family homes. In Denmark and other countries, they told BlackRock, you can't do that. We're making laws to stop you from buying all the houses because when they buy all the houses, it pushes up the value of real estate, it pushes up the cost of rent. So effectively, that's what BlackRock does. So long story short, you just have two separate economies, and you have one economy that's full of people that have a little bit more power and a little bit more economic consciousness, and I would say that the second economy, maybe a little bit of economic awareness can be helpful, or at the very least, if you have a parent that's economically aware, then what they're going to do is they're going to make sure you have assets so you can be on the good side of the economy. So you really have two sides of the economic system. And we've talked about that before, but I want you to sort of keep that in mind. That's how two different people can look at the same thing and have two different responses because they're living two different realities. And a lot of us don't know that yet, but now you know. If you don't know, now you know. All right. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and finish up for today. One thing I want to remind everybody of is if you don't know, in Money in the Morning, if you want to be a premium member, there is a way to become a premium member. I'm going to send out a link today that will give you 90% off lifetime access. I think lifetime access is like $700 or something, but you can get it for like 79 bucks, and it'll give you access to all of the archived trainings that we've done here. We've done well over 150. I want to say about 150 of these Money in the Morning economic awareness trainings. If you really want to, I believe, here's my humble suggestion. If you have kids and you really want them to kind of get this stuff, let me talk to them. Just take the video, give them money, like give them like $5 for every video they watch or something, whatever you got to do, right? Just bribe them if you have to, because it's going to be good for them. If they sit and they listen to me talk about this stuff for a while, they're just gonna. If you're swimming in the economics, you're gonna understand it. A fish will always be a better swimmer than a giraffe trying to learn how to swim. And so if you're in the economics, then you're going to be the economics. You're going to be the money. If you see the money, you're going to be the money. So awareness is sight. I want them to have sight. I want them to see it. I want them to be it. I want them to live it to the point where they're not having to consciously decide, yeah, I'm going to learn a little bit about money. No, most millionaires spend 20 hours a month studying money and understanding money. So I want your kids to be on that millionaire track. So feel free to bring your kids, bring your whoever, share it with whoever you want. So anyway, I'm going to send that link out later on today. If you want that link, just make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to the number 87948, I'll send you a link and you can join for 90% off. You can do a monthly access, but really, if you do it all at once, it's easier. It'll be $79 one time. But there is a monthly access link if that's something that's more comfortable for you. But all this stuff, every single training we've done, and we do these every single morning, 7 days a week, is put in that archive. And then also premium members get exclusive access to other things we have going on in the Black Business School. So there's a lot of benefits there. And also, if you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, or our financial flashcards for children, things like that, you can go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. We have a lot of great stuff there in our Black Wealth Mastery store. And we're very proud because we know we're good at what we do. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Have a great day. I will see you all, I guess, tomorrow, and bless you. Love you. Take it easy.
I am excited today. This is a beautiful day. It is always a wonderful day to be Black and intelligent and to build our economics. Can I get an amen? Do you agree with me? I hope you agree. Hello. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm really excited. I'm very excited. I'm gonna tell you why in a minute. Every day when we do financial consciousness training, I meditate and I wait for God to send me the message that I want to share that day. And I'm very spiritual. I'm not so much religious, but I'm very spiritual, and that spirituality guides me in the sense that my wife also is into metaphysics and the subconscious mind, and I'm a big believer that if you obsess about something, if you are committed to something, if you're repetitive and just sort of almost maniacally connected to something, you're going to eventually gain insights into it. I almost think of it like the connection between a mother and a child. Most good mothers are fanatical about their children. I don't know. Give me a yes if you agree, ladies. When it comes to your kids, you don't play with when it comes to your children, you're thinking about them all the time. You know everything about them. You're just connected to them, and it becomes almost to the point where it transcends just logic and information. It goes into this almost like magical spiritual place where your child consciousness is just on level 10. Like something happens to your kid and you feel it in your body and you don't even know why you felt it or how you just know, right? So in a way I'm kind of connected. I don't know if I'd say that I can emulate the connection between a mother and child, but I'm always thinking about like Black economics like that every single day. I'm always sort of I have kind of a grudge over this idea that people believe that Black people just can't do anything right or that we're supposed to be in second place. I hate that. It absolutely drives me crazy. I don't think that's who we're supposed to be. I don't think we're supposed to get our butts kicked. I don't think we're supposed to be oppressed. I don't think we're supposed to be sitting behind somebody. I don't think I certainly am not built for begging. I'm not built to be a beggar. I don't know if anybody else, if you agree, let me know. But I'm I'm not built to beg. I'm not built to get on my knees. I'm not built to be your secondary. I'm not built to do any of that. I believe we have everything that we need to be great. So anyway, so anyway, I want to start today off with some information that may be helpful on a practical level, especially those of you that either are have children that are going to college, or maybe you're going thinking about going back to school, or you have grandkids that are going to go to college and you want to share this information. It was something I ran across in the media, and then what I'm going to do is circle that down to something that I think is actually a pretty profound and powerful solution that, if you apply it in the right way, I guarantee you it's going to make a magical and an amazing difference in economic outcomes for your family, for the next 100, 200 years. And actually, it's really me sort of after sitting there, my wife and I went out of town, and I was sitting there with her at breakfast, and I drank my coffee, and we were just thinking about stuff and talking about stuff, and with her being a therapist, every conversation, imagine just two professors just going back and forth about stuff. We're always sort of exploring ideas and thinking about things, right? Because as a therapist, she's able to go deep into the psychology of why we do what we do. Why does a man beat up his wife? Why does why does a woman divorce her husband? Why does a kid get depressed? Why does a person make bad choices? And or how's a person end up homeless and on drugs and whatever? So some of this came to me after that conversation. So anyway, I'm going to first off, let me know. Can you guys hear me? Give me a yes in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, give me a quick yes if you can hear me. I want to make sure everybody can hear all right. And okay, I see Agnes and Gwen, Dorothea, Kevin Nibbs. I see you in here. Who else? Let's see, Dorothy Van Buren and Gina Mills, Ali Ochia, Carolyn Thomas. Good morning, Carolyn. Good morning to Tony Scott and Josephine Rainwater. Good morning to everybody. All right, and so anyway, let's jump in. And by the way, don't forget that we do financial consciousness training every single day, 7 days a week. 10 a.m. Eastern. The live sessions are free. The live sessions are free. If you want to get all the recordings, I think we've done about 100 of these lectures now. We've done 100 of these trainings, and if you want to get them all and you want to share them with your family, if you feel like this is profound and helpful to you, then I can share a link with you guys a little bit later where you can pass it on to whoever you think can benefit from this. I can guarantee you that if you give your kids, say, $20 to watch them all, or so, or $50 or whatever, it'll be the best investment you ever made. Because that's what I believe. I believe that when it comes to educating people that may or may not know the value of what you're teaching them, sometimes you gotta put a little sugar in the vegetables. You gotta sweeten it up a little bit, and so I believe deeply in paying kids to do things that are going to benefit them long term. So if I go to my 12-year-old that doesn't want to learn economics, that doesn't understand why powernomics is important, that doesn't understand why when he's 35 years old he's going to be having night sweats and worried about money, then what I do is I say, hey, I'll give you $20 if you read this book, or I'll buy you a new pair of Jordans if you finish these lessons or something like that, right? I did that with my kids when they were teenagers, and my adopted kids, so-called adopted. They weren't legally adopted, but they're mine. And I remember I remember literally compensating them, because I was like, well, in life, think about it. In life, you get compensated to do stuff, right? You don't. Most of us that go to work, yes or no? Would you go to work if you weren't getting paid? Those of us that have had jobs, let's think about a time when you had either have or had what might be considered to be a job, a regular job, or a job that you wouldn't do if you were doing it for free. Give me a yes if you understand where I'm coming from. That if they didn't pay you, would you come to work? Would you do that job every day? No, most people would not be at work if they weren't being paid, right? So for kids, I believe that learning about this stuff, learning about the stuff that you and I didn't understand was important until we were like 40 years old, learning this stuff is like a job. It's like, why would I want to learn this when I can go eat candy and play basketball? I know I wouldn't. I wouldn't if I got a choice between going to football practice and having fun playing football, or sitting down and reading Powernomics when I'm 12. Hell no, I'm not doing that. But you give me a little reward. Now we talking. right? You give me $20. I'm broke. I'm a broke 12-year-old. $20 is like $1 billion to me. So you give me $20 and I'll read the whole book back and forth. And then on top of that, check this out. What you're doing is you're developing a psychological connection where the reward center of their brain is attached to, say, Powernomics. Let's say you said every time you you read a chapter in the Dr. Claude Anderson book, I'll give you $20. Well, they're going to attach the reward. Let me know if you get this. They're going to attach the reward of getting the money to reading the book. So that's going to make them want to do it more. Do you understand? Things that have a reward or a pleasure reward attached to them tend to be things that we want to do more. You know what I'm talking about. If we think about when maybe the first time you went into the bedroom and, had a special experience, if you know what I mean, right? We attach those reward centers. There's something, it relates to research. Anybody remember Pavlov's dog? Give me a yes if you've heard of Pavlov's dog. Pavlov's dog, I'll tell you about it for those that don't know. Pavlov's dog was this dog that they trained to salivate whenever they rang a bell. Because what they would do is they would ring the bell and give him food. And every time the bell rang, he knew the food was coming, like any dog, right? So he'd hear the bell and he starts salivating, like I'm about to get some now, and so the food would come, and then what they did was they stopped giving him the food, and then but they would ring the bell without the food, and what they noticed was that he would salivate when he heard the bell, even if there was no food attached. He formed a connection between the sound of the bell and the anticipation of the reward. That's which to me is very powerful in the sense that, so if you can attach positive rewards to doing things that might not otherwise be enjoyable for the child, like again, like reading Dr. Claude Anderson books when you're 12, or learning about budgeting and finance and stock market investing, things that they have yet to understand the value of, that might hold them over until they get to the point where they understand the value directly, because they will eventually know the value. See, they will eventually understand why economics is important. They're gonna know this, right? They're gonna know it because one day they're gonna be 35, 40 years old, and they're gonna have kids, and they're gonna be trying to pay bills, and then they're gonna know how important money is. Well, what other connection will they have? Well, if they're in a bad position, they're gonna say, gosh, if I don't go to work, I won't eat today. If I don't go to work, I won't get money that I need to do what I need to do. If I don't go to work, I'm going to experience extreme pain, the extreme pain of financial insecurity, homelessness, broke acidness, if you want to call it that. I'm going to experience these things. So to avoid these things, they're going to go to work every day. And I think that there is a big difference between doing something because you desire a better experience or a better life or a better feeling, versus doing something because you're trying to avoid the pain of the bad feeling. And that's what I think a lot of us do. I think that what drives a lot of us, especially when you don't prepare, especially when you don't think ahead, is when you don't have investor vision. um, what drives a lot of people is pain avoidance. Like, think about it. Do you know that some of the most disciplined guys I know are guys who spent a long time in prison? And again, incarceration affected so many of our families. It took trillions of dollars out of the black community. Um, so I'm very sensitive to incarceration. It's happened in my family way too. My father went to prison. My uncle, who was my role model, he was like my older brother. I remember when he went to prison, and it broke him psychologically so bad that he was just mentally gone. And it was very tough. It's very tough when the person, your number one person on earth, the person you look up to, the person you follow around, your mentor, is just broken down to the point where he's such a broken little boy that you have to become the man. And I'm only 9 years old, 10 years old, trying to figure out how to become the man when he's 8 years older than me, and I'm looking to him for advice, and I find out that that's not good information. That's not, I can't follow him anymore. Do you understand? So me and him transitioned from mentee. I've transitioned from mentee to being the leader of our relationship when I was about 11 or 12 years old. It was really hard to do. And so that's what prison does to black families, in case you don't know. But anyway, but some of the most disciplined guys are guys who spent a lot of time in prison. And you think about it, right? Some of them, not everybody, but some guys were knuckleheads before they went to jail. Couldn't tell them nothing, couldn't control them for nothing, and whatever, right? So how do you go from being a a wild knucklehead to being super disciplined, and in prison you're walking in line, and you don't misstep, you don't speak out of turn, you do exactly what you're supposed, you do your chores when you're supposed to. Well, a lot of that is due to pain avoidance. What happens is that because they're in that situation, they pretty much say, look, we don't care about you. I don't love you like your mama does. If you get out of line, I'm gonna put this bat upside your head, or I'm going to electrocute you, or you might get shot, or whatever. So if you don't follow instructions, there's going to be lots of pain, right? And so when that happens, a lot of people, that's when they become disciplined. They become disciplined when it gets to the point where they're avoiding pain, by they're being disciplined to avoid pain, as opposed to being disciplined to experience something that they desire, to get something good. And so what I really want for your kids, and I'm going to get to a little bit more to the topic in a second, but what I really want for your kids is I want them to be able to not have to simply wait until it's too late, to the point where they're getting up and going to work every day and working hard just to avoid the pain of not having enough money. Do you understand? There's so many people who work hard every day because they are scared and they are traumatized by the fear of not having enough. Right? I don't want you to experience that. I want you to work hard because you are excited about all the possibilities that come with financial freedom and possibility in your life. I want your children to get that while they're young, so they're not 45 years old trying to play catch up. Do you understand? Right? So this is one of the reasons why I think that one bridge builder might be to simply pay them to do the stuff that they're supposed to do. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with paying kids to learn. A Harvard professor, Professor Roland Fryer, who I respect, he's interesting. His story is really fascinating. Harvard really did him just so dirty, but then again, though, that's what happens when you kind of become committed to these institutions. So in that regard, I kind of think it's like a funny story. But he's a great economist, and one thing that he found in the study was that when you pay kids to learn, guess what? They want to learn more because they're connecting the reward of money with knowledge. I think that that's fine. So anyway, let me jump into what I wanted to share with you. So what I did was I saw this list of colleges that have the graduates with the highest pay, and I'm gonna read that list to you, and then I'm going to also tell you which majors pay the most money, in case this is of interest to you. And then I'm going to give you a little secret. I'm going to tell you about a major that pays 10 times more than all these majors in here, and I think that, and this is what's going to really be the kicker for our conversation. So let me mention to you, this is the list of the schools that pay the most money. You ready? All right. So MIT pay the average make a graduate makes 91,000. Stanford $90,900. Harvard Mudd College, who knew? $85,600. Princeton 83.9. University of Pennsylvania 78.2. Harvard 81.5. Caltech 74.8. Carnegie Mellon 89. The Naval Academy 82.9. Santa Clara University 76.9. Okay. Now, um, now here are the majors that pay the most money. In case you want to know, in case you want to tell your kids, a lot of you have kids and grandkids going to college. Okay. Petroleum engineering. Let's see, electrical engineering and computer science, applied economics and management. Operations research is number four. Operations research that specialists in this field use advanced mathematical and analytical methods to solve decision-making problems, leading to high compensation. Next, number five is public accounting. Number six is chemical engineering. Number seven is quantitative business analysis. Number eight is pharmacy. Number nine is aeronautics and astronautics. Wow, focusing on the design and development of aircraft and spacecraft. This major appeals to those interested in aviation and space exploration. Okay, all right. So, and this came from College Mind, Degree Choices, and Kiplinger.com. Okay, so there we go. So we have the top colleges that pay the most money and the top majors to pick if you want to make money. And this really is the nuance of my position on college. You guys have heard me talk about college before, and if you've listened to that conversation, you'll know that I'm not anti-college at all. I think college is a great experience, but I am concerned about the number of people that go to college and don't pick a major that is going to give them an adequate livelihood. A lot of people go to college and it's a 4-year party with step shows and everything else, and next thing you know, they have a big pile of debt and nothing in their resume that makes an employer want to even consider hiring them. There's nothing about going to college for 4 years that will make an employer, and I am an employer, I employ lots of people, that will make an employer want to hire you. You have to have skill. You have to have some sort of ability that helps to solve an important problem that will help the employer to achieve their goal, right? And so that piece of paper only means as much as it actually means. And so for some people, they don't know because they're first generation. that piece of paper means absolutely nothing if I know that all you did was go to college and major in something worthless and spend 4 years going to step shows, which is why college attendance has been one of the great wealth drainers of the black community, because college is very expensive. Half of all black college graduates default on their student loans. When they default on their student loans, that means they have bad credit. If you have bad credit, that means it's much harder for you to do the things that actually build wealth, like buy real estate, start businesses, invest in stocks, things like that. And so on top of that, their incomes and salaries are much lower than what they anticipated them to be, and because the economy is to some extent somewhat rigged if you don't understand how it works. Okay, but because again, as an economic scientist, I hope to share some things with you that will help you to deal with this. Now, here's what I'm going to say to you. I read that list to you, and there's a part of me that if you had talked to me at the age of 30, I would have read this list very enthusiastically. At the age of 30, I was working on a book called Everything You Ever Wanted to Know About College. The book is out there. I wanted to take everything I'd learned from teaching college students for all those years and just blast it onto a bunch of pages and say, hey, look, here's the secrets. Here's what you need to know. I sat there with one of my daughter's friends and talked to her about college. And I said, look, here's how you make straight A's. It's not hard. All you got to do is make sure you study 4 hours a day. If you go to work, you're going to work 8 or 9 hours a day. So go to a quiet, well lit location, sit there for 4 or 5 hours a day, just like it's a job, and you're going to blow away all your classmates. I said, number two, don't procrastinate. Most college students will make it easy for you to destroy them grade wise, because a big chunk of them are going to wait until the last minute. They're going to try to learn a month's worth of stuff in 3 days, which never works. They're going to be drinking all this all the caffeine and taking the no dose and the Ritalin and all this other stuff, and then they're going to come in stressed out, eyes big, scared to death, sweating and everything else because they've been sleep deprived, and then they're still going to get a C on the test. So I was like, why work that hard to get a C when you can get an A by simply starting a little bit sooner than everybody else? I said preparation is the key to success. You can't learn a month's worth of stuff in 3 days. That's silly. I said number three, go see your professors once a week. If you go talk to the professor and they get to know you as a human being instead of a number on a page, then they're going to have a bias toward you. Bias is very real. Bias just exists, right? So if they know you as a human being and not just a number on a sheet, then they're more likely to say they'll look at their grades, and when they're given the final grade, they'll say, "Oh, I know this person. This person shows up, and and comes to see me once a week." So they're gonna if your grade is teetering between an A and a B, they're gonna give you an A a lot of times because they know you. And then also when you need a letter of recommendation, they're gonna write it from a personal perspective as opposed to just somebody who made a good grade in my class. And that's relationship building, which is really a great lesson for life, because anybody who knows anything about business, tell me if you know this, tell me if you agree. People that know business, that really know business at a high level, will tell you everything's about relationships. If people know you and like you and trust you and they're friends with you, they'll do stuff for you that they would never do for a stranger that's 20 times more qualified, because people that deal with big money and stuff like that, trust is huge. They have so many people that they can't trust strangers, but if they know you, they start to trust you, and next thing you know, you got the business deal, and people are like, he only got it because he's friends with some. Yeah, that's because people, they can't trust new people. They don't know you. You're just on a piece of paper. But if I know you as a human being, that's a different kind of relationship. So relationships are everything. What else did I tell her? I said, oh, and when you come to class, sit in the front row, and then because you read all the chapters in advance, you can answer all the questions, and then the teacher will think you're smart. You could be dumb as a brick, but they're going to think you smart. You're smart. Why? Well, because nobody else did the reading. The teacher will say, everybody read chapter 5 by tomorrow. Don't nobody read chapter 5 by tomorrow. 80%, 80% of the students are not going to read chapter 5 by tomorrow, because college students, unfortunately, can be very lazy. This is the first experience they've ever had where they had to discipline themselves. Some of them have zero self discipline. So the kids who did read the chapter in advance and can answer the questions, which literally I'm going to explain this to everyone. Everyone in the room is going to know this concept in 5 minutes. But because you learned it 5 minutes earlier, or you knew it 5 minutes earlier, and you answered the question when I asked it, that's going to make me say, "Oh, you must be the smart one." So when I identify you as the smart one, then I'm going to start treating you like the smart one, which means I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. So just little things like that go a long way. And so once I figured out the formula, I think the best thing that happened to me in college was that I never made good grades before. I didn't know how to be a student. I didn't know how to study. The best thing that helped me in college was that I knew how to work hard and I knew how to prepare. I knew what hard work looked like. I knew what preparation looked like. I knew what consistency looked like. So I took hard work, preparation, and consistency and just said, okay, let me try it on this college thing and see if it works. Because I really learned it from sports, and I learned it from working at Taco Bell, and I learned it from my father. And that allowed me. And so what happened was the other black students were like, here, I was here. I had the highest grade point average of all the black students on the entire campus for the entire 4 years I was there. There was nobody who was ever even close to me. I was clearly the number. I was the Shaquille O'Neal, the Michael Jordan of all the students on the campus. And it wasn't because I was smarter than everyone. It was just because I prepared and I just did things that seemed to me to be common sense. But I'd also actually, in hindsight, I'd just grown up a little faster because I'd had some tougher experiences that let me know that life ain't playing with you. That you can't go out here acting a damn fool, throwing away your opportunities, being lazy, being ignorant, and being a day late and a dollar short, and expect that the world is not going to kick you in your whole entire ass. Excuse my French. Seriously, that's how I saw life. Was like, if I'm not ready as a black man, I'm gonna get destroyed. Nobody's gonna feel sorry for me. Nobody's gonna come save me. The white man don't care nothing about me. So I had no illusions about any of this. So so having that mindset really gave me a lot of strength, right? And which is very much in contrast to the fact that I believe that they treat black people almost like we're disabled children, and you expect you're waiting. It's like you're sitting on the sideline waiting for the bus to arrive, and the bus don't come. So you sitting out there hot, sweating, tired, waiting with your little bus ticket and all this hope in the world. You got all the hope in the world, and then the bus never arrives. Well, I'm not waiting for the damn bus. I'm gonna start walking. That's the kind of kid I was, right? So long story short, this was my college experience. And so I think anything like that can be conquered if you go back to the basics, if you go back to common sense. Anything in America for black people, in my opinion, can be conquered if we go back to these basic ideas of understanding that don't nobody really care about you and your family except you. If you don't care about your situation, nobody else will. If you don't fix it, no one will. The hero is not coming. The saviors are not coming. I just really believe that, and I hope I don't sound too cynical. I hope I'm not hurting anybody's feelings. I'm sure some people are going to be uncomfortable with me saying this, but I really truly believe that we are the heroes that we're waiting for. If we don't show up, then nobody will. If we never show up, no one will ever show up. And then if you don't show up for your kids, you know ain't nobody showing up for your kids. Even black people, there are even millions of black people who don't care about other black people's kids. So if even black people, let's think about it. Look on the internet. Look at how many men say, "I ain't taking care of no kids, it ain't mine. Those little raggedy kids. Why am I gonna date a single mom with those kids ain't mine? I didn't make those." Even black people don't care about other black people's kids. So if black people don't care about other black people's kids, what makes you think white people are gonna care about your kids? And I know that this, when I talk like this, it scares people and makes them sad, and they get mad. Show me where I'm wrong. Show me where I'm wrong. Prove me wrong. If I am wrong, prove me wrong. And you can't. You can't. So here's what I'm about to share with you. I mentioned to you this list of all the universities where the graduates make the most money. I mentioned all the majors where the salaries are the highest. Um, I want to let you all know a little secret about that list. As I'm reading this list, again, the 30-year-old me would have read that list to you and been very enthusiastic. The 52-year-old version of me is reading this list and saying, wow, this is really a pack of bullshit. This list is garbage. It doesn't mean a whole lot relative to what's really out here in this world and how things really work. And I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm saying that in the 20 years since I got my PhD, I have understood things that I did not understand 20 years ago. And so I'm going to tell you the major that I believe every black child should have in college that will pay them 10 times more. If they master it, it will pay them 10 times more than any of the majors that I just listed. And that major is Black economics. Black economics. If your child, grandchild majors in Black economics, and this is not a major that's going to be given at a white university, it's not a major that's going to be given at an HBCU. It is a custom design major that you design yourself. If you major in Black economics, then you will win. Why is that important? Why do I say major in Black economics? What does that mean? It means that I'm going to understand economics from a Black perspective. I'm going to understand all the challenges, opportunities, limitations, and possibilities that exist for me specifically as a black man or black woman in America. I'm going to really understand that. I'm going to understand all of the cultural dynamics that shape the black economic realities in America. I can't approach uh, this issue as if I'm white because I'm not white. White people can't say, "Hey, I've got 5 cousins that all went to prison." Most white people can't say, I know somebody whose mama put the light bill in their name when they were 3 and it ruined their credit. Most white people can't say it was just me and my moms the whole time. The stories the athletes give when they're about to get drafted. It was just me and my moms, and it was hard, and we couldn't eat, and it was real tough. And now I'm gonna buy my mama. But that story, that you don't hear a lot of white athletes telling that story. They'll be sitting there with their mom and their dad because they're not in a situation where 76% of their children are growing up without a father inside the house. You're not. You. What I'm saying is that black economics means that I understand fully that in this world, and it's unfortunate, but it's true. If I get the same credentials as the white guy and I apply for the same job as him, my odds of getting that job are going to be lower than his odds of getting that job. And a lot of it obviously is connected to old school racism, but then some of it is connected to just simple human biases. Human beings relate to people that are like themselves. I've never been under the illusion that a white guy would look at me and look at another white guy with blonde hair and blue eyes like him and see us as the same. That to me is a fantasy world. That's a type of social engineering that I do not believe exists. Because I'm gonna tell you the honest to God truth. If I'm looking at a young black man who I see as a young Boyce Watkins, and he's sitting next to a guy who's a little Mexican kid, I might love them both. I might help them both, but I'm gonna connect more with the young boys than I am with little Paco. No disrespect. I know I just made that name up. I hope that didn't sound ignorant when I said that. But seriously, I'm not gonna and really, truth be told, most people believe that kids should have a place, a community, some space that it belongs to them. Like every time, when you have, think about it. Imagine if your child kept bringing their friend over for dinner every day, and their friend was eating up all the food and then sleeping on the couch and then constantly at your house. At some point, you would say, "Well, where's your family? Like, where do you live? Where's your mama at?" You stink today. Like, do you have does he have a mama at home? Like, what's going on here? Right? And maybe you can take them in if you can, but you can only take in so many kids. You can't let them all come live with you. So you assume that they have some place to go. Who are your people? Where's your family at? And to some extent, economically speaking, that's kind of, I think, what people look at when they see black people. Is they say, "Well, who are your people? Where's your community? Where are the people that have your back? Where are the people? We got people that have our back, and we're going to fight on our. I'm Jewish, and I know that other Jewish people are going to have my back, and I've got Israel and all this other stuff. What do you have? Where's your who backs you up?" And you say, "Well, nobody. I'm hoping that the Israelis will back me up just like they would Jewish kids, and they're going to look at you like you crazy, like something's wrong with you." So here's what I think. So let's circle back. I believe that majoring in black economics is not just the best way for a young black person to protect themselves by understanding all the subtleties that come with being black, all the ways that you have to look at economics differently if you're black. Because remember, if you're black and you start a business, you may not have the same support that you would have if you were white or if you were Asian. If you're black and you start a family, it's going to be different from being white or Asian or Jewish and starting a family. They have thousands of years of traditions and culture to lean on. We don't have all that. That's one of the reasons that our families just crumble and fall apart. So ultimately, black economics to me is understanding the integration between black culture and what we're trying to achieve economically and making sure you master that. It's almost like medication. They talk about AI. I saw something the other day where they were saying that AI is having a lot of breakthroughs in the bending of proteins and molecules or something, and looking at all the different structures to develop all these new drugs. And they're saying in the next few years, AI is going to be able to develop some really amazing drugs, they say, right, that will heal lots of stuff that was previously uncurable, which is also scary because there's gonna be a lot of illegal drugs created that will create the worst kinds of zombies we can ever imagine, right? So just say no to that. But at the same time, though, when I thought about that, it makes me think about the fact that typically in medicine, when you're curing something or solving that health problem, The custom solutions are the best solutions. You can't solve everything with an aspirin. You can't um you can't you can't go in and treat every patient the same, right? You have to have something that's custom made. So I see Black economics as being a custom approach to solving your economic challenges as a Black person. But then on the flip side of that, once you get past the struggle, once you get past strugglenomics and survivornomics, then you start playing powernomics. Then you start to conquer. You start to realize, hey, being Black isn't so bad, because when I master that, when I really accept who I am and accept where I'm from and understand that, I realize after a while, wait, there are some unique advantages that we have that come from being Black that other people don't have. And that's important to understand too. There's always a flip side of that. It's just like with all investing, there's every situation, every yin has a yang. When the market goes down, it's scary, but it's also an opportunity. When the market goes up, it's exciting, but it's also scary. Everything has an opposite side to it. Every moon has a dark side, right? So effectively, this allows us to really understand who we are, where we're at, and what we're trying to do. So here's what I'm going to give you today, and I hope you will meditate on this, because if I'm going to say this, I believe this is probably one of the most important things I've ever said in my life. And I believe, I don't believe, I know for a fact, as an economic scientist, that if you internalize this, your economic problems will not just go away within less than a generation, but they will also lead to prosperity that can last for hundreds of years. So this is something you guys know. We have the $5 a day plan at blackwealthmasterplan.com. I've mentioned that several times. Let me know if you've seen that. If you haven't seen it, just go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's there. But what I did was I challenged myself to refine the master plan just a little bit, to make the instructions a little bit more specific, so that you can specifically know exactly what Black economic training looks like for Black children, so that our children are prepared to be adequate, successful adults. So here are the three rules I hope you'll consider. Okay. Number one, every Black child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12. That's just in case they can't get a job. The ability to start your own business as a Black person is incredibly important, because one of the leading causes for Black economic pain is the Black unemployment rate. Historically, in this country, Black people have not been able to get jobs at the same rate as white people. Give me a guess if you've ever seen this. They always, so you've heard these sayings. Have you ever heard this one? Whenever white folks catch a cold, Black people catch what? You don't have to spell it. It starts with a P. It's pneumonia. I know it's hard to spell pneumonia early in the morning. I get it. So why is that? Why is it that whenever white folks catch a cold, we catch pneumonia? Well, that's because we're on the same systematic boat as white people. We walk into the same system that they're in and expect to get the same treatment, when the reality is that you're all riding on the Titanic. We're all on the Titanic. America economically is the Titanic. It is sinking. It is going to sink in the next 100 years. We're on the Titanic, but they're on the top deck. We're on the bottom deck. So when the ship sinks, guess who drowns first? So what I'm saying to you is, I believe that you should have a lifeboat. I'm saying that you should not go down with the damn Titanic and assume that that's all that there is. You don't have to be on the damn ship. You don't have to be on the Titanic with everybody else. So get a lifeboat. Being an entrepreneur is a lifeboat. It does not mean that you have to go and quit your job and run a business. It means that you're prepared to do what you got to do to bring money into the house and put food on the table. Because one thing I can confirm to you without a doubt in my soul is that America is full of money. You live in a country where there's money everywhere. Money is all over the place. And if it seems like money is rare, it's only because you haven't been taught to be economically conscious enough to know where it is. The money's flying right past you every day, and a lot of us are never trained to see it, because we only see money and opportunity if it shows up in a job application. We only see an opportunity if it shows up in a paycheck. We only see opportunity, and I'm not talking about just uneducated folks. I'm talking about all of y'all out there with the master's degrees and the law degrees and the PhDs and the MDs and everything else. You're in this category too. Same to you. You sitting on LinkedIn, you lost your job, you're looking for an opportunity out there, and you're hoping that somebody will post something where you can go get a job with somebody. You can attach yourself to somebody else's Titanic. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that at all. I'm not job shaming at all. I'm not doing that. Let's be clear on that. Give me a yes if we can be clear and understand that this is a nuanced argument where I'm not telling you that there's anything wrong with your kid growing up and getting a job or having a career. What I'm saying is that they should always have a plan B. I'm not saying get on not I'm not saying stay off the Titanic. The music is good, the food is delicious. The ship may not be sinking for a while. What I'm saying is just have your little lifeboat so that when these folks start acting crazy, you can get up out of here. You've got somewhere to go. So that's the first thing. This is what I would call the Black Wealth Master Plan. I'm going to repeat this 10 million times. You all are just hearing it for the first time. Okay, you're the first ones to ever hear this. Number one, every black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. They should spend at least a couple hundred hours being trained on entrepreneurship, what that looks like, how to start a business, all the basics, so that when they get older, they will always have an option. They can turn back to those basics when they need them. Think about it. Your kid's going to spend 5,000 hours at football practice, 5,000 hours at cheerleading camp, 5,000 hours at basketball camp. They will never be a professional basketball player. They will never be a professional football player. They will not be a professional cheerleader, but they are going to be a professional black person who has to feed their kids, which means that I believe they should spend as much time learning black economics as they spend learning how to dribble basketballs and throw footballs and do all these other things that we learn how to do. Number two, here's the second rule of the Black Wealth Master Plan. Write this down. Every black child should own shares of stock by the age of 5. By the age of 5, every black child should own shares of stock and someone should be investing for them consistently. This is linked to the original Black Wealth Master Plan, the $5 a day plan. If you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, I explain that. It's very easy to do. It only requires discipline and it requires consistency. If there's discipline, consistency, what you're doing is you're giving your child something more important than a college degree. You're giving them a capital base. If you give them a capital base, then they don't need a job. A person with a capital base does not need to go to work if they don't want to. A person with a capital base does not need to go sell booty in order to pay the rent that month. A person with a capital base doesn't have to go get on his knees and beg for an opportunity. A person with a capital base has freedom. They have that freedom, all that Martin Luther King civil rights stuff that we talked about. That's where the freedom is in America. The freedom in America belongs first and foremost to people who have enough money to pay their own bills. It goes back to when you were a little kid. When I was a kid, I used to try to do what I wanted, and my mother would say, "You don't pay no bills in this house. You can't pay your own bills. You do what I say." So as soon as I turned 18, I learned how to pay my own bills. Once I learned how to pay my own bills, they didn't mess with me no more. I did whatever I wanted. I did whatever I wanted. Well, the same thing is true with life. The same thing is true with life. I really honestly, I'm gonna just sound cynical when I say this, to be honest with you. I've always kind of felt like we're trained to believe that white people are our parents. I really do. I kind of almost feel like the way I feel with the way we're supposed to view other cultures to take care of us. I really feel the same way I felt when I was 16 and I needed my mother and father to pay my bills for me. And I couldn't do anything without their permission or their approval. Their disapproval came with significant consequences. I could not move or wiggle without getting clearance from them. And I feel in society in general, that's kind of where we live. And I don't want to live like that no more. I don't like that. So if you want your child to be free, make sure they're only stopped by the age of 5. Now, here's a little thing I'm gonna have to tell you. This is another piece of truth. But again, I set high standards. Um, 5 years old is really too late too. 5 years old is late. That's like how people are late for retirement planning. They got to double down on their investment. Really, the $5 a day plan works best when you start at birth. It works best when you start before birth. I believe that the more extreme you feel about the pressures that come with economic stress, the more extreme you should also be when it comes to preparing to deal with those pressure. Those pressures. The more painful economic struggle is, the more energy must be put into preparation. So to me, an extreme situation, the racial wealth gap is very extreme. White folks have 10 times more wealth than black people. That's very extreme. Racism on the job that we experience and the trauma of that, the pain of that, that's very extreme. So, in my view, given that the racial wealth gap is extreme, racism on the job is extreme, and all this is very, very painful, then I believe that you have to be equally extreme when it comes to preparing for what's ahead. I don't think that there should be a limitation in how extreme you are to prepare to protect your children and grandchildren from the extreme pain, indignity, suffering, and stress they're going to feel by entering into a competitive economy where they're not prepared. Think about how horrible that feels. How terrible it feels to not have enough for you to feed your children. How terrible it feels to know that if that man pulls the plug on my job, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. Think about how painful that is to just know that you could be homeless in 3 or 4 weeks if you lost that job that you have. That's scary. So why am I considered the extremist when I say we should be investing stock and buying stock for our kids before they're born? Because if you invest consistently for those children, even at small amounts of money, just the amount of money you waste on fast food, if you put that same amount in the stock market for your kids will be financially secure. They'll be ready to do whatever they need to do. That's not crazy. That's not extreme. What's crazy to me is walking into the pits of hell and walking into the fire and thinking somehow that it's going to be okay for you. That doesn't make sense to me. So, the second rule is every black child that wants to be prepared should own stock by the age of 5. What's the third rule in the Black Wealth Master Plan? The third rule is that every black child that wants to be prepared, every B1 child, should be prepared to make a down payment on real estate by the time they are 21 years old. By the time they're 21, they should have enough money somewhere, which might come from, I don't know, the $100,000 in stock that their parents have built up because they've been investing for them. They should have enough money somewhere where they can make a down payment on some real estate so they can become a property owner if they choose to. Now, they don't have to buy property at 21. Maybe they'll wait till they're 25. That's okay. But they should be in a position to make that move if that's what they want to do. So, those are the three rules. Really simple. And where did these three rules come from? It comes from the fact that the people that survive and thrive in this economy tend to be people who do three things: people who own businesses, people who own stock, and people who own real estate. The people who get killed in the economy are the people who work for the business owners, the employees, the consumers who buy products from the companies where the stockholders make money. When you go see Black Panther and you spend all your money going to see Black Panther, the Disney shareholders get richer. And then the third group is people who rent from the landlords. So instead of having a culture where we have nothing but employees, consumers, and renters, I prefer to see a culture where we also have just as many people who are employers, investors, and landlords. If you are the employer and the investor and the landlord more than 60, 70% of the time that you enter into the economic system, you're going to win. You're going to be wealthy. You're going to be ahead of everybody else. So ultimately, this is it. This is the master plan. It's very simple. Write down those three rules. Learn how to start a business by the age of 12. Own stock by the age of 5 with consistent investments in more stock. Don't just do it one time. You do it consistently every week. Just like when you buy fast food, just like going to the bathroom, just like eating lunch every day, consistently, 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 consistently. Number three, down payment money by the time they're 21 years old, with the understanding of how to go buy real estate, with the understanding of how to go and buy a piece of property, because that property will increase in value as inflation arrives, as the economy moves forward, as time moves forward. Real estate values tend to go up. You can rarely find any decent community anywhere in America where the cost of property now is cheaper than it was 20 years ago. Those communities rarely exist. So ultimately, this is the master plan. This to me is 100 times better than anything you'll ever get going to college. The flaw of of traditional thinking when it comes to economics is that there are a lot of people who don't start doing anything economically to prepare their children. They don't start at all until the kid is 18 years old. So that means you've wasted 18 years doing nothing financially to put the child ahead. Do you understand how much you can do in 18 years? I mean, do you really understand that if I was to invest, say, Let's say I took the same amount of money that I put toward a car note. Let's say my car note's $600 a month, and I put that money in the S&P 500, and let's say I'm just randomly picking stocks. Let's say I don't even know, I don't even know which stock to pick. But I'm just picking in the S&P 500. So I randomly pick an S&P 500 stock every week, and I do that with $600 every month. Do you know that by that in 20 years, in that 20 years that you wasted doing nothing for your kid economically, in those 20 years, I could literally have, what's the number, about three to $400,000 in assets. I mean, why would you throw away three or $400,000 and then throw the kid out there with nothing, struggling, economically naked? It did capitalism is very it's a tough system. It provides a lot of opportunities, but it's very much survival of the fittest. It's very predatory. And typically in America, what you find is that the people that have capital take advantage of the people that don't. The people that have options take advantage of the people that don't have options. That's just the reality. So put your child in a good position. We're not doing that with our kids no more. So this is the Black Wealth Master Plan. I'm going to repeat this 1,000 times, so just get ready, because I believe repetition is the way to sink something into the culture and make it real. Some people aren't going to listen. I don't care about that. I want to talk to those who do, because it's a matter of getting ahead of the problem. You don't solve a problem when you're in it. You don't solve a problem after it's become a problem. You solve problems by preventing the problem. And that's what economic consciousness is all about. That's what manifest. I like that word manifest. That's what manifesting is all about. Economic consciousness pretty much comes down to seeing far ahead. Remember, the example I gave you was, if you're in a car and versus being in an airplane. If I'm in an airplane, I can see 100 miles down the road. If I'm in the car, I only see the car right in front of me. A lot of us live in that two-dimensional space where all we can see is next weekend or next week or Drake and Kendrick Lamar or whatever's happening in the world right now. People that have consciousness are in the airplane. They can see what's happening 50 miles ahead. Get ready. Be prepared. So that's in case you ever want to know why we meet every morning at 10 a.m. That's the goal. I want you to be conscious and aware of the economics and understand it and have that vision. If you have the vision, then you're going to succeed. All right. So anyway, before I go, just a reminder, I'm going to do a Q&A for beginners in our Prime program. Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. That's where we generate income by selling stock options. If you'd like to join, it's not too late to join us for the Q&A. It's going to be for beginners only. We're going to do this in an hour, actually. What is it? It's 11 a.m. Eastern, so we're going to do this at noon Eastern. So if you'd like to join us, just go to drboyceprime.com. It's a great program. It's a money back guarantee if you're not happy, but everyone's happy. It's a great program. Everyone loves it. What else? Also, if you'd like to get some of our Black Wealth apparel, or I don't know, buy a copy of my book or Dr. Anderson's book or our flashcards for children, you can go to drboycebooks.com. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. And thirdly, I want to remind everybody, I'm going to do my last live appearance for a while at the Get Money Fest, hosted by Jay Ortiz in Philadelphia. And that's going to be on May 18th. And the URL is getmoneyfest.com. And you can actually come for free. So if you live near the Philadelphia area and you want to come and hang out, feel free. They're doing a big financial literacy component with about 20 different speakers on various aspects of business and money and marketing and funding your business, things like that. And then also they're doing art and music and everything else a little bit later. I'll probably head out after that part because I'm not, it's more so for people a little bit younger than me, and I'm not into that type of thing per se. But I will be there for the financial literacy component, because I think that the more I see young people embracing this as opposed to embracing the old stuff, the happier I am, because I don't believe the old stuff really works. And I think that that's been proven through years of failed policy and everything else. So anyway, if you go to drboyceprime.com, you can join Prime, and then you can come into the Q&A. So anyway, guys, I'm out of here. Have a great day, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you're not on the text list for Money in the Morning, you'd like to get notified periodically, then just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. I'll send you guys a notification tomorrow and a reminder. So have a good night or good day, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye bye. Don't think that gets thought about very much, and it has to do with this idea of cohabitating and stuff like that. Um, I got married, but I'm really not a person who's going to run around and preach to everybody that they should get married because I think marriage requires skill sets that some people just either don't have or don't want to have. Marriage is tough. And so I'm not a person that would just like the same as my position on voting or going to college, tell you not to vote or not to go to college or to get married or not to get married. I'm more of a person that's just likes to analyze the pros and cons of every decision and acknowledging that your decision is going to vary based on what works for you, who you are and what you believe in and, how committed you are to the process, things like that. So anyway, here's what was on my brain today. It had to do with a story that I might have told you guys before, about a man that I kind of indirectly knew the man and he was about my age in his early 50s, and he liked to date the young girls because he had a little money in his pocket. He stayed in good shape. He's a good looking man. So he had a girlfriend that was about like 31 or 32 years old. And so this 31, 32-year old girlfriend, came to live with him. He took care he took care of everybody. He didn't want to get married again, but he did, he said, I love you like a wife and I'm gonna be there for you just the same as I would if I was your husband, things like that. And she believed him and he followed through. He followed through on all of that. But one thing he forgot about, I think, is that sometimes people just die, and they die for no reason sometimes. I saw a video one time of like these people that were just doing regular stuff and they would be talking on the talk show and somebody would just fall over dead, or they would be I don't know, walking down the street and then somebody just falls. I was in the airport yesterday, I kid you not. I was literally in the airport yesterday in Philadelphia. I came here for the Get Money Fest and I heard a big thump, a big thud, and it was some guy that had just that just fell down for no reason. He just fell down and his face hit the door and it was pretty bad, and I was like, whoa, is he okay? And because I remember there was a guy who was like, "Are you who I think you are?" And I said, "Yeah, I think I am." But look at that guy; he just fell down, and he couldn't get up, and eventually he got up and tried to act like everything was normal. But it made me just think about, like, I see stuff like that and I think about that, right? And I think about how we're not really ready for that. And then actually, believe it or not, this all connects. I promise you. Um, I was in I'm not gonna say it was an Uber. It was like a driving service. This brother walked up to me and offered me a ride, and I was a little skeptical and stuff. But it turned out he was the father of a guy that I knew, a sports agent named Andre Odom, and so we rode in his car, and in the car there was a single mother with three kids, and the single mother who was about 44 years old told me that she had three strokes. And I was like, wow, that's so crazy. That how life kind of works, that so many things can happen and you don't prepare. Like a lot of us don't wake up every day thinking like, well, what's the worst that can happen? So anyway, all that made me think about just mortality and how little definitely from a financial, I'm gonna stick to the financial side of it, how we just don't really think about that. We assume that we're going to just be here and be functional and be in our right minds, and everything be okay. But then there's so many different things that happen. So let's go back to that story. So there was the guy, he's a 54-year-old player, and he had the young girlfriend that was about 32. And like in a lot of situations, you can imagine his 31-year-old daughter wasn't exactly happy about him having a relationship with a girl she could have went to high school with. So she didn't like the relationship at all. But the father didn't, he just kind of did what he wanted to do. And so he had this girlfriend and she was living with him. And because he was older, this is how a lot of these relationships work. A lot of times the older man might provide some stability financially and otherwise. So she lived with him. And I believe it was a love relationship. I believe they really loved each other. But they didn't want to get married, or he didn't want to get married. I don't know how she felt. So the daughter was not happy about this relationship, but she couldn't do anything about it. Well, the thing is, though, that in these relationships, people don't really think about like legal issues and stuff like that. There's not a conversation about like, okay, well, what happens if this occurs, or what happens if that occurs? And so here's what happened.
And by the way, can y'all hear me? Are y'all able to give me a yes if you can hear me? I want to make sure. I normally say hello, and I'm sorry I didn't greet you. I was just processing things, so my apologies for that. Okay, thank you, Charlene and April and Darlene and Carolyn and Pacola and Edward and Hamid. I see you in there, and I just want to acknowledge you. So I apologize for not acknowledging. I should have done that. That's very rude of me. So anyway, all right. So okay. So basically, here's what happened. So one day he just has a stroke. He just gets whatever, I don't know if he was how healthy he was. I think he was in good physical shape, but like a lot of us, the greasy fatty food maybe caught up with him or whatever. So he has this stroke and he's in a coma. And while he's in a coma, the problem they had was that he paid all the bills. Right. So this girlfriend, and it was actually his mother too. He took care of his girlfriend and his mother. They were trying to figure out, like, how are we going to pay the bills? Now suddenly they're vulnerable. They're just out there. They're stuck. They don't have any income, nothing. He paid for everything. So they were kind of scheming on, like, how do we figure this out? So what they did was they realized a lot of the cell phones, you just put the phone up to somebody's face and the phone will open, right? So maybe they propped his eyes open. So I don't know what they did, but they put the phone to his face. They got into his phone. They went into the bank account and they were able to pull out enough money to pay the bills or whatever, a few $1,000s. So that was working for a while, I guess, as long as he was in a coma and nobody was asking too many questions. And so they were paying the bills. Well, one day he just dies. He's gone. He goes to heaven. And when he dies, that's when the state gets involved in your situation. That's when you have probate court and all these other things, all these people that are going to sort through every detail of your life to figure out where all your stuff is supposed to go. Well, the problem was that this man did not make any plans. He didn't have any plans for death. His only plan was what we were going to do Saturday night. He had plans for, what kind of sex they might be having. He maybe had plans for what the next trip they were going to take. But he didn't make any plans for the ultimate trip, the big trip where he's like floating up to heaven and he can't go back and do a do-over and make sure that he signs a couple of documents to make sure that he's taking care, that this woman is taken care of, this woman that he loves or says he loves, right? I think love is a verb. I don't think love is just a word or an emotion or a feeling. I think love is an act. If I love you, I'm going to do things to make sure that you're taken care of. If I could just say I love you, but that doesn't mean anything if there's no action attached to the words. It's almost like white people apologizing for slavery. The apology means nothing to me. You need to write my check. Give me my reparations check. Write that $14 trillion check, and then we'll be good. We're even, right? That's you truly repaired the situation. Okay, so love is the same way, right? So apparently no one ever taught him that part of love, or maybe he didn't care, or maybe he didn't think about it, or whatever, or maybe perhaps he fell into the trap a lot of men my age fall into, which is where you still think that you are 25 years old. You still think it's 1999. You still got it popping. Like we think we're hip and we're cool, and we don't realize how old fashioned we look because everything that we do now it was really cool in like 1999, but it's not cool in 2024. You look like an old man. It's whatever. Okay. So anyway, he dies, and there's no legal rights left for anyone like whatsoever. There's nothing legal that the court is bound to acknowledge or respect that gives her any legal rights whatsoever. She's sad. She's crying the loudest at the funeral. She's the one that knows all his secrets. She was closer to him than anyone else. She was even going with the mother to take care of him when he was in the hospital. Doesn't matter. Nobody cares. The court doesn't recognize it. The court's like, whatever. You don't exist. Basically, like you have these slang terms. You're the ride or die. You're the main chick. You're the girlfriend. Y'all been together X number of years. The court does not recognize any of that. The court says, were you his wife? If the answer is no, then please step aside, ma'am, so we can talk to the people that actually matter. And that's devastating. That's absolutely devastating. And I can only imagine how painful that would feel. Martin Luther King, for example, there was a lady, an older lady, and she was from Kentucky, where I'm from, and I interviewed her years ago, and she swears that she was closer to Dr. King than Coretta was. She swears that she says she was with him when he got shot at the hotel. She was so sad she wanted to climb in the ambulance with him to do what any normal good girlfriend, wife, whatever would want to do, which is I want to go to the hospital with him because I'm worried that he might die, which he did. And literally 50 years later, she was still very bitter because she wasn't acknowledged on any level. right? Because she existed kind of in the shadows, right? And so I felt bad for the lady. I really did, assuming her story is true. Um, and so anyway, long story short, this lady's there. She's got no rights whatsoever, no access to any of his assets. Her opinion just doesn't exist. So who do they call in? Well, the person they call in who has all the power all of a sudden is the daughter. And that's the same daughter who hated your guts, the same daughter who thought you were a predator for dating her daddy. You were taking advantage of him. You were a gold digger. In her mind, that's what she sees, right? That's what happens in these relationships. When you get an older person with a younger person, everybody feels like somebody's being exploited, right? They feel like the old man's being exploited for his money, and that the only reason he wants to date a young girl is because he wants somebody he can control, right? So either way, somebody's getting exploited when really I've seen situations like that where both people kind of know what it is. Look, I'm 25, you're 45. The only, the part of what I expect is for you to bring some financial security in my insecure life. And then he's like, yeah, but the thing I expect you to do is to look good and not stress me out, and I'll pay your bills, right? That becomes, so to me, it's not always exploitative, but then again, maybe it could be. I'm not here to judge that. I'm just here to say that this happens all the time, millions of times, all throughout history for 100,000 years. With that said, the daughter did not appreciate this relationship, so the daughter suddenly had all the power. Now, here's the deal. So let me tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened, then I'm going to tell you what I see, and then I'm going to tell you some remedies. I like to tell if I tell the story, I'm going to tell you what the issues are, and then I'm going to give you a solution to it. I'm not going to just throw it out there for dramatic purposes. So the daughter, who hates the lady's guts, first thing she does is she gets the girl evicted from her house. So she's now homeless. She's like, "Ha ha, you bitch! Now you have nowhere to live. Now I'm going to move into the house that you and my daddy lived in." Um, she then goes back and finds out when the probate people are doing the forensic accounting, they find out that thousands of dollars was pulled out of this account. So they go back and they go say, well, let's go find out where this money went. That's when they find out that she stole the money and she pulled it out. Okay. And so then the daughter calls the police to get the girl arrested. Because she's a criminal. You're not my daddy's girlfriend. You're a thief now, right? So she goes to get her arrested, and I don't know how that part went, but I know that it was pretty ugly, and probably lots of legal fees and everything else. And the thing about it that probably upset this young lady the most is that I believe she really did love the man, and also she knows that if he were alive, he would not approve of any of this. If he were alive, he would protect her from all these things. Now, by the way, this is a story now that I mentioned. I think I've mentioned this story to you guys before, but I wanted to bring it up again because we didn't go far enough in terms of laying out solutions you can put in place. So bear with me with this, okay? So basically, what I see in this situation as a finance professor, for just going back to theories and research that I remember going through in my doctoral program, is that there is a concept in finance called moral hazard. And moral hazard, to make it simple, really basically kind of means that there are power shifts that occur in our lives such that if you don't prepare for those power shifts, you can really screw yourself. So in this particular case, the power dynamic shifted. Before, it was those two in their cozy little relationship, and the daughter is an outsider. She can't do anything except sit there and be mad. Well, then suddenly when he dies, the power shifts from from the father to the daughter. So that's a moral hazard issue. Now the daughter has all the power, and the daughter is going to come in almost like a new president taking over the White House and completely dismantle and disrespect every rule, every law, every process that you had in place before she got there. She's coming in with full burning torches and a sword and a machete and chopping down every single thing that y'all had that y'all believed was sacred. None of that matters anymore because the king is dead. Daddy's gone. Right. And so with this moral hazard issue, they have a solution to the moral hazard issue in finance, and they call that optimal contracting. Now, optimal contracting basically is what it sounds like. Optimal, meaning like the best, like you optimize. Contracts, putting contracts in place to protect you in case the beast of moral hazard shows its ugly head. So in the event, so what does that look like in this situation? Well, it looks like this. It might look like the man saying, you know, because I love you and because I'm a real man who thinks strategically, I'm going to prepare us for the moral hazard problem with optimal contracting. I'm not just going to say I love you. I'm going to show you I love you by, you know, now maybe I don't want to get married. Maybe marriage just isn't for me. I'm not mad about that because divorce rates are really high. Marriage is hard. Marriage, if you do it, make sure you do it right. Make sure you prepare, you know, because it's not easy. But maybe I don't want to get married, but I do love you. So what I'll do is I will put my name on some documents to secure your rights in the event that something goes bad. And to me, I don't think that that's too much to expect. I really don't. Like if I was sitting there and I was talking to this young lady who says, "Oh well, you know, he really loves me. He does very nice things for me." Blah blah blah. I would say, "Well, okay. Well then if he loves you, then have him show you that he loves you. Have him sign something. It doesn't have to be a marriage certificate, but is there anything he can sign that gives you rights? Because at this point, all you have are words, and talk is cheap. Words mean absolutely nothing. Feelings don't mean anything in the court of law. So basically, a few things that she could have done, that she could have gotten put in place to protect her legal rights might be the following. You have things out here, first off, with the healthcare part, some sort of healthcare proxy or medical power of attorney. That pretty much means that you're telling the courts that, look, if something happens to me and medical decisions need to be made on my behalf, this person can make those decisions. This person can come see me in the hospital. They're going to get treated like a relative. Give me a yes or no. Yes or no. Do you think it's unreasonable for two people that are supposed to be in love to have a healthcare proxy in place to make sure that if you get sick, I'm not going to get treated like I'm some, you know, raggedy little hoe that you kept on the side. Like I'm going to get treated with the respect I deserve. I earned this. Right? I earned the right, even with me and my wife. I spent years with my wife before I married her. And I would have hated for something to have happened to her, and for people to be like, "Oh, well, you're just her little boyfriend. You need to get on out of here. We're gonna bring her her real relatives in." That's horrible, right? So I don't think a healthcare proxy is unreasonable. Give me a yes if you agree. I hope you agree with this. So you can get these done with a lawyer. It costs a couple dollars, but again, you're trying to impress your girlfriend by taking her out to nice restaurants and stuff. Well, impress her by taking her to see a nice lawyer and getting some documents in place that really shows that you have each other's back. You remember, love is a verb. Love is an action. It's not just a bunch of words. It's not just a feeling. It doesn't just mean I want to have sex with you. It means I want to protect you. It means I want to be there for you, whether I'm being there for you in life, and also I'm going to be there for you in death. And because I love you, I'm going to think hard about how I can make sure that you're going to be okay no matter what. That even if the relationship goes south, you're still going to be secure. I don't think that's too much to ask. But then again, maybe there are people that will call me a simp because I actually care about the woman that I'm with. Second piece is there's something called a durable power of attorney. This would have helped her in her financial situation. A durable power of attorney allows you to manage someone's financial affairs in the event that they get incapacitated. If your brain stops working right now and you're in the hospital with a coma or God forbid, whatever happens, you're in a car wreck, you want to know like who's going to be able to go into the bank with a piece of paper and get access to my bank account to make sure the bills get paid on Tuesday or to make sure that I get what I need when I'm out of my right mind. I'm not in my right mind right now. I know a daughter whose father suddenly had a coma and they had big problems or they couldn't even get access to anything that he had because there was no documentation in place. So that's another thing you can do. Also, there's something called a living will. Living wills outline sort of what happens to you with your medical treatment, you know, your end of life. Like, do you want to be resuscitated, stuff like that. So if you give me that power of attorney and you have a living will, I can go in and say, you know what, I know this woman better than anybody else, and I know for a fact that she told me over and over that she didn't want to be resuscitated if it got to this point or whatever, right? And that kind of puts you to the head of the line, right? All these things that we think we can only do through marriage, you can actually simulate some of that with appropriate contracts and appropriate documentation. They also have things like cohabitation agreements. Cohabitation agreements give you like property rights, right? So I don't know. Again, I'm not here to judge this young lady's relationship, but what I am here to say is I think it's really strange though to live with somebody for a long time and then just know they could just put you out at any moment and you have nowhere to go. To me, if you are in love and you really care about each other, then to some extent, I'm going to need a protection in the event that we go bad and you start tripping. If I'm really heavily dependent on you financially, you're paying all my bills or whatever, right? And I know at any moment you could just decide you don't like me no more and you want to get rid of me. Well, I'm going to need you, while you're deeply in love with me, to sign a document that's going to protect me from the darker side of you. Do you understand what I mean? Right? And you see it all the time. Again, that's another kind of an example of a moral hazard issue where, when we're friends and we love each other and we care about each other, everything's wonderful. But in the event that you meet somebody you like more than you like me, or I make you mad, at some point I go from being a friend to being either an enemy or a non-entity. So optimal contracting can protect you from that. So something very basic in the agreement, maybe like if we're living in this house together for so many years, well, you own a piece of the house. And again, that's a high bar for people to jump, right? If you're not financially conscious, then no one's going to jump that bar for you because you're never going to even ask them to jump the bar, right? But really, when someone's in love with you, they'll make agreements like that with you. They'll say, okay, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I want to make sure you're okay because I love you right now. You can't get those things signed or done when they hate you or don't want to be with you anymore or can't stand you anymore or they want to be with somebody else. So to me, optimal contract. This actually, believe it or not, y'all don't even know this, but when we talk about options, like in the Prime program, how we're studying stock options, all stock options are doing, and I don't want to sound like too much of a mathematician here, but this is what I see mathematically, is you have what they call different states of the world. Anybody ever heard of quantum computing? How many of y'all, give me a guess if you've heard of quantum computing. I'm not going to go too deep, I promise, but this is the God sending this signal to me, so I'm going to try to explain it in the best way I can in terms of what I see. Quantum computing kind of talks about probabilities, right? It talks about the fact that the world you live in is only one of many billions of different worlds you could be living in any moment. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, I'm living in a world where I'm holding this pen and I just dropped it. But there's other states of the world where I took the pen and I threw it at the wall. I took this pen, I shoved it in my eye. I didn't touch the pen at all. Do you understand? Those are different states of the world, right? Or there's another state of the world where right now I'm not talking to you. I'm taking a nap right now. I don't want to talk. Right. So what I mean by that is quantum physics and quantum reality talks about not the world you live in. It is a level of consciousness. Remember, in financial consciousness training, we talk about what consciousness is. It's the ability to rise into higher dimensions. Every time you rise in a dimension, you're able to see realities that may not be seen in that dimension that you were in before. This is why consciousness is so critical. This is why Black people get robbed on a regular basis, because our financial consciousness is underdeveloped. We're not trained to be conscious. In media, we consume more media than anybody else in America, and media is designed to minimize what they call it, or to disrupt your prefrontal cortex, which is literally where your consciousness lives. So when you see people that are behaving in an unconscious fashion, it's because they're conscious. They've never been trained to be really conscious. There's nothing stimulating their consciousness. So consciousness means that you're not just looking at the world that's in front of you. You're looking at all the potential realities that are out there. In the Game of Thrones, again, this was a conscious show because you had to be very strategic to win the Game of Thrones, right? So there was a point, there was a little scene where one guy, he called him Littlefinger. He was like a real crafty, sneaky guy, and he's talking to the queen, and he says, you have to be able to imagine every possible scenario. He said, imagine your friends as your enemies. Imagine your enemies becoming your friends. Imagine every little thing in between, because you have to be able to see all of that in order for you to really understand how to prepare for the fact that the world is going to change. Things are always going to be changing. So effectively, consciousness means that, like, if I really love you, and I'm conscious of my love for you, then I'm going to not just think about the way things are. I'm going to think about all the different ways things could be. And if you're not conscious and you're caught up in the moment, you're caught up in how you feel right now today, and all you see is this reality, then you're going to miss everything. when the world changes, you're going to get hit like a ton of bricks. It's going to hit you like a Mack truck because you're going to be like, I never imagined him being dead. I never imagined me being in the hospital with no legs. I never imagined, I never imagined this person that I love so much hating my guts. Look at how often you see people. I always thought divorce court and stuff was so interesting because I'd be like, wow, this is amazing that these two people hate each other's guts. Like they want to destroy each other. One of them tried to kill the other one. But if I went back in time 2 years, these two were madly in love. If I went in and said, one day it's gonna get real bad, and you're gonna wanna you're gonna wanna kill her or whatever, right? They say, no, you're lying, you hating. What are you talking about? That's not true. Blah blah blah. We love each other. We're gonna be together forever. That's what happens. That's what marriage is. Marriage is this really ridiculous ceremony that it's not always ridiculous, but sometimes it's ridiculous because a marriage between two unconscious people is ridiculous to me because they're not really necessarily thinking or imagining what life could be like if things went bad. They're not even preparing for that. They're sitting there in front of all these people telling them that they're going to be together forever and that I love this person more than anything. Blah, blah, blah. And me, I'm just the weirdo in the back that's saying, gosh, when she really finds out what he's really all about, that's going to get bad. And then when he gets bored, it's going to be terrible. And then when she starts nagging him and da 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 da, and they're not ready for any of that. They're not even interested in getting therapy or counseling to prepare for those possibilities. And so I'll be like, I literally, I'm a little bit of a cynic sometimes. Like I'll be like, one of my friends got married. And I remember thinking, I mentioned to somebody, I said, I give it about maybe 9 to 12 months before stuff starts falling apart. And it did. They got married. They got divorced like a year later. And it wasn't because I was being cynical. It's because that's what happens. Like when you try your hardest to be conscious, you just kind of see stuff, And I don't say anything because I don't want to be mean. But it's like, no, you can't get caught up in the moment. So consciousness to me partly means let's talk about financial consciousness. It means you just really want to think about risk management. That's what risk assessment is. All risk is, well, you've heard about risk a lot in terms of investing. All risk is an awareness. Consciousness, see, that's going back to the consciousness. That's why we do consciousness training. All risk is an awareness that things could change and understanding what the catalyst could be that could cause things to change. Like I had a I had a friend in college. He was a big ladies man, right? He had all these girlfriends or whatever. And he had this sweet little girlfriend that loved him to death. She would come visit him at campus and he loved her too in a certain sense, right? His version of love was whenever she came in town, he would clean up his mess. He'd tell all the girls to stay away. He would have his room nice and clean or whatever. But when she was gone, he'd be getting drunk every day. He'd have a new girl in there every single night. And I remember, and I knew it. I saw all this, but I couldn't say anything. You know how it is when you see somebody just doing somebody dirty, but you better not say nothing because if you tell them, because they're so caught up in the moment and they're so in love, who are they gonna blame? Who are they going to blame? If you come and you tell them, you're like, look, I just have to tell you, this is what I saw. They're going to blame you. They're going to get mad at you, right? Until they see the truth. And then maybe they'll apologize, but they're not seeing the truth. They're in this naturally diluted state called love and infatuation and everything else. So I didn't say nothing. I just saw it happen. And I remember thinking to myself, though, I said, ooh, once she finds out like what's really going on, this poor thing's gonna be devastated. And she was. I think he ended up, this is a true story. He ended up in the hospital with a drug overdose. And that's when she found out that he was using really, really hard drugs like cocaine and stuff like that. And that's when she also found out about all the women. And I remember her, and I knew her. I knew her enough where she would tell me this stuff because he was my friend. And she was talking about going to get tested for STDs because she was really scared now because blah blah blah. And so anyway, my point is to say that I think love is fascinating. Love is really interesting to me because it's such a powerful drug. And if you really study love and what happens and the chemicals that pop up in your brain when you fall in love, phenylethylamine, oxytocin, dopamine, all these chemicals really take you out of reality a little bit. And so consciousness, if you think about this, like a drunk person or a high person is not very conscious. A drunk person or a high person can be exploited or taken advantage of. And if you think about how often people get taken advantage of because they're in that fragile state of being in love, it all kind of connects, right? Or how many bad decisions we make because of either love or sex. Like I saw somebody made a joke that said, women get in trouble because of this and men get in trouble because of their penis, and so ultimately part of consciousness, in my opinion, is really having that space where you can kind of meditate and detach. enough to be able to sort of level up and look at the whole picture and make sure that you're just kind of prepared, right? So to me, little things like I'm gonna give you some more recommendations on some optimal contracting that can be done that can elevate your financial consciousness and make you ready for anything that might be in front of you. Another thing is the will, the last will and testament. I think if somebody has a document, even an informal document, that just state your wishes, like, hey, look, if something happens to me, and you can probably do that today. Like you can get on your computer and literally write a quick email to send it to some trusted people and say, this is what I want to see happen until I get a will in place. Just keep this because you might die tomorrow. I hope you don't die tomorrow. But Robin, there's Robin. Oh gosh, what's her last? I think it's Robin Smith. I know that's not her last name. But anyway, there's the Robin was a woman that was actually like part of what we do. She spoke at our convention, everything else, and her husband killed her earlier this year. And the one thing that has helped in that horrible case, as it's kind of gone on, is that she did actually have stuff in place that made sure that her daughter was at least financially protected in case something happened to her. And she had no, she never would have guessed that her husband would have actually killed her, right? So you can literally get on a computer, type something up, and it's not the same as a formal will, right? So you eventually have to get something real. But it's like a start, right? It's like evidence to say this is what you wanted, and you send it to the people that you care about, and then that's a placeholder until you get the will in place. And then trusts are great. Some sort of revocable trust or revocable living trust is a good idea because you can make the trust the beneficiary of your insurance policies and everything else, and then you put instructions on the trust. The trust is an entity. And by the way, we're actually developing the estate planning class in the Black Business School. It's long overdue. So I'll let you guys know when that's ready. So we'll have all that stuff laid out where you can learn all this stuff. But basically, trusts are a great vehicle to give you protections in the event that you're not there. The trust is like a machine where it's going to follow your instructions even after you're gone. And so if you love somebody, to me, you would put them in that trust to make sure that they're going to be taken care of. And so these are some little things you can do. I personally think that I think it's wrong for me to go through the world telling everybody they have to get married. And the reason I just won't do that is because the divorce rate is high. Divorce is very expensive. A lot of people don't have the tools for a healthy marriage. Marriage requires a lot of patience. It requires like you can't. There's no space in a marriage for like a lot of arrogance and a lot of deal breakers and stuff like that. Like you have to be very flexible. You have to be very patient. You have to be willing to adjust and contort yourself in ways that you would never imagine. And you have to really be committed to the idea of staying married. That's why a lot of the longest marriages come from people like my parents. My parents have been married 50 years. And the reason my parents stayed married 50 years is not because the relationship was always romantic. It's not because they both stayed young and sexy for 50 years. It's not because everything always went right. It's not because everybody always treated everybody well. It's none of those things. You know why? The reason they stay married is because they just decided they're going to stay married. That's it. If you ask my father, like, how did you stay married 50 years? He's not going to give you a long answer. He's going to say, because I didn't get divorced. That's it. He's that type of simple, old-fashioned kind of man that says, if you make a commitment to do something, you do it. And for whatever reason, the definition has evolved, right? Now people say, well, it works as long as the other person's as committed as me, or as long as they don't cheat, or as long as they're and I'm not saying that you shouldn't have those rules. I think that's fine. I would just say that it goes back to mathematics. When I was explaining to you all about mathematics, that one thing about mathematics is that if you want to optimize an equation, the more constraints you put on the equation, the more conditions you put on it, the less optimal the outcome is going to be. Every time you put a condition, a constraint, you have a list, you have a deal breaker, stuff like that. Every time you do that, you're reducing the likelihood that you're going to get to the finish line because eventually one of those deal breakers is going to pop up. However, when you do simple stuff, and I'm not advocating for this, I'm just saying that it does work, it seems. Like you go back to the 1930s, divorce was highly discouraged. There were a lot of people that were very religious, and there were people who just believed that if that's your wife, that's going to be your wife. No matter how much debauchery and chaos happens in the marriage, that's my wife. That's who I picked, and that's it. Period. There's no other discussion beyond that. And now we live in a world where everyone feels like we have options. And the thing about options, this is what's interesting too, is in the world of finance, options are always a good thing. You're never worse off when you have more options. Like stock options are wonderful. You can make money from stock options, all that stuff. But in the real world, sometimes having too many options makes it harder for you to commit to the constraint. Because what options do is options, pay attention now. I hope you're getting this. This is, I'm saying, I'm going to sound a little bit deep here. I think, I don't know. I don't want to talk over anybody's head, but what options are designed to do is to release you from constraints. Do you understand? This is the thought. This is a concept I've never actually shared. I've never talked about it in this way before. But options are good. Why? Well, why do you want options? Well, because options help you get out of your cage. You can break out of your prison. You can release the constraints, right? If you have more consciousness, you have more options. You have more awareness. When you have more awareness and more exposure, you're thinking about all the things you could be doing, right? So process this, right? So when you are in a marriage, and you're sitting there and you're thinking every day about all the other places you could be, all the other people you could be dating. You got, pretty girls hitting you up in your DM, or you got handsome men that are willing to say and do all the things your husband won't do. Well, in your mind, you may say, gosh, look at all these options I have. Well, the options work in the opposite direction of the constraint and the commitment. Marriage is a somewhat, to some extent, it's a commitment and it's a constraint on your behavior. It says, this is who you pick. If you want sex, you got to go to this person, right? You got to come home every day. This is your place. This is your family. So I'm not saying that that's good or bad. It's up to you to decide if you like that lifestyle or not. I like it. I chose it. But at the same time, the more you're processing all the options, like I don't sit around and say, gosh, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. I have a little bit of money in the bank. There's a lot of women on social media. I could be doing this and doing that. I don't want to think that way. I don't want to process all that. I shut all that down because I'm trying to focus on my commitment. Do you understand? So I think you have to make a decision, right? I think that in life, generally speaking, I want you to have more options, but I think that there are actually some situations, and this defies financial theory. One thing that we're taught about options in financial theory is that options never have a negative value. You can never be worse off with more options. I don't think that's true in life. I don't think that always processing all your options, like if you're eating a salad because you want to lose weight and you've constrained yourself to eating healthy food, it doesn't really help you to sit and fantasize about cheeseburgers and ice cream while you're eating the salad. The salad is not going to look good next to a cheeseburger, right? So what do? Well, you minimize your options. You don't bring the cheeseburger home. You don't put a picture of an ice cream sundae right next to your salad. You focus on what's in front of you because you're committed to that thing. Do you understand? So that to me is commitment. And also, I will say this, going back to what we talked about earlier about sort of making plans for other people that you care about. I think the best way I can show commitment to you is to make sure that you're going to be good, to really, really protect you, and to be willing to have that conversation and prepare. And what's unfortunate about that too is that sometimes when you ask people to make a little bit more of a commitment, they're going to show you how committed they really are to you. And you may not like the answer. Like if you tell me you're going to do something and I say, well, you're going to do it and you're happy to tell me you're going to do it. Then if I say, okay, let's put a down payment on it, or let's take some action. And then suddenly you back away. That's going to reveal to me that you weren't as committed. You were committed to telling me what you were going to do, but you weren't committed to actually starting the process or doing it. So doing versus talking are two different levels of commitment, just like doing versus talking are two different levels of love. I can sit here and talk to you all day, get on Chat GPT and learn how to say romantic things and whisper sweet nothings in your ear all day long. But if my words are not backed by action, that I have not, I really think that that's something you might want to think about. I'm not telling you that it's bad or good. It's up to you to make that decision. But I am going to say that there's a difference between talking and action. And so in the example I gave you earlier, with that man who died and his girlfriend was, is now in jail, I think, because she took the money out of his account because she had to survive. My thought would be, if I really love you, I'm not going to put you in that situation where you've got to go break the law just to keep the commitment that I'm unable to keep because I'm incapacitated. I'm going to make sure we have a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, and a plan E. So what I do with my wife is I tell Alicia, I say, okay, if something happens to me, I've been flying airplanes and all that. If I go out one day and I don't come back, I need you to go into the black bag, and the black bag has all of our insurance information. And then also I want you to reach out to this person, and this person, because these people are going to be able to give you access to the things that you need to make sure that the bills get paid. My goal in general is to make sure that your life is just as good if I'm gone as it was when I was here. And my belief is that a lot of people don't do that, not because they don't care or not because they don't want to do it. It's just that nobody's ever talked to them this way. Again, I think that one of our cultural deficiencies as Black people is I don't think that there's enough conversation about preparation. Because if there was more conversation about preparation, then our children wouldn't be leaving high school without knowing how to read, write, or do math, or learn how to make. They wouldn't be out in the world not knowing how to make money without begging a white man for a job. So I don't think the preparation conversation is heard very much because preparation. It's not fun. It's not lit. It's not exciting. It's not part of the culture. All that, right? It's not like hip hop promotes a culture like, well, you better make sure that that you study hard and that you learn, you become financially literate, and that you always wear a condom and that you always save your money. Yeah, they don't rap about that. They rap about living in the moment, living for today, doing whatever is fun right now, do what feels good, and that is them encouraging you to reduce your consciousness level, reduce your awareness, take yourself down from the third or fourth dimension down to the one or two dimensions where you're literally only making decisions that are going to optimize your life right now. You're literally living in a way where you're not even sure what next year is going to look like because you never really thought about next year. You haven't thought about the year 2028. You haven't thought about the year 2032. You're 22 years old. You're not imagining what life is going to be like when you're 37. You're not. Why would you think about that? That's 15 years down the line, right? And I personally think that we would have more preparation if we were forced to have more of those conversations. Like, okay, you're a teenager now. What's going to happen when you're 40? Like, how's this all going to play out for you? And I think understanding these things, I think is really important. And so just going back to that example with relationships, again, part of me showing you that I love you is me being very conscious of what love really looks like, what love really means. When I was talking to our 13-year-old, I said to her, I said, I'm gonna always be here for you. Even if I'm gone, even when I'm not here, I'm gonna be here. Even when I'm not here, you're gonna miss me because I won't be physically here, but oh, I'm gonna be here because I'm gonna literally program my universe so that once I'm not here, there will be structures in place, entities in place that will execute my orders as if I was here, as if I was calling the shots from heaven. So just know I ain't never gonna leave you abandoned. That's never gonna happen. Because where I come from, fathers do not abandon their children. So every time, so my personal issue might be every time I see a so-called real man that dies, and his family is out here looking desperate and raggedy because they're putting up a GoFundMe to pay for just to pay for his basic funeral expenses. That tells me that that man was not trained to be a very conscious man. He was not conscious of what love really looked like. But then also, I think expecting consciousness or at least connecting yourself and inviting people into your life that have a commitment to learning what consciousness actually looks like is very important. So when you sit down and you ask that person to show you love in a conscious way, like, okay, if you love me, I need us to make a plan. And then they walk away from that, or they say, I ain't got time, or I'm not interested, or you tripping, or you getting on my nerves. Well, that's telling you everything you need to know. That's not if in order for you to elevate, you need other people who's going to elevate with you. You can't be trying to elevate where you got somebody just trying to weigh you down. If I'm trying to go up to the 10,000 feet in the sky and you're 800 pounds and you're pulling me down to 50 feet off the ground, it's really hard for me to elevate. So it's a hard decision to cut that cord and let your ass just drop down to the first level one, because I'm going to rise up. And then when I rise up, though, I'm going to meet other people that are rising or people that have already gotten to that level, and we're going to live up here. This is where we're going to get an apartment in the sky. We're not going to live in the basement on the ground in the gutter of our culture. I think that there is a gutter to Black culture that I don't think is a very happy place. It's almost like living in the middle of hell because it's nothing but trauma, bad decisions, bad outcomes, chaos, drugs, death, everything negative, right? And I really don't want you to have to live there. So and I'll give you a story about it, and then I'm going to be done for today. I'll never forget this. This was 12 years ago, actually, approximately, and it was when I started to realize why it was important for me to get on here and to just talk to anybody that would listen every day. This is one of the things that actually started motivating me to do what I was doing. And I got a message from a woman that said, she said, Dr. Boyce, oh my God, I heard something you said yesterday, and I just need you to call me. I need you to call me. And normally I can't do that, right? If you tell me to call, normally can't call. But it was like a Friday night and I was bored And I was like, wow, this is interesting. It's almost reminds me of the other time where I found out about the ladies that were setting men up and drugging them and stealing their money and stuff. It was one of those times where I was like, something told me like, okay, I need to call this lady to find out what's going on, right? So I called her, and she was about 32 years old, and she was very religious, and she said that she was actually a virgin until she was 30, 31 years old, because she was waiting for her husband to have sex with. And unfortunately, and the statistics show this, Black women have a harder time getting married, and there's reasons, right? Mass incarceration, stuff like that. The percentage of marriage eligible Black men is far lower than the percentage of marriage eligible Black women. So you get a lot of people that hit the age about between 27 and 32, where it's time to really start getting married and having kids. And the women are kind of here and the men are kind of here. Not all men, not all of them, right? A lot of men are right there with them, but a lot of men unfortunately just aren't equipped and prepared, right? And I really believe a lot of this links to depending on white men to give you jobs. They're never really going to empower you. They're going to exploit you. It's a horrible educational system, and men being distracted by stupid stuff like sports and hip hop and all that. Like, I'm going to be a rapper, I'm going to be in the NFL, and then that never materializes for 99.9% of them. So, but the women don't grow up like that. Women don't grow up giving up all their education, hoping they're going to make it to the WNBA. The women tend to just focus on like school and stuff. So when the Black man and Black woman hit that marriage age, the men are in a different place than the women on average. And what this does is it creates an imbalance in the number of available men to marry relative to the number of available women. When I got about 28, 29, or 30, I could throw a rock and meet a Black woman that wanted to marry me. It was not hard. It was very easy. And so, and the older I got, the easier that it got, right? Because also the world, not only did the world change, but I changed. I had more money and all this other stuff, right? So, long story short, this woman had gotten to about 31 years old. She had not met her husband yet. And also, it's even harder when your pastor says the only type of man you can marry is the man who goes to church. You know what I'm talking about. There's a lady named Deb Cooper who wrote an article called Does the Black Church Keep Women Single and Lonely? And I kind of think that she had a point, because I don't think it's fair to say you should only marry a man who goes to church and gives money to your pastor like you do. I just think that there's a lot of good men who don't do that. So anyway, so she doesn't meet her husband, but she meets a guy that she likes. And she was like, she had a little bit of shame. She was like, Dr. Boyce, I just, I just wanted to have sex. And I said, it's okay. Sex is not bad. And she said, I really liked him. And I started having sex with him. And I said, that's okay. I don't think I'm not judging you for that. And she said that they were sleeping together. And I think they didn't use protection. Like, she kind of told me that's part two. And then she said that you mentioned in your podcast that you should, if you're sleeping with somebody, you should say, let's go get an HIV test together. So she said that, I heard Dr. Boyce, and he said that, if you're in a relationship and you're having sex, you should go get an HIV test. So she asked the man to get an HIV test. And he said, yeah, okay, no problem, sure. And then what happened was, like she said, he never called me again. Like, he just disappeared. He just left. And so she was scared, and I don't even know the results. I don't even know what happened. I just know that at that time she was very nervous and worried about what was going to happen. And I think about that story because it was only when she became conscious and she asked him a hard question that she found out who he really was. Right? He clearly, I don't know, maybe he had HIV, maybe he didn't, but he clearly wasn't ready to engage in a conscious relationship with her, because he wasn't even ready to actually even go get tested to see if he had one of the most deadly infections that a human being can have. And if he'd infected her, he didn't even care enough to go do that. So that taught her, about him. So sometimes that's what happens when you force people to prove something that they've been saying. Some people are just going to fall off. But that's really a blessing. That's not a curse at all. That's a revelation. They're revealing who they are. You were sleeping with the enemy the whole time, and now you're finding out the emperor has no clothes. So really, my point is to say, when you talk about those conscious relationships where we really go and we really do some things we need to do, maybe protect your legal rights, stuff like that. Again, I'm not here thumping nobody over the head with a Bible, talking about gotta get married and all that. But I'm saying you have so many contracts out here that you can create with another person without getting married that will give you basic protections that any person should give you if they care about you. If I am the person that is financially dominant and I'm paying all the bills for you, and you have not, neither one of us has really sat there and said, well, what happens if I either can't or choose not to pay the bills anymore? that tells me that you're so caught up in the love that you're in right now that you're not thinking about all the things that could go wrong. I had a friend when I was younger, his mother tried to kill herself. And she was, you know how white, you go to white people's houses and sometimes they be telling you all their business. It was weird. I couldn't believe she was telling me this, and I was just a kid. But his mom told me why she thought about taking her own life. And she said it was because she met a man when she was in college, and he was going to be a dentist. And in her mind, she said, "Well, since he's going to be a dentist, I don't need to do anything. I achieved my goal." She said, "I went to college to get a husband, and I got one, and then I dropped out." And so she didn't finish school or anything. So he did. He eventually went to school. He became a dentist. They were married like 20 years. They were living a great life. They had a big old house and boats, and the kids were in private school. And then when they got in their 40s, he decided to trade in his 40 for two 20s or whatever. And he went and he started having an affair with the secretary. And next thing you know, he runs off with this 23-year-old, and she has nothing. She has no resources, no nothing. She wasn't able to, she was embarrassed. She couldn't keep her kids in school. Her resume was dusty. So she was really screwed because she had not sort of consciously thought about, nobody had thought about, like, well, what happens if this thing doesn't work out anymore? So one way to prevent that, and that's called a moral hazard problem. One way to prevent the moral hazard problem is optimal contracting. In my view, somebody who loves you should be willing to sign some sort of contract for you. And typically, and I don't care what nobody says, don't ever let anybody call you a gold digger, male or female, because you're financially conscious, because your financial situation is deeply rooted and connected to your psychological well-being. Your mental health is ruined when your finances are disrupted. So there's nothing wrong with expecting financial security and expecting to maintain that. And so I would encourage you to have those conversations and see where it goes, and then look into some options of things that can be signed to make sure, like, look, you're getting kind of old, and I know you think you're young, but you're over 50, and men die in their 50s, or they get sick in their 50s or 60s or even their 40s and 30s. So let's just make sure that we are good, so let's visualize our love. Like I can visualize my love with you when you're beautiful and I'm beautiful. I can visualize my love with you when I'm young and you're young. Let's visualize our love if I have cancer and you're coming to visit me in the hospital. Now let's visualize our love if you're in a car wreck and you're in a coma. Now let's visualize our love if I'm dead and you're still here. Now let's visualize our love. What does it look like if you're dead and I'm not and I'm here, right? What does all that look like? And then what happens is you visit every state of the world. It's emotionally draining. It's very sad to think about these things. But then you can say, oh, wow, okay, I need to sign a document so that if you're in the hospital, I can come see you. Or, oh, yeah, we need to sign another document so that if you trip on me and you decide you hate my guts, I'm still going to be financially okay. I'm still going to own a piece of the house where I've been helping to pay the mortgage and take care of this house with you for the last 7 years. People will do these 7, 8, 9, 10-year relationships and have no legal protections whatsoever. I think that's wrong. I think that is not ethically wrong. I think it's just strategically wrong. Do you understand? Do you follow? Do you get what I'm saying? I sound judgmental there, and that's because I am judging that. I don't think I believe in love. I think love is the most powerful force in the universe, but I don't believe love will conquer all. I don't believe that the emotion of love is as durable as we think it is, because people's emotions can change. They can. So the more protections you have in place to defend that love, the more stability you have. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. All right. So anyway, I'm done. I'm going to, if you allow me, I'll mention a couple of things that we have going on that you can participate in. Number one, if you're not on the text list and being invited to Monday in the Morning Financial Consciousness Training, we do this every single day in the Black Business School at 10 a.m. It's totally free. Make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. That's the first thing. Number two, so somebody type that number in the chat, 87948. The word is morning. Number two, the Get Money Fest is happening in Philadelphia this weekend, or on the 18th from 12 to 6. And if you go to getmoneyfest.com, you can participate in that. It's an art, music, and fashion festival that also has a massive financial literacy component. There's a lot of financial experts that are coming in that are literally going to talk about all the different ways to make money, elevate your business, market, whatever it is you're trying to do. It's to support independent business owners of any background. Number three, if you want to get a free access to something that we have in the Black Business School called How to Start a Business When You're Broke, I'm a believer that everybody in the Black community should think about a business or a side hustle. I think you can own a business or own a piece of a business without actually having to be an entrepreneur. So I'm not telling you to quit your job. I'm saying get multiple streams of income. So if you would like to get access to that material, How to Start a Business When You're Broke, for free, go to b1startup.com. B, the number one, startup.com, b1startup.com. That material is there. It's available for free for anybody that wants it. And then last but not least, in this consciousness training, as you guys know, today, I think we've done probably over 100 of these trainings so far because we do them every single day. If you'd like to get the archives and have them all and have access and you can share with your family, all that, feel free to become a premium member of the Money in the Morning Club. And you can do that by going to drboycedaily.com. The first 30 days are free. So that's drboycedaily.com. All right. So I hope you guys benefited from this conversation. Thank you for allowing me to share the stream of consciousness. I did not know I was going to talk about this today. I think that being in that car yesterday that I mentioned, where the woman told me she had all those strokes, I think that's what really stimulated my thinking about life. And she was 44 years old. She had two beautiful little babies with her. And I just remember thinking about how hard it must be to be a single mom with a lot of kids. Those were not her only two kids. And to have, she said, three strokes. And I said, gosh, I wish I could do more to help. I think I paid for our ride. We were in the cab together, and I was like, I'm going to pay for her. But I didn't want to be too nice because honestly, sometimes if you're too nice to a woman, it can be misinterpreted. But I just said, God, it hurts my heart, right? And I just believe deeply in a core value I share with our youngest all the time, which is that preparation is the key to success. And so to me, consciousness and awareness of all the things that can happen, all the different states of the world that you could end up living in, all the things that could go wrong, that is where you get that opportunity to kind of prepare for those things. So I don't know where she was. I don't know this lady at all, but I do remember being touched by her story. So just prepare, and make that part of your culture. Your culture does not have to be the dominant Black culture. I believe there's a lot of brainwashing and everything else that happens to our people. And it's horrible because they want to exploit us, and that's what they end up doing. But they don't have to exploit you. Just because they exploiting everybody else don't mean they got to get you too. So be conscious. A conscious person is very hard to exploit. So be smart. All right, guys. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. And again, you can go to b1startup.com, be the number one startup.com to get that free training on how to start a business when you're broke. The wonderful Patillo family. I have so much. Y'all are on my superhero list, by the way. You got to know the Patillo family. You know what? Talk to Amani if y'all ever want to do something at the convention. I don't know if y'all should. I think that literally we should be trained on how to build great families, and the Patillo family is one of those examples that's out there. I think that kind of training is the kind of stuff we should do as standard in our community. I really just think you got to stop letting white people tell you what your protocol should be, what your standard educational process should look like. I'm not saying this to be anti-white. I'm just saying this to be pro-Black, that, all those other people that design these educational programs that don't work, that don't give us adequate skill, that don't teach us anything that's going to have value in our lives. Those people are not qualified to educate you. They're just not. So in my opinion, I think we should look at what we need and educate ourselves on the things that we need. And one thing that we need is we need to build strong families. We have to make this a mandatory requirement. I just really think about how much less pain, devastation, economic trauma would be out here if we had stable families. If we had families where people could just try to get on the same page, learn a little bit about things like marriage and how that works, develop a protocol for family unity. I think every family should have a therapist or somebody that can kind of come in and help you work out your issues. Because when you have a bunch of traumatized people kind of trying to do stuff together as a group, it just becomes a complete mess. And it's very anti-wealth, by the way. It's a massive, massive wealth destroyer, because every time you start something and you can't finish it, that's wasted resources. That's wasted time, wasted money, lost money, all kinds of stuff. I always use a simple example to help everybody understand what I see when I see a broken family, or when a group of people that used to work together that can't work together anymore. Think about like a musical group. One of my good friends, Willie D, is from the Ghetto Boys, and Willie, he was like, we're really good friends. You know, he was in my wedding, and so I remember, it's kind of talking to Willie, and I said, man, do you know that you and Scarface and Bushwick, if you guys could get along, and go on tour together, there's so much money out there. A lot of people would love to see the Ghetto Boys. And Willie, he's a good guy. He's funny. He's got that Texas accent. He'd be like, man, Bushwick, man, and then they get into like these issues, which is gonna happen when you've been working with somebody for 30 years. And but I'm sitting there thinking, if this was back when Bushwick was alive, right? RIP to Bushwick Bill, but basically it's like and I don't think Willie would mind me sharing that as an example, but in my head, I was seeing all the millions of dollars that are lost when you can't get on the same page. Do you understand? So for a lot of your families, you lose a lot of money because you can't get on the same page. So pay attention now. In the midst of all these things that white people tell you that you're supposed to learn in order to make money, like you got to go get a degree in accounting and you have to go spend $200,000 on a bachelor's degree, or maybe I should go back to school again and get my master's. How many of y'all have heard people say that, right? Amidst all those other things that they're telling you that will go get you more money, those things that do not work, I think that maybe you should add conflict resolution skill to your list of essential skills that a person can have that will keep the money flowing. Do you understand? Like that will maintain those relationships. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Sometimes I need like yeses so you get so you're just to know that you're following me, because I don't want this to sound like I don't think I'm talking over anybody's head. Because all of us just know that pain and that loss that comes from not being able to work together, and it's hurtful, it's traumatic, and all these other. It costs you a lot more than just money. But I want you to also see the money. I want you to see in economics we call this the shadow cost. Or another term for it would be the opportunity cost. See, people that are not financially conscious, they don't see the shadow cost. They don't see what they would have had. If you can't even see what's in front of you, how are you going to see what you could have had and would have had if things had gone different? That requires your consciousness to be able to go to a higher dimension where you can look in the fourth and fifth dimension and see all the possibilities that God put in front of you that you completely missed. And what does the word poor stand for? Right? Put it in the chat. What does poor, POOR, stand for? It stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So here's what that means. This means to me that every day there's this shadow universe of all these possibilities that you could be. You could be a millionaire. You could be running a business with your cousin. You could be quitting your job and living your best life. All these are shadow realities that many of us can't see because all we can see is what's in front of us. So we're walking past all these opportunities, passing over opportunities repeatedly and saying, gosh, this is all I have. All I have is $20. But that's because you're poor. You're poor because you're poor. You're not just poor in money, you're poor in insight and vision, because you're poor because the only reality you're able to lock into is the reality that's in front of you, the one that has $20 in your pocket. You can't lock into you don't have the consciousness yet to lock into the other 10 million realities that could have existed, these other parallel universes, like Avengers, Marvel style, these other 10,000 universes that existed where you could have had all the money in the world. Do you understand? So get that consciousness up. I encourage you to join us in the morning. We do financial consciousness training every morning. We did a really good one this morning about reparations and repair and how we can give ourselves reparations. And I guarantee you're going to love it. And it's going to help you think about money in a way that's completely different from anything you've ever seen. I've seen people do even money mindset classes and all that. No, my wife is a PhD level therapist. I have a PhD in finance. You combine that, it really is like super friends. That's why I love my wife, is because we're like, I love the idea of smart Black people getting together and really thinking hard about the Black community. That's I think that's what's going to solve our problem. All right. So anyway, thank you for letting me share that quick stream of consciousness. Let's get back to the market. Okay, so put your question in the Q&A section, and if you have a question for me, I'm going to start in a couple areas that I think you should be aware of in terms of what's going on in the stock market. Also, I want to remind everybody that at drboycebooks.com, our Black Wealth Mastery store, Everything today for 24 hours only is 60% off. Every single thing. Anything you want to buy, you can buy $1 billion worth of stuff. We would take 60% off the price. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, here's the code. Write down this code. Write down the URL. Somebody write it in the chat so everybody can see it. drboycebooks.com. And the discount code is today only 2024. Today only 2024. All one word. It's all one word. Put that in when you check out, and it will take 60% off. Even if there's already a discount, even if there's already 50% off, it'll take another 60% off. So it's almost like a big discount or something. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. The code is today only 2024. And if somebody's used it, okay, somebody says great sale, just made my purchase, says Renee. Okay, great. So the code's working, everything's good. Yeah, and we have financial flashcards for kids. Financial flashcards that cover everything from let's see. We have entrepreneurship, real estate, credit, all kinds of stuff, investing, of course. We have financial workbooks for kids that cover every grade band, investing money, all kinds of stuff, how to start a business, all that. We also have my books, of course, the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, Black American Money, a lot financial lovemaking, all that. My wife's stuff is there also, and she's done a lot of workbooks on financial trauma, financial anxiety, stuff like that. So feel free to just go take a look and buy whatever you want. And there we go. All right. So here we go. Let's jump into some of the Q&A for today. All right. So someone says, Doc, I know you love Portillo's. Are you buying more stock? I have not bought more stock in Portillo's, but I do like the company. I do like Portillo. I just feel like Portillo's is one of those best kept secrets, such that once Portillo's gets sort of more mainstream, I think it's going to do great. I really do. Portillo's is so good. My wife and I, every time we see a Portillo's, we always stop there and eat. And that's just almost like a rule in our relationship. You have those little places that you have to stop at and things you have to do. And we share like our favorite hotel and stuff like that. Portillo's is one of our favorite restaurants. And actually, in fact, I like Portillo's so much that I'm actually pulling the stock up on my E-Trade. Just generally speaking, when you talk about investing, this is how I want you to view investing. I want you to view it as something that you just do, almost like watching a TV show or going to the grocery store. Don't make it a big deal. Don't overthink it. Don't let it scare you. But just know that, like, when you're missing out on all this investing opportunity, you're losing wealth, man. The stock market is the greatest wealth creator in America, and I just don't want that to pass you by. Okay, so what I'm going to do literally right now, just because I just like to act, I don't like to just talk about things, is I'm actually going to look at Portillo stock, and I'm probably going to buy some shares. Now, as I'm looking at it now, let me look at the bull case and the bear case. Every stock has both. Every stock has the reasons that it could go to the moon. Every stock has its reasons that it could just flop to the ground. Portillo's is now trading at 1022. This is a big drop. The stock's dropped 35, actually 50% this year since its IPO. That's a big deal. Analysts still like the stock. When I look at Portillo's, let me see what they're saying in the analysis of Portillo's. Let's see here. Okay, they're saying nothing. I'm looking here in Robinhood Gold, hoping that they'll give me some analysis, and they don't have any analysis. Okay, I don't have anything in front of me on this. So maybe there's some stuff here on E-Trade. Let's see. Analyst research. Let me click here and see what's here. In case you want to know how the story ends, I am going to buy some more Portillo stock because, and here's the deal. I don't know for sure what's going to happen. I just have my belief. Remember, investing is a little bit like a religion. It's you have a belief that a company or an industry is going to eventually turn around and do better, or that you just want to get on the boat. You want to be involved. You want to own this. And so let's say Portillo stock is only worth half of what the IPO was, and it's trading for the next 5 years around that range. Well, number one, investing isn't just something to grow wealth. It's also what they call a store of value. A store of value means that it's just like a bucket. You're putting your money in a bucket. So here's the reason why I believe in investing, even if I don't know if the investment's going to do great, is that let's say I invest in something and it loses 30% of its value in the next 5 years. Well, that means that I put in, say, $1,000. In 5 years, I'm going to have $700. Now, I want you to think about other things people might do with $1,000, like go on a trip. If I go on a trip and I spend that $1,000, how much of that money am I going to have 5 years from now? None. Nothing. I'll have memories, though. That's a good thing, but I won't have any money. If I go to the mall, spend that $1,000. 5 years later, Nothing. Most of those clothes will be in the garbage. If I spend $1,000 on my new iPhone, the iPhone will be gone in 5 years because the Apple's gonna convince me to buy another one. So I don't think investing in a stock is something where it should be like make or break. Like I'm only going to invest if I know for sure what's going to happen. Let me just tell you, I've been through all the research. I've read thousands of papers on these topics. I have written original research papers on these topics. In case you don't know what the standard is to write an original research paper, you have to discover something that no human being in the history of the world has ever discovered. That's a lot of pressure. But I've written about 14 research papers like that, and that's what I had to do because that's what you do as a professor. That's what we do with our time. And what I can tell you is that most theories agree that you really can't predict what a stock is going to do. However, you can look at what's in front of you. And what the fundamentals kind of say is, number one, a lot of analysts still believe Portillo's has some upside. In fact, the majority of them do. Let's see here. I'm looking to see what some of them are saying about this stock. Most of the estimates for Portillo's are higher than the $10 amount. The average price target for this stock on E-Trade anyway is $17. So that means that if it does go up to 17 or beyond, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to say, great, it's good that the market finally figured out what we've known all along, but it may not do that, right? There's no guarantees. You have to know that about investing. So let me read a little bit here. There's a guy named Nick. What's his name? It's like an Italian name. Stifel. I said Nick. Stifel Nicholas. He kept his buy rating on Portillo's, and what did he say? He says, drum roll, please. Let's see. The company has a 1-year high of $23.99 and a 1-year low of $9.93. Okay, I'm still waiting for them to get to the description. Okay, let's talk about the company. The company serves Chicago street food through high energy and multi-channel restaurants. We know these things. Tell me why you like the stock. I'm looking for, you know what? There is no other. Crap. Okay, let me see what UBS has to say. All they did was they just in this article they just described the stock. They didn't tell me why they had this analysis. So let me see if okay, UBS believes improving traffic trends, reduced macro pressure, and better visibility into the margin trajectory represent necessary catalysts from here. What does that mean? Well, what that means is that they believe that there are trends in traffic in terms, I guess, store traffic, stuff like that, that are in the favor of the company. Reduce macro pressure. Perhaps they're talking about things like interest rates being high, making it maybe difficult to expand and build more stores, or maybe pressure on the consumer. I don't think that's what they're talking about, but that could be an issue. Also, better visibility in the margin trajectory. So I'm thinking when they say better visibility, my first thought is just visibility of the franchise. I think Portillo's is a great company and a great franchise to make a great product. But then they say into the margin trajectory. So I'm guessing that means that their profit margins, meaning how much money do they make on every sale. So either way, though, most people are predicting that Portillo's stock is going to be a good investment. So here's what I do, right? So I buy it and I don't overthink it. It's just like, saying, hey, I'll go on a date with this lady just to see if I like her. But because I also have a positive belief about this stock, I'm going to go ahead and maybe dollar cost average my way in. And because remember, when the stock price drops, you can either see it as confirmation that the company is starting to nosedive, or you can see it as, oh, wow, what a buying opportunity. It's really a choice. It's really a choice. In fact, that's what makes trade happen in the market. That's what makes stocks sell. That's what makes the options market so active, is that you have what they call information dispersion. You have different people who are seeing the same information and walking away with different interpretations of that information. So someone says, Portillo's stock is now down to $10.22. So I come to the market. I run to the market because I say, woo, this is a buying opportunity. Portillo's is on sale. But then maybe you are willing to sell to me because you're seeing that same information and you're saying, oh man, this shows Portillo's is a dud. I'm getting rid of that, right? So to some extent, in order for us to trade, we have to have different religious beliefs. Right? Seriously, I believe I'm a bull, you're a bear. That's why we trade. If we were both bears or both bulls, then what would happen is that the price would keep moving until we establish what they call a new equilibrium. So what would happen if we were both bulls? Almost like it's almost like trying to date somebody and I'm a dude looking for a pretty lady and you're a dude looking for a pretty lady. that ain't really going to work because I don't roll like that. I don't go to Diddy parties, right? So it would be kind of awkward, right? So you'd have to be looking for something very different from what I'm offering. But in trade, you actually have the ability for two bulls to eventually make a deal. Let me tell you why. I might be a bull and you might be a bull. But then we go to the second dimension, the second derivative. How much of a bull are you? It reminds me of that movie Civil War. I saw the movie Civil War this week, and the guy says, "Don't shoot me. I'm an American." And he said, "You're an American, huh? Well, what kind of American are you?" Right. So what he was saying is like, we need to go to another level. Yeah, you're an American. Well, so am I. But are you a Colorado American? Are you a San Francisco American? Are you a Texas American? Right. Different kinds of Americans. So I'm a bull. You're a bull. But what kind of bull are you? Maybe I'm a bull who believes that Portillo's is going to go to the moon. It's going to go back to 24, the high of 24 and beyond. Maybe you're a bull that believes that Portillo's is going to go up, but not to the moon. So here's what would happen if two bulls get together and try to make a trade and the price is at $10 and something. So I'm a buyer and you're a buyer. Well, that's not going to work. So what would happen is that when you have a lot of bulls, a lot of people that want to buy, you have too many buyers. What happens to the price? Answer me in the chat. What happens to the price of a stock when you have an imbalance between the numbers of buyers and sellers where everybody wants to be a buyer? Everybody wants to get a piece of the action. What's going to happen to the price of that asset? I'll let you answer while I buy my Portillo stock. There we go. It's been purchased that quick. It goes up, right? It goes up. It goes to 11, then 12, then 13, then 14, then 15. And we're all bulls, so we're all for it. We're still buying. I'm buying at 12. I'm buying at 13. I'm buying at 14. I'm buying at 15. But then there's a point where we're playing a game of chicken. There's a point where you get off the bus. There's a point where you say, okay, you know what? I'm ready to take profits now. I want to go ahead and cut my stake in Portillo's. I don't think this stock is going to go to the moon. I'm willing to go so far, but not too far. So then what happens is we establish a new equilibrium where you switch almost like they talk about people being able to switch genders and all that, not to be political, but that's what it makes me think about. You can literally switch genders financially. You can switch financial genders. You can go from being a bull to a bear. You can go from being a buyer to a seller, right? Well, why? What changes the DNA of your situation as a market participant? What changes that economic DNA? It's the price. The price of the asset changes everything. So now, because the price is no longer 10, it's now 17. Maybe you switched from being a bull to a bear. You got to the point where you say, I think the stock is priced too high. I'm going to go ahead and start selling some shares. So then I can buy from you at what they call a new equilibrium price of, $16, $17. That's kind of what's happening with AMC and GameStop. And I really wanted to talk about that because I just think it's so exciting to see the meme stocks and all that. There's opportunities to make money, but it's also a perilous, risky space. And effectively with AMC, let me tell you what just happened with AMC. First off, AMC, in case you don't know what's been going on, AMC and GameStop have been acting just ridiculous. They've been just extra ghetto this week. AMC literally went up 100% last night. I don't know if y'all know that AMC went up 100%. AMC stock just a few days ago, you could have bought AMC stock for $3. Now it's priced at $7.27. Now here's what's interesting though. The price so far today has gone up 40% since this morning, but it's dipped quite a bit since this afternoon. Earlier, it was as high as $11 or $12.66. So if you bought at $12.66, you've lost a big chunk of almost half of your investment. You lost 40% of your investment if you bought when the price was at $12.66. Hence is the risk in participating in such a volatile, chaotic situation. The problem with AMC and GameStop is that there's no economic fundamentals backing any of this move. This is all being driven by Reddit, the Redditors and the AMC apes and Roaring Kitty and this whole culture around meme stocks. That's what's been driving the price. And this really is pretty tantamount to old school market manipulation. There's nothing new about a meme stock. There's nothing new about meme stocks. This has been happening for over 200, 300, 400 years. In fact, it's been happening for thousands of years. People have always manipulated prices since the beginning of time. I'm just really curious to see when they're going to make this illegal, because what's happening is they're doing things on these message boards to push the price way, way up. And what's going to ultimately occur is that you're going to have a scandal where you'll find out that there are people in the center who are manipulating this situation to make sure that they know exactly when to sell and exactly when to buy. It's no different. It's as predictable in my mind. It's as predictable as the fact that when they started to legalize sports gambling and promote gambling at every sporting event, I said at some point they're going to have a big scandal. There's going to be some NBA player, NFL players going to get caught fixing the spread or fixing points. And so far, they've only had two scandals. These are the first two in what will be dozens of scandals. One was the biggest, highest paid baseball player in the major leagues, a Japanese guy. His manager was taking bets on baseball games or something, or doing something illegal with baseball games. And then number two, there was an NBA player that played for the Toronto Raptors who has been suspended for life because he was doing something basically the equivalent of point shaving in an NBA game. They're not the only ones though. There are going to be other people that are doing the same thing. Just there's too much money involved. So really, in a way, they're making the mistake of thinking that I can get close to the fire and I won't get burned. No, they're going to burn the whole damn house down. And at some point, just imagine in 5 years, the cover of some major sports magazine, maybe Sports Illustrated. I don't know if they're still here or not. They're going to have some big gambling scandal on the cover that's going to involve some LeBron James level player who's making hundreds of millions of dollars fixing games. But that's here nor there. All right. So now what would I do with AMC or GameStop? First of all, I would really have to understand that it's a casino. Like that's the first thing you got to understand is that if you get involved with these stocks, you are playing a game of musical chairs. You don't know when Cinderella is going to turn into a pumpkin. When these stocks start to trade at their true value, then bad things are going to happen. What has already occurred is that the smart money has already reacted to this. When they see this is what they call irrational exuberance. When smart money people start to see retail investors or gamblers pretty much, or the Redditors start to push the stock price up, they immediately jump in and their mindset is that of a seller. Their mindset tends to be not, I'm going to ride this wave until the wheels fall off. Their mindset is, okay, how do we take advantage of this by selling this $2 asset for 10, 12 bucks. Well, I can tell you already that part of the reason the stock price declined is because the first thing that AMC did when they saw the price take off is they sold $250 million worth of stock. They sold when they started seeing this happen. They didn't say we're going to ride with the apes to the end. I saw Planet of the Apes yesterday. It was a little bit boring. I'm not going to lie. I fell asleep twice, but I watched Civil War the day before. Civil War kept me awake. Planet of the Apes didn't, but they were both decent movies though. But anyway, since we were talking about apes, I just thought I'd bring that up. All right, so what's happened is that the price has dropped because the people at the top, the insiders, are selling, and that's consistent with financial theory. In financial theory, the people that know more about an asset, when the market watches those people to decide what to do. So if the insiders are selling, the outsiders should be saying, "Wait a minute, you're selling. So if you're selling, I should be selling too because I don't know what's going on with this company. I don't know what's going to happen next. So I'm just going to follow your lead." Or another way to look at it is that when you increase the supply of a commodity, typically the price goes down, it does not go up. So the AMC insiders are selling for logical reasons. They know that their stock is not going to be trading at this 8, 9, 10, $12 range, most likely in the future. It's going to go back to normal. And so they're taking advantage of the getting while the getting's good because AMC is a company that really needs the cash flow. Now, there's that other side, where people may jump in. Again, if you're a speculator, you can jump in and say, I'm going to buy this stock at this price now and hope that it continues to go up forever. Well, I don't know how that, I mean, here's the thing. If you do this, I'm not here to tell you what to do or not to do. I do not give investing advice on this channel. Let me know. Give me a yes or no if you understand that I do not give investing advice on this channel. I've been having to repeat that 1,000 times ever since there were people who somehow believe that I own the Tulsa Real Estate Fund or own some percentage of it or whatever. No, I did not own it. I supported it, but I don't own the damn thing. So I have to make sure I repeat this so that people will get this. So the slow kids in the back will understand. All right. So this is not investing advice, but here's what you could do if you wanted to participate and have a little bit of fun. Well, the first thing is, number one, if you jumped into this game, you'd have to be fully aware that you can lose every single penny that you put up. Make sure you understand that. You just have to know this, right? Because this stock, could go right back to $3 a share, game over. It doesn't do anything it doesn't wake up for another 5 years or something. Now, if you did jump in, one thing you could do is in order to sort of give yourself a little bit of cushion, is you could take advantage of the fact that when a stock gets this much activity, the options market starts jumping. It just goes insane. Options prices get ridiculously high when a stock attracts a lot of speculators. So right now, if I look at AMC stock, I'm willing to bet you, yeah, the options are insanely highly priced. So the price is $7.35. If I buy it, if I sell a call option with a strike all the way up at $10, I could get $1 per share. What does that mean? Well, that means number one, that it's almost like buying something at the store and instantly getting a rebate. So if I stepped in and I said, I'm going to buy $7,000 worth of AMC stock, I can instantly sell that call option and get a rebate of $1,000 or $1,100. That would provide a little bit of cushion in case the stock does collapse on me. It also still gives me some upside in case the stock goes crazy. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to have FOMO if this stock shoots up to $50 a share. I'm going to be mad. I'm going to say, dang it, why didn't I buy more shares? Well, you can still do that. Like you could buy, you don't have to sell options on everything that you own. You could sell the rights on half of what you own and then let the other half kind of float, right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's speculatory. It's not real investing. It's more like day trading / gambling. But hey, I'm not here to judge you on that. Now here's the other problem though. See, here's the thing though. What a lot of people do, and this is what Mark Cuban did when he did one of the 10 greatest trades in Wall Street history, is he got this big payoff in Yahoo stock. He sold the calls, so he sold the rights on the upside, but he kept a little bit for himself, but he sold most of the rights to the upside, and then he bought puts to protect from the downside. Well, the problem with that strategy in this case, they call that a collar, by the way. The problem with this strategy in this case is that when the price of the calls go up, the price of the puts also go up. Because what you're having with AMC and GameStop is the equivalent of a financial civil war. It's a financial civil war because half the people get there and they're like these AMC apes who think the stock is gonna start at $7.35 and then it's gonna go to 15, 20, 30, $45. And then you have people that are like, this is stupid. This stock's eventually going to collapse. I want put options on this stock because this is like taking candy from a baby, because when this stock deflates and it starts to drop, I want to be there to make money. So if you were to buy a put though, here's that problem though. If you bought a put that expires, say May 17th, if you look at the puts are really expensive. They're really expensive. So like even if I bought a put, the price is $7.35. So even if I bought a put with a strike of $5.50, I'm paying 75 cents a share for that. So if I sold my call for $1.10, but I'm paying 75 cents for my put, I'm cutting into my profit margin quite a bit, right? So ultimately, I don't know if that strategy works as well, and it certainly doesn't work if you were to do it kind of the same way we talk about in the prime class, where you buy the long-term put and you're going to make money on this stock over a long period of time. That doesn't really work as well in this case because you don't know how long this flare up is going to last. That's the thing. You don't know how long this civil war is going to last. So it could last for a week, it could last for a month, it could be a year, but you just don't know. So just know that if you participate, there is money that can be made as long as you're fully prepared for the fact that you may lose money. So if you want to know what I did for fun, I did buy just a very small number of shares, just a couple hundred, and I instantly sold call options on those shares. I did not buy put options on those shares. So the downside is that I have to hold these shares until the expiration date because that's the collateral for the contract that I sold. And so generally speaking, it did the strategy work? Yeah, it worked pretty well. The strike prices I picked were pretty high, and the stock is way off that strike price. And so I think these calls are going to expire worthless. And so I made a little bit of money. But remember, the downside though is that I have this asset that could easily deflate in value. So that's why I only bought a couple of hundred shares instead of buying a couple of thousand. I'm not going to put the bulk of my wealth or even more than 0.1% of my wealth into AMC GameStop because this is not a healthy place to really be trading on a regular basis, in my opinion. So I would encourage you to observe, learn, understand, maybe dabble if you feel up to it, but don't think of this as like this get money opportunity because it's going to be a bloodbath when these stocks finally come down to earth. And the people, the roaring kitties of the world, the people in the epicenter of this, they're going to walk away with millions. And then millions of little 24-year-olds, sitting in their parents' basement on their laptops are going to get slaughtered. That's what I believe. That's my 2 cents. Okay. All right. So speaking of Get Money, by the way, you guys know the Get Money Fest is hosted by JRTs in Philadelphia, May 18th. It's totally free if you want to join. Well, the standard tickets are free, and then they have VIP tickets that can give you a little more access to people like me, and you could come talk to me and stuff. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you would like to join us in Philly. I'll be there. And Asia Kirkendall, who wrote the book Quantum Wealth Theory, who is an extraordinary financial psychologist who is actually going to join the faculty in the Black Business School. She'll be there. There's another Asia. I don't have her last name, but she's a branding expert. There's a lot of great people there. Michael Edwards, who's a Forex expert, who's a former banker and lender, is going to be there. So there are lots of great people there that know how to make money. And so this is kind of like an art, fashion, and music festival with a heavy, heavy, heavy financial literacy component. So if that's your thing, if you want to network with people and have some fun and learn economics, the Get Money Fest is the place to be. So it's going to be in Philadelphia, May 18th. I'm going to be there for a couple of hours, but it is 6 hours long. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you're interested. All right, so let's see. Naomi says, hey, Dr. Boyce, I made some money selling covered calls on FFIE and EOSE in the past, and now they dropped extensively. What do you think about them? Okay, Naomi. All right, so let's see here. If I were to look at, what was it? You said FFIE? Makes me think about fee fi fo fum, like the giant. Okay, Faraday, Future Intelligent Electric. That stock is really low price. I mean, that's a 28 cent stock. I don't think the options market is, I mean, it's a really hard options market to really participate in. I mean, you can sell calls, I mean, and make money, but yeah, there's something about this company. I'm willing to bet you that the stock has probably plummeted. Yeah, it's dropped 58% this year, 99% in the last year. Yeah, I would just say that companies like this, they're teetering on the brink of death. And sometimes you buy something that's on the brink of death and then it comes back to life. So maybe this $25 stock doubles and becomes a 50 cent, sorry, this 25-cent stock doubles and becomes a 50-cent stock, but sometimes it doesn't. One of the interesting things about Faraday, though, ironically, is that the stock price today has gone up 378%, which is crazy, right? So if you wanted to have fun, like I would see the stock more like a speculative purchase. I would not see it as like, yeah, this is the thing that's going to get me out of the hood. But I mean, Lord, I mean, if the meme stockers are just giving away money like this, literally 200 shares would cost you like $50. So again, if you want to have some fun, you can mess with it. But I mean, just know there's a good chance you could end up losing money as long as you know that. That's okay. Um, Actually, so just out of respect for everyone else, I'm going to move to the other questions. So if you have a question about a stock, if you could ask about one at a time, that would really help me kind of make sure I get a chance to talk to everybody. Also, if selling all call options stuff like that is of interest to you and you want to get good at it, feel free to join us at drboyceprime.com. drboyceprime.com is where we generate income selling call options and designing strategies to protect the investment. It's a great family business if that's something that you're interested in doing. And by the way, for those of you that are in the Prime program, I did just make a new update of the Moneymaker grid. So there are, I want to say about 25 stocks that I vetted and I did my calculations and put together the whole spreadsheet. Look at that last column, and ROI is the number that tells you which ones generate the most income. And so feel free to go to drboyceprime.com and take a look at the Moneymaker grid. I just updated that last night. Now, someone asked, what are meme stocks? Meme stocks are basically these stocks that trade on emotion and almost like irrational behavior. They're stocks that have valuations that exceed their fundamental value based on standard financial models. So if you were to look at a financial model and try to understand AMC, you would come to a valuation of like $1. Like that stock is probably worth about $1 based on these models. But if you go to the market, it's clearly trading for more than $1. And that is why it's called a meme stock, because it's built on what they call irrational exuberance. There are other companies out there that are benefiting in the meme stock trend. For example, Trump Media. Trump Media, DJT, that's the ticker symbol, has gone up 100% in the last month, or it's actually doubled in the last month. This is a stock that, based on most research reports, is worth almost nothing. It's worth less than $1. And but right now it's trading at 54.83. And so a person who invests in the stock, you're not really investing so much in a company as much as you're investing in the belief that Trump supporters will always pump up his stock because they like him so much. So in a way, this has become a type of campaign finance for Trump because he raised $2 or $3 billion by issuing these worthless shares to the market, and people are paying $54.85 for them. So if your goal is to bet on the loyalty of Trump supporters, then that might be an investment to make. But if you're investing in a company based on fundamentals, it's not a good investment in my opinion. All right, and by the way, if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. I'm going to answer all the questions in the Zoom in the Q&A. For those of you that want to be invited to the Zoom or invited to the Q&A, get on our text list, and I'll send you a link to join us. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Once you text morning to 87948, I will send you invitations to join us for the portfolio power play and the Black Stock Market program and all that stuff, so you can take a look at all the material. All right, so let's see. Zoe says, if someone came into the same capital of around 10K into some capital, okay, around 10K, would this be enough for a monthly income of 3 to 5K? That would be hard to do, Zoe. That would be very hard to do. I think a capital base of 10K, I would say a few $100 a month or something like that. I wouldn't, or maybe if you were careful and use margin, you could get to over 1,000 a month or something. But I can't make promises like that. I don't want to make those sorts of promises. But I could say that I've seen that happen. I've seen people take $10,000 in capital and really do a lot with it, where it bumped up their income quite a bit. And so, again, I think it's a great family business. You get that cousin, that relative that's got a little extra money sitting in their 401k. You tap into a little bit of that. Maybe somebody taps into a little bit of a HELOC. Not all of your wealth. I'm not saying all of your money, but a little bit of it. And then you get into the covered call writing and managing the portfolio properly, the stuff that we do in the Prime program, picking the right stocks. It's a game changer. It's literally a game changer. There was one family that came in and we did a one-on-one, and they had about 95,000 in a HELOC. And I sat down and I said, well, how much are your bills every month? And it was about 7,000 a month. And we figured out how to get almost 7,000 a month just in income. And I literally showed them my portfolio. I said, this is what I'm invested in. This is how I generate my income for my family. And they pretty much just, I said, but this is not investing advice, but if you want to copy, you can, because this is what I do every week. And it really changed everything. So this to me is the best way to make money that there is. I haven't seen anything. I've known for a long time about real estate and entrepreneurship and other forms of investing. And I just really think this is a great pathway for those that want to generate income and don't want to have to go to work anymore. Maybe you're a good saver. It works best for those that have a capital base, though. If you don't have a capital base, you have to figure out a way to get one. That might be where the family business and all that stuff kicks in. And those of you that are in the Prime program, say something in the chat about your experience. If you want to share with others what the experience has been like for you, so that they can go take a look if they want to. drboyceprime.com is where you can log in. drboyceprime.com. Okay, so let's see. Next question is Kamisha, Dr. B, are you going to put out a new moneymaker grid soon? Yes, Kamisha, I just did. So if you're curious about the stocks that I like the most for options, just log in drboyceprime.com, and there is the moneymaker grid. Chanel, I believe Chanel put it in there today. I sent it to her last night, so that is available to you. And I know Amani's here. Amani, I don't know if you're able to see it and you want to put the link where people can go log in and get the moneymaker grid, but feel free to share it in the chat. Let's see. King May says, okay, so King, you have a lot of questions. I'm going to answer two. I'm going to do the first two. And then if you have other questions, you can ask other questions later. I just want, just out of respect for everyone, it's hard to do 5 questions at once. But let's see. The first question is, what's late close opinions? Can you buy stocks on the weekend? Yes, you can buy stocks on the weekend. You have a 24-hour market for some stocks. Not all stocks are available to be purchased on the weekends, but there are stocks that have a 24-hour market. There is talk about making the entire stock market into a 24-hour experience. Let's see. Do you like the industrial sector? Yes, I like industrials. What sectors of stocks are my favorite? I don't really have a favorite sector. I kind of invest in all of them. But I think energy is good. I started buying stock in a uranium ETF. URA is the ticker symbol. URA. Again, not investing advice, but that's what I'm doing. URA I like because there is a high demand for uranium that's going to occur, according to most experts, because AI is going to take a lot of energy. And all this energy is going to require them to develop new grids and everything else, which is why uranium in the URA ETF is, in my view, a good long-term investment. Now, remember, most investments that I make are more like 3 to 5, at least 3 to 5 years, some of them as long as 10 years. And so ultimately, you're not going to see things just sort of flip really quickly. Now I like selling options because that is quick. You can make your money right away. Like so, in this I think is a great plan. Like for your kids. Like so, for example, if your kid owned, I always like to use Meta stock as an example because it's a safe one. It's not one that I trade options on because there are better options out there. But let's say your kid owned 500 shares of Meta stock. They literally this month, like remember, think about like real estate and stuff, right? You go invest all this money, you do all this work, and then you make a little bit of cash flow after you pay expenses. Well, if a person owned 500 shares of Meta stock, which would cost about a couple $100,000, right? Which you can't even buy a house now for that much. The average house is now $300,000. But they had 500 shares of Meta stock. They could sell an option that expires at the end of the month for let's say they pick a conservative strategy of let's say a big strike price is 20 points above the current price, they would make $5,000 a month, right? So they would make almost $60,000 a year doing absolutely nothing, like literally just managing an asset, just managing what you give them. So I would encourage you to build a capital base for your child. This goes back to our Black Wealth Master Plan at blackwealthmasterplan.com. The Black Wealth Master Plan for kids is three stages. One, every child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12 in case they can't get a job. Number two, every child should own stock and have stock consistently bought for them by the age of 5. Number three, every child should be in a position by the time they're 21 to make a down payment on a property, which they will be if you follow rule number 2. If you follow rule number 2, then rule number 3 naturally takes place. It naturally occurs because your child has that capital base. This is better and more important than any college degree they'll ever get, any medical degree, any BS, BA, or MAMS. There are parents that have enough of a capital base that their kids literally can make the same amount of money as a surgeon at the age of 22, even if they didn't go to college. And I'm not making this up. This is not me being dramatic. I'm a financial scientist. So I'm not a YouTube influencer. I'm not all these other things that people do. No, I'm a finance professor. So the math works out, but you have to invest and build that capital base. If you don't have a capital base, it's really hard to get capital. I mean, it's really easy. You've always known this though. You've always heard people say it takes money to make money. Yeah, what they're saying is that that if you have a capital base, it's easier to make money. So build a capital base. How do you build one? Well, you do things like the $5 a day plan. Small amounts of money consistently purchased in the stock market builds up a capital base so that you're wealthy. In financial consciousness training, I explained to you guys, I said in 1924, we watched a video. Those of you that were there know what I'm talking about. We watched a video from the 1920s and saw how people lived and what people were dealing with and what people were thinking and everything else, what their cars looked like and what their planes looked like and all that. And I said, in 1924, the average income was about $1,250 a year. I said, if a person invested 10% of their income in the stock market in 1924 and did that for their descendants, then 100 years later, that family would be worth about $37 million. And so really what I am encouraging you to do is understand that capital bases are built through consistent investments by somebody in the family. Somebody's got to do it. If nobody plants a seed, then there is no harvest. But if everybody's planting tiny seeds, then you have a whole farm. And people who have big farms don't have a problem eating. You can eat forever. Let's keep going. All right, so let's see here. Let's see, Amani, can you please post an example of how to use our B1 affiliate link? Gail, talk to Amani. Amani, can you connect with Gail? Make sure she knows how to do the affiliate stuff. And if there's anything out there standardized that we can share that will help everyone learn how to be an affiliate of the Black Business School. Like, for example, if you're a member of Prime and you love it and you have people that in your family that want to join, we'd love to give you a commission and allow you to make that into a business. Like we really want to support you in that because it's an ecosystem. You win, we win, they win, everybody wins, right? So if that's of interest to you, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can show you the link. They can get you started. Amani's right there. Amani's good. And Chanel is great as well. And so they can all help you. All right, let's see. Next, Karen Lomax says, I saw an alert that AMC stock is on hold. You can't buy it right now. Why is that? Really? No way. Is that true? Is that on Robinhood? Ooh, oh, no, 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 no. Don't say that's so funny. Oh, 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 wow. Let me see. I'm gonna try to buy like 10 shares. Let me see. Order received. Okay. Is the order gonna go through? Okay, it's still twirling. It's twirling extra long. Okay, I played. Wow. Huh. Wow, that's interesting. That's very interesting. And the reason that it's interesting is because I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know what the situation is now. I do know that in the past, Robinhood was accused of basically what was a type of corruption. They have somehow they have a relationship with Ken Griffin, I think that's his name, who's a very wealthy man who runs a company. I think it's Citadel Capital, and I mean, he's so wealthy. People like LeBron James and stuff can't compare to him. This guy makes $2-3 billion a year. And anyway, so what happened was that when they were pushing AMC stock up and pushing up GameStop and all that, there were companies connected. There you go. You saw the Netflix special, Dumb Money. I think they might have brought that up then. So as they were pushing the stock price up, it was creating the squeeze on the short sellers and really causing them to lose billions of dollars. So there are some who accuse Robinhood of artificially restricting the ability to buy the stock so that the short sellers could get out of their contracts and stop losing money to stop the bleeding. And some of these companies were connected to Griffin, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember all the details, but that was kind of so it was basically the fix was in. People still wanted to keep the stock running, and there were people who artificially stopped the stock from running, and they did that mostly on Robinhood. Now, just so you know, this order did go through. I bought the 10 shares. So now I owe now I own an extra 10 shares of AMC. Pray for me now. And so it looks like the order went through. So I don't think it's all stopped for good, but I do see a warning here on Robinhood that says some stock exchanges, not Robinhood, have temporarily halted trading in AMC. Now that's interesting. I think the reason they say not Robinhood is because they know that people were very suspicious of their behavior when that happened the first time. And I don't doubt for a second that there might have been some corruption going on. Now, if you look at GameStop, there's another warning here that says this stock has recently experienced elevated volatility. So that just means you're kind of trading in a dangerous neighborhood when you mess with that stock. Right now with GameStop, it looks like GameStop is up 43% today, but that's also kind of cooled off. So again, I'm not touching GameStop. I did a little bit with AMC because it's cheap and it's easy. But even then, it's kind of you still have to be careful with these stocks. Okay, so there you go. That's my 2 cents. All right. Okay, next question. Let me answer a few more questions. Then I actually have to run. I got to go to the DMV, and then I got to pick up my wife from the hairdresser. And you know how y'all women get when your man don't pick you up. Let's see. I sold half of my AMC shares, so I already broke even. Good for you. Good for you. Not sure if you answered this already, but how do you feel about selling cash secured puts on GME? I wouldn't do it just because the thing about it is if you sell a put, you're, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Let me look at it and I'll tell you what I think. But the thing about selling a put though is remember that you're guaranteeing the price you'll pay. You're not guaranteeing where the price will be when you do pay. So the price is 41.76. So if I sell a put with a strike of say 35, that's fine if the stock price is only 35 or 34. But what if it drops to 14? Then I got to pay $35 for a $14 stock. So I kind of took a bath on that. So a good way to maybe balance that might be to buy a deeper out of the money put to protect you from the fact that that put price could actually drop. Now, if you look at it just from a logistical standpoint, if I was to sell a put on GME stock, the price is 41.76. First thing I would do is I would take advantage of the fact that put prices are incredibly high. So that means that I can go down pretty far in my strike price and get a little bit of a decent return on my money. So the price is 41. I can sell a put with a put that expires on May 17th with a strike of $29 and get $2.09 per share. So let's see what happens here. So this is cash money in my pocket. Let's say I did that for I don't know, let's say 500 shares. Okay, so 500 shares means that I have to be prepared to come up with 500 times $29, which would be about 15,000 bucks in order to make this trade. Now they would give me $1,000 for providing this insurance. So if I did that, I could then go and get $1,000 in my pocket. So what I've done is I've actually sold insurance. I basically have told the speculators if the stock drops below 29, I'm prepared to step in and be a buyer at 29. So you have to ask yourself if you feel comfortable being that person. I personally don't. Now, if I did, though, the collateral would be the amount of money it will cost me to fulfill my obligation as basically the insurance company for the stock. So it's up to you. I mean, I wouldn't say it was crazy and stupid to do, but if somebody was okay with taking ownership of the stock at a lower price and felt like maybe the stock wasn't going to even hit the price anyway, then why not collect that, $1,000 payoff or whatever? But just remember, when they give you that $1,000 in your bank account, it's because you are giving some sort of downside protection to the investors in the stock who are worried about the price dropping below 29. All right, a couple more questions, then we're going to bounce on out of here. Let's see. One more reminder, by the way, speaking of like managing risk and stuff like that, I have a training on storm-proof investing, basically showing ways to protect your portfolio for what a lot of people believe is going to be a market decline in the second half of the year. There are lots of people that are predicting that certain catalysts may kick in, like the commercial real estate market, stuff like that, may push prices down. It was a one-day training. It's lifetime access. I don't know how much it costs, but it's not very much. So if you'd like to go take a look at it, go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com, and you can take a look at that. All right. So let's see. Brandon says, are you still selling options on Marathon Digital? Yes, I do. I like Marathon. If the price moves, I just manage my investment and roll down, roll up, do what I got to do, and that's a steady stream of income. I've probably made hundreds of thousands of dollars just from that stock alone in terms of income. I pay my credit card bills with my business that I do with Marathon. So yeah, I like Marathon. Let's see here. Do you think Tempest Therapeutics is still a good stock? And do you still own yours? Jake, if I bought it, I don't recall selling options on it, but if I bought it as a long-term investment, I probably do own it. I don't sell stock that often. I usually just buy and I just throw it in the bucket and I just leave it there and allow it to grow, allow it to do what it's supposed to do. The best way to grow your wealth is not pick at it. Like my wife and I owned Nvidia because we bought it because our son told us about it in 2017, 2018, and we didn't touch it. We didn't even think about it. So when I saw Nvidia shoot up, I said, "Oh, I wonder if I own any Nvidia." And I looked, and we'd bought like maybe, I don't know, 100 shares or something. And it was worth like, I want to say like almost $100,000 when we finally looked at it again. And we had bought it for maybe 4,000 or something. So yeah, so a lot of times just buy your stock, own it, and just, I'm a believer in leaving it there. Doc, do I need 50K to invest to get a couple thousand per month? Um, yeah, I think you can I think you can get more than a couple thousand. Depends on what kind of risk profile you take on. But yeah, I think I've seen people take 50K and make enough money to pay most of their bills with that. So yeah, that's doable. All right, so let's see here. Aisha says, I have 4 children. I would like to do the $5 a day plan for them. What's the best platform, and do I need to have a separate account for each of them? No, Aisha, I wouldn't overthink it. I would literally remember you're the boss, you're the matriarch. You're sacrificing for the kids, but I think you should also sacrifice for yourself. So that means that this money builds an asset base, a capital base for the family, not just for the kids. It's for everybody. And, the mama, my wife, I talk to my wife about this a lot. I'm like, you black mamas, I love y'all so much, and I love what black women do, but some of y'all sacrifice so much for everyone, and you almost leave yourself off the table in terms of who should benefit from all your sacrifice. And so what I told my wife is I said, keep being the same person you are. Keep going above and beyond for everyone because that's what makes you so valuable. But go above and beyond for yourself too. Like we'll go shopping and she'll buy stuff for everybody except herself. And I'm like, no, you deserve to have something nice too. Why can't you love you as much as you love yourself? So what I would say to you in that principle, in that spirit, with my own particular bias, is this is your money. This is your capital base until you decide to transfer that to the children or whatever. They don't even need to know it exists. They don't. They just know, like with our kids, we just tell them, look, don't worry about it. You're gonna be all right. If one of us dies, just know you're gonna be cashing checks and you're gonna have to get a financial advisor. But for the most part, when I say one of us, I'm talking about me, their mother, and their dad. I'm the bonus dad, and then they have a biological dad. All of us are good with money. And so with the kids, we don't give them specifics. We don't say, oh, well, in this account, we've got this much for you and we bought this for you. We don't do none of that because I want them to live life. I just want them to hustle and work and grow and learn and build. And then what we do is going to be kind of a bonus because I don't want money can corrupt you. Money can ruin a young person. If you give them $100,000 and they're 17 and they don't even have a purpose in life, a person with resources but no purpose is going to destroy every resource they have. They just are. Just like a person who has a car and they don't know how to drive and they have nowhere to go, they're going to drive fast and crash into a tree. So to me, let them build their purpose. So just make those investments for them. $5 a day per child is $20 per day. For a lot of you, that's affordable. That's $600 a month. A lot of you have car notes that are more than 600 per month. Over the course of a 20-year period, that's roughly 350 to $400,000 for the family as a capital base that will allow your children to be able to do things that other black kids, other white kids cannot do. And by the time they're 30, you're talking about that's when you're talking about close to $1 million. That's a beautiful family legacy. That means, what does that mean? That means we ain't got no problems with student loans that affect so many millions of people. We don't have big problems making a down payment on a house. We can own property whenever we want to. We don't have to go to work anymore. We can quit our job whenever we want because we have assets and we know what to do with them. It also means less financial stress and financial anxiety. Nobody's having to go sleep with somebody in order to get money or go to a Diddy party and try to earn or monetize their body parts. Everybody's in a position where they can make safe, free, healthy, happy choices because they can have a purpose that goes beyond money. See, the thing about it with money is that money is important, but money is not the finish line. Money only appears to be the finish line when you don't have any money. When you don't have any money, money becomes the sole reason for living. That's the sole purpose of doing anything. But then when you get money, what that does is that unlocks another level of consciousness where you're able to focus on all the things that are more important than money. People that have money don't sit around and just think about money all day. They protect their money because they're protecting their freedom. So really they're not thinking about getting the money. They're really thinking about getting the freedom and getting the happiness and getting all the things that money can buy. Money can give you the ability to buy, right? Money does not buy happiness, but money gives you access to happiness. Money unlocks your life. It gives you the day off work. It gives you the ability to make decisions that will enhance your happiness without money being the constraint. So if you say, I would be really happy if I could just take a little break and a vacation, you're not saying, well, I can't do it because I can't afford it. You say, okay, let me go ahead and book that trip. You understand? So that's where you want to be. So anyway, let me keep going. How do you feel about LVMUY? I don't know that stock. Is that LV? Let me see. LVMUY. LVMUY. I don't see a stock with that ticker symbol. So I have to apologize. That stock does not appear in Robinhood, which means it could be a pink sheet or a stock that's off of the major exchanges. I don't mess with stocks like that, to be honest with you. When investing $5 a day, are we just adding it to the broker's account? Or are we buying stocks daily? If not, if so, which stocks do you suggest invest? Okay, great question, Audrey. I would start with an ETF or a mutual fund. The ticker symbols that I like would be perfect are SPY and VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar, Sierra Papa Yankee. If you and the money needs to be activated so that the money is going to grow. So you can go in, buy SPY, you can do automatic deposit and buy $5, which $35 a week of SPY, and do that every week. Have that come out of your check, or you can do it monthly, $150 a month of SPY, and then set it and forget it. And then you're becoming what David Bach refers to as the automatic millionaire. He wrote a whole book about people that make little investments like that every week or every month, every time they get a check, and they become very, very wealthy because of it. I also, by the way, there's also a list of AI stocks that are like, there's a great AI ETF and some other stocks. So if you'd like to get that list, make sure you just text the word stock to 87948. Text stock to 87948, and I'll send you that as well as some other resources. So text stock to 87948, and I'll send that to you. All right, so put it all in one account. That's what I would do, Aisha. It should be in your account under your name. The kids don't have to know nothing until you surprise them when they're 25 years old and they say, "Hey, mom, I need to borrow $500." And you say, "Well, guess what? I've got 400,000 sitting over here for a rainy day." But now it's the Bank of Aisha, which means that if I don't approve of what you're doing with your life, like if you're going to take that money and go buy some crack with it, I'm not doing that. But if you are taking that money to go to graduate school or taking that money to invest in real estate or starting your first business, then guess what? You and mama can make a deal, right? But remember though, earning wealth is hard. Protecting wealth is just as hard. Most wealthy families lose all their wealth within one generation. They lose all their wealth in one generation because they don't have a clear plan on how to protect the wealth. So when you get money, you can't be flashy and splashy with it. You can't just throw it at every little thing that comes along. You have to have a process and a procedure that's really built on conservatism. Conservative behavior protects wealth. That's why wealthy people tend to be very conservative. If you look at Warren Buffett, he's super conservative. People say, why are you sitting on $180 billion in cash and you don't believe you have anything to invest in? It's because he's conservative. He's careful. He doesn't flop his money around. He's not going to be at the strip club putting money in a stripper thong. He's not trying to show off. He lives a simple life. Now, he's probably got a little bit of a mental illness, to be honest with you. I think he's a hoarder, and I think he has a hard time enjoying his wealth. I think those are two things from a mental health standpoint that I don't agree with Warren Buffett. But man, those hoarders know how to stack them chips though, don't they? They know how to make that money. So he's very good at that. And he protects his money. All right, so two more things. Kim or King May, how do you buy a piece of stock on Robinhood? If you go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com, all that's in there. Theblackstockmarketprogram.com, theblackstockmarketprogram.com. I think you can start for $1. So everything that you want to know about investing in the stock market is there. Feel free to go take a look. Amani's here, so maybe Amani, if you could put a link in there, I would appreciate that. And again, that first month is either free or $1. So feel free to go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com. The best day of the week, the stocks are the cheapest. I don't think Mondays, I don't think any particular day of the week is better than any other day. There's no theory behind that. I would say the best time to make a move is now, typically. Now, or if the market does dive a little bit, that's an even better opportunity to invest, but you got to be careful about trying to do what they call market timing. Most research says that market timing does not work. It feels like it works. That's why people do it. It just doesn't. Take it from a guy who sat through way too many seminars about this type of stuff in grad school. Jennifer says, my Prime membership come with a private session with Dr. Boyce. No, those come with a fee. However, Prime members do get a discount. So if you'd like to get the discounted price, just reach out to email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, or Mani's right there in the chat, and she can link you up with a private session. So what's the discount code one more time? I don't know which one you're mentioning, Heather. However, if you want to go to our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com. For today only, everything is 60% off. Every 60%. I hope I didn't say 70. Sorry, 60% off for everything in the store. That's for one day. So the code that you can use at checkout is literally today only 2024, all one word. Somebody type that in the chat for me. Today only, all one word. Today only 2024. It's all one word. There's no spaces. Today only 2024, and that's drboycebooks.com. You can get my books. You can get Dr. Claude Anderson's books. You can get our financial flashcards for kids. You can get our workbooks for children. You can get digital trainings. You can get all kinds of stuff. You can get my wife Alicia's workbooks. She's running our Black Financial Therapy Department. This is the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department created anywhere on any campus, anywhere. So we are the best on earth at Black Wealth. There's no place you can find that's doing it better than us. Last question. Do you suggest we get a financial advisor to set up the trust to our accounts? Yeah, I think it is good to have somebody to help you with a trust. I don't think you automatically need a lawyer, but I don't necessarily know if I feel like I would not say that I believe that doing it all by yourself is the best approach right off the bat, unless you're really good. So I would talk to a specialist or a financial advisor. Maybe reach out to your local bank. There are people that can do that. I did mine with an attorney. My parents did theirs with an attorney, but attorneys do cost money. And so if that's hard for you, there are people out there that can do trusts that are not lawyers. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. God bless you. And it was great to hang out with you. And again, the platform for our Black Wealth Mastery store, where all that stuff is in there, you're going to love it. It's like a grocery store for learning how to become a rich Black person. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com, the code to get 60% off for today only is literally today only 2024. Today only 2024, all one word. Put that in when you check out, and the discount will pop up. Last but not least, if you want to get invited to our financial consciousness training every morning, it's like a money mindset kind of thing. It's really, really good. You're going to like that too. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you a link to join us. And then last but not least, for those of you that are Prime members, the Moneymaker Grid has been updated, so you can go look at that. There's some juicy stuff in there. There's some real nice stocks that just, I mean, I just make the list. I start getting excited. I start salivating. I like Pavlov's dog. And also we're going to have a Prime class again soon. Those of you that are interested in taking a look at Prime and seeing what we do, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Have a great day. I will see you all. Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent and serious Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope everybody's doing well. How's everybody doing today? We are 100% pro-Black on this channel. It does not mean that we hate anybody. I don't hate anybody because you're not Black, but at the same time, I love myself, and I hope that that is okay with you. If you don't agree with that, then this may not be the channel for you. So anyway, how's everybody doing today? I hope you're doing well. Tell me what's going on in your life. Also, let me know if you can hear me. Give me a yes if you can hear me in the chat. I want to come in and do something I call Dr. Boyce Exposed. And this is where I come in and I just answer questions. I answer any question on any topic. If you give me a one-sentence question, I will give you a quick answer, and that'll give us an opportunity to get to know each other. So tonight I went to see this movie called Civil War, and it was really good. It was basically all about I think it probably came from the insurrection or the thing that happened in the Capitol on January 6th. And apparently somebody decided to make a movie about like what would America look like if we were in the middle of a civil war. And it was pretty good. I thought it was a great movie. I mean, it was very compelling, very heavy, very deep, lots of violence, stuff like that. But that's what civil wars tend to bring. I thought it was a good movie. Some people thought it was whack, and they're right to think that too. I thought it was the opposite of whack. So anyway, I highly recommend it. I went to see it with my sister, and I enjoyed it very much. All right, so let me start answering your questions. Let me know if you can hear me okay. Bing Fire says, hey, Boyce, you still buying Bitcoin? The answer is hell to the yes, and that's going to be true for several years. Remember, investing is a long-term endeavor. You don't want that to be short-term. You want to think long-term when it comes to investing. Let's see. Cleon says, is BRICS a threat to the U.S. dollar? Long-term, it could be. Long-term, it could be, mainly because I'm surprised BRICS didn't happen sooner. I personally think that they should have did BRICS a long time ago. I also feel that the United States and the dollar dominance has not been good for America. It has always been something that has caused America to struggle in terms of, America hasn't struggled. The world has struggled because the United States has put economic sanctions on something like 2/3 of the world, which is really the fact that they're using the power of money in a negative and a very toxic way. And that's kind of what white supremacy does. And it bothers me. I don't like it. And also, I think at some point we're going to pay a price for bad economic policy. So BRICS, is BRICS a threat right now? No, it's not. But could BRICS be a threat long term? Maybe 20, 30 years from now. I don't see that being a threat right now. Seiko says, hey, what's up, Dr. Vibe? How you doing, brother? Seiko says, what do you think about the Starbucks stock? I like it. I bought Starbucks this week. I own it. I bought it. Not only did I buy the stock, but I bought the coffee. I buy Starbucks almost every day. I love Starbucks. Now the coffee I'm drinking now is Dunkin' Donuts coffee, so sometimes I'll be cheating on the Starbucks. So don't tell the Starbucks people that. All right. So anyway, in case you just came in, if you have a question, I'll answer the question. A question on any topic, just give me a one-sentence question, and I'll give you a quick answer. And also, don't forget that tomorrow morning we do financial consciousness training. If you'd like to join us, just pull out your phone and text the word morning. We do this every single morning. We call it Money in the Morning with Dr. Boyce, and it is financial consciousness training. You can text the word morning to 87948 and get an invitation to the private Zoom. It is a free class from the Black Business School that we do every single day to help you reach your economic potential. A lot of people never reach their economic potential because they don't actually take the time to learn economics. I think that's a huge mistake. I have a PhD in finance. I'd love to help you. If you live in another country and you can't text the word morning to 87948, then you can also go to drboyceelevate.com. Feel free to go to drboyceelevate.com. Hey, Junie's Hobbies from Sacramento, California. He says, what do you think about the black male teacher that got fired for getting the students to take their hair down? He probably violated some sort of school policy. I don't really know how y'all feel, but I don't know how I would feel if I saw my daughter taking down her teacher's hair so he could, get money on his YouTube channel and have my daughter on his channel for content. Because my thing is, look, if the kids are taking your hair down, that's bad enough. But I really think that if you're doing it on social media because you're trying to get likes and clicks on your Netflix, or sorry, not Netflix, sorry, Instagram account, I don't know how appropriate that is. Again, I don't know the situation. All I know is somehow it ended up on social media, and I'm trying to figure out how did that happen, what was going on there, and what's been going on really for sure. I know is a lot of teachers have been sort of putting the kids on their YouTube channels and making money from that. And I don't have any problem with that. I mean, Lord Jesus, teachers deserve to be paid more. They're not paying them enough. They're not, and it's really not enough money to compensate for all the stress these damn kids be causing you. But at the same time, there has to be boundaries, and I think it sounds to me like the brother broke one of the policies. At the same time, though, there's the other side of that that says maybe he just formed a really strong, healthy relationship with the kids. But the problem with those really strong teacher-student relationships is that sometimes they can end up crossing boundaries that they should not cross, and that becomes, a dilemma. A lot of times when teachers get caught sleeping with students and partying with the students and smoking weed with the students and all that, that's always the cool teacher. It's always the cool teacher that gets caught doing some of that crazy stuff. And so really I would say if you are a teacher, I would encourage you to maintain the boundaries of professionalism and be clear with your administration on what that looks like. But does this automatically mean he was seeking to harm the kids? That I cannot say. But I can say if he violated school policy, I mean, rules are rules, right? So what are you going to say about that? Let's see here. Are you still suggesting buy Netflix stock? How much are the shares going for? I don't have the price of Netflix in front of me, Tracy, but I do like Netflix. I think Netflix is a good quality business, and they just really know how to make good decisions. So I'm a big fan of Netflix. Let's see. Ronald says, discuss what would happen in the event of a modern civil war with our high tech today, federal and state government. I think that the Civil War could probably come from Texas, because if I'm in Texas, I would be absolutely livid over the fact that the government has chosen to let millions of people into the country illegally, and they're all coming through my state. I just really think that it's insanity to me that people call you racist or whatever because you speak out on the open door policy at the border. I don't think that's very healthy. I don't think that's a good thing. And so if I'm in Texas, that I'd be pretty mad about that. But I think generally speaking, Texas is relative to California. I feel like Texas is winning. I mean, California is pretty much broke, and Texas seems to have a strong economy because they didn't fall for all the pandemic nonsense. And even people that were really out shaming people during the pandemic, shaming people because they didn't get the shot and attacking them because they wouldn't follow the protocol. A lot of those people are turning around and apologizing. Have y'all seen that? I think Chris Cuomo, who was one of the first people out here saying, if you don't get this shot, you're stupid. And you're taking ivermectin, which is a horse tranquilizer. What's wrong with you? Right. And he came back and literally said, I'm taking ivermectin now and blah, blah, blah. And people were trying to tell him that back during the pandemic. People were trying to tell him, like, look, do the research, bro. Stop following procedure without looking at the research. Listen to everyone. You had Harvard professors that were telling them that they were wrong, and they wouldn't even listen to the Harvard graduates. So I think that was a problem. That really scared me because that's when you saw where the fix was really in. And I feel like the pandemic, we all got taken for a ride, and now everybody's trying to apologize. But a lot of your economic problems that you're seeing right now came from the pandemic. A lot of your societal problems right now came from the pandemic. A lot of your criminal problems right now came from the pandemic. I just personally think that there was a political agenda, and they were doing things that were unethical. I think illegal, and it was really kind of scary to me to see that so many people easily just went along with the protocol, even though so many people, smart people, were telling them that there was an issue. But anyway, with that said, let's move on. What's the next best stock to buy? Not investment advice. This isn't investment advice. I think I bought some uranium, URA. URA is a uranium ETF because there's going to be an increase in demand for energy because of AI. Apparently, AI sucks up all the electricity in the whole neighborhood. And so they're eventually going to start building nuclear power plants to power all these AI large language learning models, which is just the craziest thing in the world. But that is what I've seen in terms of something that looks like it could be a growing trend. So I did buy some uranium. Now, if you want to see what stocks I'm buying, you can go to drboycestocks.com. That's stocks with an S at the end. Dr. Boyce Stocks. That's where I have something called What Dr. Boyce is Buying. So I just tell you guys what I'm buying every week, and it's not investment advice. It's just me saying either I'm buying this, or if I had extra cash around, I would pick this stock. So I do research for the students every single week. Now, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're listening to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. This is called Dr. Boyce Exposed, where you put your question in the chat. I will answer any question that you have about any topic Just give me a 1-sentence question. I'll give you a 1-sentence answer. You can ask me what size shoe I wear. You can ask me something about investing. You can ask me about politics. You can ask me. You can even ask me about the Tulsa Real Estate Fund, even though that's not my company, and I don't know. I've never been to a single meeting at the Tulsa Fund, but for whatever reason, some people think that I'm deeply affiliated with the Tulsa Fund, which is not true at all. But it's still okay because I had nothing to hide there. So I'd love to talk about that too if you want to talk about that. I do this on Saturday night, and that's pretty much the day where I kind of just let loose and answer any question that you may have so that you can hear things straight from the horse's mouth instead of hearing it from all the people that love to chat and gossip on the internet. In fact, I'm flattered and honored that I'm important enough that people will gossip about me, but there is the other side of it where a lot of misinformation gets out there. All right, so Ronald says, what do you think about the Tesla $10,000 house Elon Musk wrote about to make available? Elon Musk is he's a pretty amazing guy. He's brilliant, but he's a little bit like a white male Diddy. He's a little bit like a white male Diddy. And what do I mean by that? Well, if you pay close attention to Diddy, you'll notice that Diddy does a lot of talking. Diddy would do a lot of promising. Like we about to invent a rocket ship that's gonna go back in time, y'all. We about to go buy the Carolina Panthers, y'all. Anybody remember that? We about to go buy the whole NBA, y'all. And everybody would give him like 10 million likes and get excited because he made a promise. But I was one of those people who would say, okay, saying it doesn't make it real. Just because you said it doesn't mean it's going to happen. I need to see proof that it's actually occurring. And because I can just tell you, I know he did reach out to Dr. Claude Anderson because he was excited about Powernomics. But, according to Dr. Anderson, Diddy never did anything to actually support the Powernomics movement. We did. We've written hundreds of thousands of dollars in checks to Dr. Anderson through the years from the Black Business School. That's something I want to make clear because I think we should have institutional support for the ideas we believe in. We need institutional support for our leaders. Stop waiting for white people to tell you who your Black leaders need to be or who your thinkers need to be. They're going to give you the wrong ones. So long story short, Diddy talks a lot. And I believe Elon Musk, even though he's invented a lot of things, he's done a lot more than Diddy. Diddy's just made a bunch of bad albums, whereas Elon has actually built rockets that have actually gone into space. And so there is potential there. And he does have, and those Teslas are decent cars. But I kind of want you to sort of look at the track record and pay attention to how often Elon Diddy, I'm going to start calling him Elon Diddy, has made promises about things he'd be able to do next year that he never did. Like he'd say, okay, we'll be fully automatic self-driving by next year. Doesn't happen. And then 5 years later, he's like, no, really, this time by next year, we're going to do it. Then it doesn't happen. Right. So he kind of just talks a lot. So with Elon, I think it's just more like I need to see it before I believe it. But I do believe he has the potential to do amazing things. Let's see. Are there any African-American companies that we should be buying? You know what, Ronald? I'm going to just tell you the truth. Since the whole debacle with the Tulsa Real Estate Fund and dealing with people that for whatever reason insist that I was in cahoots and I got all this money from the fund, I'm just not real big on getting out here talking about businesses anymore because people then get this impression that somehow I am connected to that business. So we do have some businesses that we let sponsor the channel, but we have to vet them very carefully so that people don't make the mistake of believing that somehow I am benefiting from that business unless I really am benefiting from the business. So like with the Tulsa Fund, I was never a paid sponsor or anything like that. I just wanted to support the brother out of the goodness of my heart. And I really mean that because I've done that with a lot of Black-owned businesses. But now I have to be extremely careful just because people make things up, and it bothers me, but it's life and you just deal with it. So the way I'm dealing with it is like I'm not really messing with some of that nonsense anymore. So anyway, if you have another question, put your question in the chat or whatever it is. If you can make it a 1-sentence question, that will be great. I will give you a quick answer. You can ask me any question that you want about any topic. And I also want to let everybody know, don't forget that we have some really cool stuff at drboycebooks.com. We have the greatest Black wealth financial literacy store on the planet. My new book is there. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. It is a bestseller. You can get copies of Powernomics by Dr. Claude Anderson on that platform as well. Also, you can get financial flashcards for your kids and financial workbooks. A lot of you have children that are going to be sitting around doing nothing this summer. Don't have them doing nothing. Don't waste that time. Don't have them just going to football camp and basketball camp. Send them to economic camp. A lot of your kids are not 99.9% of your children are never going to make a penny playing basketball or playing football. So why would they spend more time learning how to play basketball and play football than they spend learning economics? 100% of your kids are going to need money. 100% of your kids, if they have kids, are going to have a family to feed. 100% of your kids are going to have, a spouse or something, or somebody that depends on them economically. So the best thing that I would say to do in terms of intelligent strategies for Black people, that's what we believe in. Intelligent strategies, not stupid strategies, not the same dumb stuff that we've been doing. Intelligent strategies means that you can solve a problem by preparing. So the way you prepare is you do your economics. Make sure the Black Wealth Master Plan is actually what we have in the Black Business School. It's totally free for anybody that wants to do better for themselves. It comes from PhD level analysis. I'm not a financial influencer on the internet. I'm a finance professor who's been teaching college students for 30 years. And so based on this research, what we've determined is that a simple policy will put Black people ahead of everyone else economically within the next 30 years. And it's very basic. Number one, every Black child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12. That's critical because the Black unemployment rate is very high, and you got to stop waiting on white people to give you jobs. Number two, every Black child should own stock by the age of 5. Why is that important? Well, because most wealth in America comes from the stock market. That's where most wealth comes from. Number three, every Black child in America should be in a position to put a down payment on their first property by the age of 21. Well, where are you going to get the down payment money? Black people don't have any money. Yes, you do. If you stop wasting time, the word poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So you're passing over opportunities because you keep wasting time. Time is money. If I invest for that baby when that baby is 2 years old, and I invest the same amount of money I spend on fast food, Air Jordans, hamburger helper, new cars, going to the mall, or going on vacation, if I invest that same amount of money that I spend going to the club and all these other things, then guess what? My child is going to have hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time they're 30 to 40 years old. They're going to be rich, easily rich. It's not hard to do. So if you do that for your child, then guess what? When they're 21, they've got $100,000 available to invest in the stock market. They've got $200,000, $300,000. They're able to quit that job and tell their boss to kiss their ass if they're mistreating them. And they don't have to sit here and become slaves to capitalism. Y'all don't understand. Y'all not listening. Capitalism is slavery. Capitalism will enslave anybody who is not prepared. Anybody who does not have a capital base of their own is like somebody going into a war without a military base. You're going out without nothing, and you send your kids out there, and you say, "Well, just go to the white man's school and give them go in debt $200,000 and let them give you a college degree." You see all these graduates at Howard University this year. I think they had their biggest graduating class ever, and I feel sorry for those kids. I really do. I feel sorry for them. Not because I don't think Howard's a great school, but I feel sorry for them because they are going to get royally screwed by this financial system. They are going to get eaten alive. Most of them don't know how to start a business. In case they can't get the job they want. Most of them don't know how to invest. Most of them only know how to go in debt and spend money. I'm not saying everybody. And I'm saying that literally, if you don't change your behavior, then as Dr. Claude Anderson said in Powernomics a long time ago, he said, if Black people don't change our economic behavior, we will become a permanent underclass by the year 2013. And in case you don't know it, 2013 was 11 years ago, and y'all been in underclass status ever since. So not everybody, but some of y'all. So just be mindful of that. Be very mindful of that. All right. So next question. Let me move to the next one. So before I sound too pessimistic, let's see. Someone says, "What about stocks in African companies?" Asked Ronald Wesby. Okay, Ronald. You know what I got for you, man. I'm gonna give something to you, brother, that I put together for the students. It's a list of companies in Africa that, or better yet, not a list of companies. It's companies that do business in Africa and ETFs that will give you exposure to Africa. And actually, I'm gonna text this. I'm gonna put this list in the chat. But then also, if you'd like to get that list text to you, just text the word stock to 87948. Text the word stock to 87948. And also that list will go out tomorrow. I'm going to send it out tomorrow, probably, let's say 3 o'clock or something, right? I'm looking at this. So get on the text list now, and I'll send that out tomorrow. But let me see if I can find the list for you right now, because Ronald Wesby, you are a special man, and I want you to have access to this right away. So let me give this to you, and I respect you for investing for your family. I respect you for rising above the nonsense. All right, so let me put this in the chat real quick. And let me know if y'all can see that. Okay, give me a yes if you saw that little link that I've just put in there. That link is in there for you. And by the way, this podcast is on Spotify and it's on Apple. So if you go to Spotify and Apple, you can find it there. Can y'all see that? Let me know if you can see that. All right. So Cleon says, how much money is a good capital base? Well, really, the answer is as much as possible. But truth be told, if you do something like sell stock options or something, if a kid has 150,000, they never have to go to work ever again for anybody. If they know how to do things like sell stock options or whatever, you can easily have a simple strategy. Like I sit down with students that do one-on-ones with me, and I literally say, okay, how much money do you want to bring in every week? And they tell me, and then I show them how to sell covered calls and how to protect their position through the appropriate purchase of puts and understanding deltas and things like that. And we literally set up their portfolio. And I say, this is not investing advice, but this is exactly how I feed my family. So I'll show you. And if a person has a couple $100,000 available, when they walk out of there, they're usually making at least $3,000 to $4,000 a week. They're literally making six figures in extra income. And it's one of those things that people don't believe is doable until they actually see it. But a lot of people that are in the Prime program, drboyceprime.com is the URL. They're in the some of them may be in the chat, and you can just ask them directly, is this real or is he trying to be an internet influencer? And they'll say, no, Dr. Boyce is not a financial influencer. He's a financial professor. And so I can't just come and just make something up. So feel free to go take a look at that, drboyceprime.com. So Cleon, I would say with the $5 a day plan at blackwealthmasterplan.com, what you will find is that after about 10 years, your child has between $20,000 and $30,000 liquid. That means you're not poor anymore. Even if you start poor, you won't be poor after a decade. But then after 20 years, it grows close to 100,000. After 30 years, you're talking about something close over 200,000 to close to $250,000, depending on how well the market's been doing. And here's the thing: $5 a day is nothing for some of you. For some of you, $5 a day is absolutely nothing. Like a lot of you spend five. I went to buy a coffee just now at Dunkin' Donuts, and I don't think I got that coffee for $5. So $5 a day is the bare minimum. You know why I created the $5 a day plan? Because I got tired of dealing with the Negro naysayers in our community. The Negro naysayers, as you know, you may not know this, but these are the people who find a problem for every solution. These are the people who sit around and say, black people can't invest. Black people ain't got no wealth. Black people ain't got no money. Black people can't do nothing for ourselves. Black people need the government. Black people need white people, right? So I was like, okay, all right. So how about this? Can black people afford chicken? That's what I would do. I would just like, okay, can black people afford chicken? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, okay, so if you take the amount of money that you will put into a Popeye's chicken value meal, what would happen if you invested that amount in the S&P 500, even if you randomly chose stocks and you knew nothing about investing and you randomly picked stocks in the S&P 500, you did this consistently over a 20, 30-year period, how much money would you have? They're like, I don't know. After 10 years, you'd have about between 25 and 30,000. After 20 years, you'd have about 100,000. After 30 years, you have almost $250,000. After 40 years, you have $750,000. That is a simple, straightforward plan. A simple, straightforward plan. So y'all not used to plans. Some of our people are not used to a man with a plan. You know, and you got to understand, my father was military. He's a cop. He's a strong man. He's not a punk. He's not he don't believe in whining. You're trained to whine. You're trained to be victims. You're trained to just sit there and complain about a problem. You're not used to people really solving it. So I'm a mathematician. We solve problems. You know, when I taught math at the University of Kentucky, never once did I solve a single problem by crying about it. Never once did I solve a single problem by saying, well, I'm just going to go vote for the Democrats. Never did I solve a problem by saying, well, I guess white people are going to solve it for me. No, I had to solve the problem. So this solves the problem. Stop acting like poverty is unsolvable. Poverty is solvable for any family that does not waste time. Do you understand? So blackwealthmasterplan.com, that is free, man. That's the best I can do is free. Like, I don't know. Some of these niggas, I probably, even if they wouldn't do it if I paid them to do it. They wouldn't even invest for their kids if you gave them money to invest. That's what's so sad about it. That's what's so sad. Robert says, bring out the puppet. I got the puppet at home. I'm in a hotel now, so I don't have the puppet with me. That's why I'm doing audio instead of video, by the way, because when I'm on the road and I'm doing a video, the background looks a little crazy. But anyway, hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. The URL is blackwealthmasterplan.com. Also, don't forget that tomorrow morning we are going to do financial consciousness training. If you'd like to join us, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948, or you can also go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. And also, I should mention that on the 18th, I agreed to make one appearance. I don't do a lot of speeches anymore because I'm just tired of traveling. But I am going to go to the Get Money Fest hosted by hip hop artist Jay Ortiz. He's on tour with Kevin Gates right now. He's a great artist, smart young black man. I respect him immensely. I've mentored him for many years, and also D1. D1, who, by the way, was just on Earn Your Leisure. and did a great job. I love the fact that the Earn Your Leisure guys interviewed D1 because D1 he's the truth. I've been saying for about 10 years, D1 is one of the goatiest rappers out here. He's one of the greatest rappers alive. And I'm not just talking about musically, I'm talking about in terms of his message and what he believes and who he is. And so the fact that the world is listening to D1 when they talk about restoring the culture and reshaping the culture, I think that that is a huge leap forward for the Black community. It's a huge leap forward when you start listening to the smart people and stop listening to the dummies and stop listening to the self-destructive people. So I was really happy to see D1 on Earn Your Leisure. I consider that to be a win for the culture. I also was very happy when I was able to help Dr. Claude Anderson get on the Breakfast Club, and we also worked to get Farrakhan on the Breakfast Club. You got to clean up your culture. Your Black culture is it's in the toilet. It's become gutter culture to some extent. And the people that have done this to you are people who don't care about you. These are people who want to see you struggle. They want to see you in pain. They want to see you destroyed. They don't care about your community, and they make money from your community. So long story short, I was very happy to see D1 on Earn Your Leisure. That made me very, very happy. So Jay Ortiz is another dude that I respect as a hip hop artist. A lot of people think I hate all rappers. That is not true. There are a lot of rappers I'm very cool with: Killer Mike and David Banner, Ice Cube, all those guys. And he's doing the Get Money Fest, and he has a big financial literacy component with his arts festival. So if you're into hip hop, fashion, and art, and as well as financial literacy, then feel free to drop in Philly. It's May 18th. You can go to getmoneyfest.com. Is Dr. Alicia going to write a book? Actually, Dr. Alicia has written books. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can find all my wife's books right there on my website. I support my wife immensely, just like I just really want to encourage everybody to never underestimate the power of a smart Black woman in your corner. And so having a smart Black woman in my corner has really helped me to solve problems that were previously difficult to solve. And it's been a really cool journey. Let's see. Next question. The world is moving away from the dollar. What is your advice for Black people when the dollar crashes? Well, I think that the question becomes, is there real proof that the dollar is going to crash? I'm not saying that it's not going to. I'm just saying that that people have been making millions and billions of dollars and jillions of dollars for a very long time, predicting the death of the dollar, the death of the economy, the death of the stock market. I call them the Chicken Littles. There's always somebody. You can go back to 1930, and you'll always find people who will always say that the world's coming to an end, that the economy is crashing. And the thing about these Chicken Littles is that it doesn't matter if they're right or wrong. It doesn't matter if what they said is true or not. Because if something good happens, they'll say, oh, well, it just didn't happen this time. So they'll just go write another book. It also doesn't matter if if something bad does happen, all they do is they jump in and they say, see, I told you, right? And then when the crash occurs, they say, this is the beginning of the end, and it's not. The market comes back, the economy comes back, but then they get silent again, and then they start predicting, no, but this time around, it's really going to crash. So ultimately, what I would say to you is don't get caught up in that constant toxic negative talk. I want you to focus on the fact that you live in the strongest economy in the world. Even with all the debt and all the chaos and the dysfunction, America is really good at making money. We're not good at a lot of things, but we are good at capitalism. And that's true up until this point. Now, is it going to be true in the future? Nobody knows. But at the same time, it looks to me like right now there is plenty of money out here for everybody. So I would encourage you not to get caught up in doomsday talk. Now, if you want to protect yourself, that is doable, right? So you can do little things like buy put options and get stop loss orders and things like that. I actually did something not too long ago in the Black Business School called Stormproof Investing. It was a training I did on basically how to stormproof your portfolio, because there is evidence to say that the stock market could be in for a dive this year. There's also evidence to say that the economy could be in for a dive. The economy always has what you might call these risk triggers present somewhere in the market. There's always something out there that could create some either predictable or unpredictable black swan event that could push the economy over the edge. That's always true. That's never not true, right? And so really, the goal is not so much to sit around and predict the end of the world. The goal really is to say, okay, if the stuff really hits the fan and the market really adjusts and there is a big buying opportunity, how do I just make sure that I'm ready? Okay. So ultimately, that's how I want you to look at it. I want you to understand this. When people ask me all the time, I get asked all the time, Dr. Boyce, do you think the stock market is going to crash? And I say, of course it is. It always crashes. Why wouldn't it crash? It's supposed to crash. This is all good things come to an end. Everything that goes up goes down. These yin yang type theories, right? This has always been true in life. So knowing that this is going to happen, just prepare yourself. That's it. Prepare yourself, but then keep on going. When something bad happens, you cannot get so stuck in the moment that you don't understand that your job is to keep going. You got to be consistent. Every investor loses money. Every economy has a dark side. It never stops happening. So here's one thing I'll share with you guys if you want to take a look at it. It's a training I did on stormproof investing. The content is yours for life. I don't know the cost of it. It's not very much, but if that's something that can help you, I did this for my students. They absolutely loved it. But then again, I ain't gonna lie, in the Black Business School, we're so good at what we do. Everybody loves everything that we do. Like we did our stock option summit, and literally 100% of you said you loved it so much that you would recommend it to a friend. So we're very proud of what we do. We are the best institution on the planet as it pertains to Black economics. There's nobody on earth better than us. Harvard's not better than us. Yale's not better than us. There's no HBCU better than us, because we make it real clear. We focus on powernomics. We go straight to the issue and we fix the issue. We don't mess around trying to integrate and trying to be politically correct. We focus on solving the problem. And we also work with teams of experts from a multitude of categories, like therapists and lawyers and medical doctors and anybody that can help us solve the issues in the Black community pertaining to economics. We work with all those people. So what are my thoughts on crypto? Okay, Solvit says, what are your thoughts on crypto? I like crypto. I tend to right now, to be honest with you, I stick with the top cryptos. I stick with Bitcoin and Ethereum and all that. Solana, stuff, maybe little things like that. I hung out with Tall Guy Tycoon. That's his nickname he goes by. Or I think it's Armando. I don't have his last name, but when I was in LA, he reached out and he came to our stock options summit. And he is really tall. He is really a tall guy. And anyway, he's a smart dude and he's a good dude, and he has a great crypto podcast. And I have a lot of respect for him. And so ultimately, crypto is something that I'm very interested in. I believe in Bitcoin. I think every indicator says Bitcoin is going to go up, up, up. In fact, I think Bitcoin is probably one of the most predictable investments out there. The only concern you may want to consider, though, is that there are people who think Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme. So just be mindful of that. All right, so let's see here. Okay, Doc, Robert asks, do you think I can build the next Vitol, VITOL? I don't know what Vitol is. I'm gonna Google it though. Hit the thumbs up button while I do this. I don't know what Vitol is. I'm sorry, man. Vitol Global Solutions, and Energy and Commodities Company. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you can do whatever you put your mind to. Go for it. Just make sure you got the resources and that you have the expertise in your camp to get that done. Okay, let's see. Drake or Kendrick or J. Cole? I'm a biggest fan of J. Cole because I think J. Cole showed us how to handle disputes in a way that we're not used to. We're not used to walking away from the conflict as opposed to jumping in and fighting to the death. Now, Kendrick is my second favorite because Kendrick has really shown his talent, and Kendrick is just more my style. Drake was never my style. I would just hear Drake and I would just want to vomit in my mouth. But then again, I realized Drake wasn't for me. Drake was for women. Drake was a rapper for the girls, for the ladies. And, anybody that calls himself certified lover boy and puts a heart in his hair, that's just not me. That's not a style that I can understand. So Drake is not going to be hurt by this, in my opinion, because I believe most of the people that really love Drake the most and are going to buy his records are people that don't care that Kendrick Lamar just ate him up. I think the brothers feel like Kendrick Lamar ate him up, which he did. But I think that Drake's fans really, a lot of them have high heels, so they don't care nothing about these beefs. That's just my 2 cents. But then again, we'll see. And not to say Drake is not talented. He's just not for me. He's like a male version of Taylor Swift, in my opinion. He should be rapping for the Swifties. I think Kendrick actually said that. All right, so let's see here. Let's see. Langston says the dollar would never collapse. I hope not. I hope you're right, man. Because if the dollar collapses, that's going to affect all of us. So let's hope that it doesn't. Okay, guys. So I'm going to get on out of here. I just wanted to come and hang out and answer a few questions and say hello. And I hope you all are doing very, very well. And just a reminder, if you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can go to drboycebooks.com. We also have financial flashcards for children and financial workbooks and all that stuff. Also, don't forget the All Black National Convention is going to happen right outside of Chicago in Lombard, Illinois, October 25th through the 27th. This is the best convention on the planet for intelligent Black people. It's 100% Black owned. We make our decisions. We get together the best experts in our community to solve our problems. It's also like a big family reunion with a lot of great people. So if you'd like to come out, bring your family, bring your spouse, bring your kids, bring your baby mama. We're not judging. And join us at the All Black National Convention, October 25th through the 27th. All right, everybody. Well, have a good night. God bless you. And thank you for listening. And I hope you guys have a great night. I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye. And I think one thing to kind of meditate on is sort of related to just how does a person think when they're a wealth builder? My wife and I were talking yesterday, or actually we talked this morning, and then we talked yesterday too, because I talk to my wife every day, especially when I travel, and we were talking about a couple of things. Like first thing we were talking about was this whole thing with Diddy. I don't know if you guys have been following this with Diddy and the whole craziness with there was this tape released apparently of him allegedly beating up his ex-girlfriend. Her name was Cassie. And so she actually mentioned something that I think you guys might get a kick out of, because my wife is she's B1 and she's also a therapist, and she's really deep into the subconscious mind. Like she's really extensively studied it. She's an expert on it. And she's convinced me, and I always felt this way, but she's helped further convince me that there's always a consistent, deliberate effort to manage and control the subconscious mind of not just Black people, but really all American people. Like there's a goal to kind of sort of keep a certain mindset, in play to keep you in your position. And one thing that she's mentioned that I thought was really fascinating, and honestly, this only is tangentially related to the topic that I'm actually going to address in terms of the difference in mindsets. But she talked about how there's these videos that have been going around with white men, saying things about how, about like sort of being married to Black women and the Black wife effect, and Cassie's white husband basically had some things to say about domestic violence, and she said I think she said something like they're presenting the white male as the hero, as kind of the good guy, and the Black guy as the villain, right? Because the Black guy is represented by the rappers and everything else, which I've always told you all that really bothers me, because most Black men I know are not rappers. But she kind of felt like, that there's this sort of idea that the white male is your savior, that's your hero. He's not your former slave master. He's not the guy that used to beat you and assault you and take things away from you and stole all your wealth. He's the guy that's going to help you get away from those terrible men that are next to you, because they all look like Diddy and they all want to beat up Black women for a living. And I said, but that's just one guy, and he was only talking about his wife, because I think right after the whole Diddy thing happened, he put out a statement about domestic violence or something. And I said, but he was only talking about his wife. What do you mean? And she said, no. That was the symbolic and subconscious message that comes out with things like this, whether it's intentional or not, is white man good, Black man bad. Right? Because unfortunately, the image of the violent, irresponsible rapper who, is such a savage that he wants to kill everyone and throw away all his money and remain as ignorant as possible, and who hates his own children, that has unfortunately become the image of Black men, which is one of the reasons why I, as a Black man, have always spoken up about this. And I don't care how many people say, oh, you just be hating or whatever. I don't care. You can call me what you want, but that does not represent me. And I have a friend I have a couple friends that are rappers. One of them is a guy by the name of David Banner. And David, he was he's done his thing, and he's very conscious and very intelligent. I love my conversations with him. And one thing David mentioned is that he said that he was going around the world and he was touring, and he said that he was shocked by how the musical imagery was impacting the way people around the world see the Black man. And I hope that you at least agree with me. Like, give me a yes if you agree. Give me a no if you think I'm crazy. But do you agree with me that perhaps the mass marketing of Black males in this kind of way is harmful to the rest of us? How many of you can make that connection? How many of you can connect the dots? And I want you to sort of think about this in the context of stereotypes. You see, racial stereotypes are very hard to fight against, because what racial stereotypes do is they affect how people engage with you from the first time they meet you. Right? It affects. It actually goes back to a statistics concept. There's a statistics concept called Bayesian probabilities, and what Bayesian probabilities basically say is that the way you act in a situation is highly impacted by what you expect to see. So if I'm a teacher and I see a black boy and I expect that black boy is going to have a problem or a mental health issue or whatever, I'm going to respond to him differently than I would if he were not a black boy. Or if I'm running and I'm thinking about doing business, this is where the economics kicks in. If I'm thinking about doing business with a black man, I'm gonna say, oh, wait, black man business, they don't do business very well. So I don't know if I really want to trust. I don't know if I want to buy that product. I don't know if I want to sign that contract. I don't know if I want to extend credit. I want to make him pay cash, which is going to make it harder for the business to happen. It creates in economics, they call these frictions. It creates a friction in business getting done because you're not moving forward with deliberation and trust. However, there are other stereotypes that they come into play. Like, so for example, if you how many of you have ever had this experience or seen this in motion where the little black boy is playing basketball against with a bunch of white kids, and all the white kids want to pick the black kid, right? Because they think, oh, well, you're black, you're probably good at basketball, or you're a black woman, you probably like Cardi B, you probably want to twerk, you're probably the best twerker in the office, can you show us how to twerk, Shaquanda? And so really it's kind of like these stereotypes and these subconscious biases that do exist. It affects the way you can move through society. You're on trial for something you didn't do. The jury sees a black man that looks like a violent rapper or whatever, then they're gonna lean toward guilty unless there's a good reason not to. So effectively, that was just a first thought that came to mind. When you, for example, if you talk about the Diddy thing and really just stop talk, we could not talk about Diddy for a minute, but just talk about kind of the imagery of, think about this. This is a black man who was considered to be one of the most respected black men in America. Just 5 years ago, he would have been sitting next to the icons of the black community. He was doing political campaigns, sitting next to presidents and presidential candidates and representing and speaking of how he was going to take the black vote, right? So this was seen as one of your leaders, right? So it's like, oh yeah, but by the way, on CNN, we're going to show you an image of the leader of all the black males, the guy that they all look up to, beating the crap out of a woman. And then there's this statement that comes out from her white husband that says, domestic violence is bad and it's terrible to do this and blah, 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 right? And most black men would agree with that. Most black men are not going to beat up their girlfriends or whatever. But in the minds of many people, they really believe that this is who we are. And I think this is what this is a problem. This is hard. It makes it harder for everybody. When I was a professor, I'm still a professor, but when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, it was really difficult to convince the white kids that I knew what the hell I was talking about. And I wasn't, I didn't bother me too much in the sense that I know I'm good at what I do. I don't need you to confirm to me that I'm good. I know that I'm good. I know I was at the top of my class. I know these things. And eventually they would understand that too. But what happens is that you have a very thin margin of error. And that's actually what led me to write one of my first books, which is called What If George Bush Were a Black Man? And when I wrote that book, What If George Bush Were a Black Man, I was thinking about the experience of the black male and how your margin of error is so thin. Your space for being human is somewhat limited. You can't, if you go and you make the same mistake that the white boy makes, your consequences might be for life. Like I said, gosh, on this campus at Syracuse, we got so many alcoholics and drug addicts on this campus. So many kids that every Thursday and Friday night they're using drugs I've never heard of. They're getting drunk every single weekend. And I said, wouldn't it be amazing if they raided this campus, if the police were to raid this campus the way they might raid a housing project in the black community? What if they raided them and went in there and beat them upside the head and pulled the guns out and put guns to their head and everything else, just like they would in the hood? It would be a complete disaster, right? And so anyway, that book, I don't know if I think the book's on Amazon if you want to go take a look, or if you go to drboycebooks.com, all my books are there. I think we got some copies at drboycebooks.com. But in this book, I use statistics to make a very simple argument. I said, and I used George Bush as kind of a prototype, and I said, look at George Bush. He's not a bad guy, but he's not a good guy. He's not the laziest guy in the world, but he's not the hardest working guy. He's not the dumbest guy in the world. He's not the smartest. He's kind of just mediocre, highly mediocre. So I said, what if George Bush were a black man? What would have happened to him in the educational system if he were a black male? Well, if he were a black male, he probably would have been put in special ed. He probably would have been put on Ritalin or some other medication, which would have really made it difficult for him to navigate life. If he were a black male, every time he committed a crime, he would be at risk of being hit by maybe Joe Biden's 3 strikes laws and maybe get 25 to life in prison, to the point where he's cut out of society completely. He wouldn't be able to go and become president of the United States and all these other things because they kind of erased his mistakes. if he were a black male, as lazy as he is, chances are in the economic system he would have struggled, right? So in America, when I make critiques of society, when I talk about racism, see, sometimes because I talk about black empowerment and I encourage black people to do our best, and I believe in personal responsibility, there are people who somehow think that I don't believe in racism. Somehow they think that I don't think that racism exists, and that's not true. I know racism exists. I know racism very well. Every week when we're studying powernomics training, all we're talking about is the racial history of America. The difference between myself and other people is that I am probably more cynical about it than most, in the sense that I don't think that the same people who destroyed you are going to be the ones who save you. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. I don't think that the same people who put you in chains are going to liberate you from the chains of capitalism. I don't believe that the very same people who beat, raped, and lynched us and stole all our money are going to give us our money back and kiss us on the forehead and wish us, a happy Sunday. I don't believe that. I don't believe that the same people who have exploited us in endless ways are going to be the ones who are going to just get into office and get our votes and take our votes to help us have a better life. I don't believe those things. I believe deeply in two things. I believe deeply that no one's going to help us, but I also believe deeply that we can help ourselves. So what I sort of believe is in energy management. Energy management means that all the energy I would have spent marching and praying, I'm going to use that educating my children. All the energy I would have spent worrying about who gets into office, Democrat or Republican, I'm going to spend that energy learning about wealth and getting better at managing economics. All the energy that I spend praying to white Jesus and hoping that a Superman arrives and saves me, I'm going to spend that energy trying to help build supermen and superwomen in our community. I believe black leadership starts with you. Black leadership starts with me. Black leadership starts with us. That in fact, that's the whole theme of the All Black National Convention this year, is that black leadership starts with us. We are the black leaders we've been waiting for. We are the superheroes. We are the ones who can do this. We are the alpha and the omega in our own struggle. We are the ones who are going to get us to where we need to get to. And what I explained yesterday, I was actually shooting. There's a film being made about Dr. Claude Anderson's life by a great film director named Justin Irvin. And I met Justin when I was in Philadelphia and sat with him, and I participated in the film, and I was very happy to do that. And Tariq Nasheed, he yesterday he agreed to be a part of it. It's going to be a great movie and a great legacy for this great man. And one thing I just kind of said to him is I said, we really are everything that we need. We really are. We the problem is that we waste so much energy on solutions that are really not solutions. We spend so much energy on things that get us nowhere. We literally spend so much time running in place that we can't actually run forward. And so what I think has to occur, and this is why consciousness is so important, why we do financial consciousness training every morning, is I need you to be conscious of whether or not what you're doing is actually working. I just need you to sit back and say, okay, they're telling me to do this. Is this improving my life? Is this getting me where I want to get to? Is this building the legacy that I want? If the answer is no, then stop doing it. Is this helping me to become healthier mentally and physically, or is this making things worse? If the answer is worse, then don't stop doing it. Don't do it just because your daddy did it and your grandma did it and all. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. Stop doing it, and start doing something that's going to actually help you move forward. There must be a clear accountability. It's like a rebudgeting. When you have a company, how many of y'all run businesses? Any business owners in here? Anybody ever run a business? And if you haven't run a business, you probably manage your household finances. That's like running a business. A household is a business, by the way. You have inflows, you have revenue, you have expenses, all that, right? So how many of you have done something like that? Maybe managed household finances or run a business or looked at your budget and said, wait, hold up, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Well, one thing you can do in a business or in a household, this works in the household too, is sometimes you get to the point where you're like, wait, this ain't working. Like we are overspending. We are living above our means. We are not putting ourselves on a trajectory to get to our destination or the destination we prefer. So what you got to do sometimes, you got to go in, like they said in the Bible. I think there's a part in the Bible. Y'all got to forgive me because I ain't never really read the whole Bible, but I respect church. I respect God. I respect all these things. But I remember there was some part in the Bible where God just said, hold up, this is messed up. This whole thing, this whole project called Earth is falling apart. So what did God do? What did he do when he said that people are acting crazy? They're not making no sense. This is a complete mess. What did he do? Answer me in the chat. What did God do when he just said, man, this is messed up? He hit the reset button. He hit the reset button. He just destroyed everything and said, okay, we're gonna start over from the beginning. And the same thing is true when you talk about budgeting in your household or budgeting in your business. When our business got to the point where our expenses were here and our revenue was here, I said, hold on, we got to stop. I said, everything is canceled. Every contract, every financial commitment, every single thing, we're shutting it down. And then after we shut it down, we're going to have an opportunity to rebuild in an appropriate fashion. So what I think you got to do is do a rebudgeting of your whole life. I think you got to do a reset button. Hit the reset button. You should question, like the same with our budget. What we did was we questioned every expense, everything that came through, every invoice. I would look at it and say, why are we paying this? What is this for? What are we getting out of this? Where's our ROI? If the answer is no, or the answer was not good, then I would say no, we're cutting this out. This isn't coming through the door. So that awareness, it's a financial consciousness exercise. I want to be conscious as a CEO. I need to be conscious of every expense that comes through this door, because what we were doing before is not working. So ultimately, I would encourage you to consider doing that when it comes to where you spend your energy as you're trying to build the life you want to build the family situation that you want to create, whatever it is. Consciousness and awareness is everything, all the way down to if you're a man, the kind of women you spend time with, if you're a woman, the kind of men you let in your life. When you talk about what you do with your day every single morning, what books you're reading, what ideas you're entertaining, all these things. If it's not moving you forward, if it's not propelling you, then do not do it. So anyway, let me mention really quickly. As you guys know, the Get Money Fest is today in Philadelphia. If you want to join, you can come in for free. And that starts at noon. And we have several panels on things like what they call the digital gold rush, like how people are making money online, marketing, a lot of business marketing discussions. I'm going to do, my speech is called From Cash Flow to Cash Grow. So I'm going to give a speech. And then also there's like some other really great stuff that's happening. A lot of great people there that are actually really good at this kind of thing. So if you want to join, it's fun. And then I think about 3 o'clock, they're going to have like art and music and fashion. So Philadelphia has a really great music industry. One of my good friends, Kenny Gamble, was part of the whole Philadelphia sound and all that. So there are a lot of great artists in Philadelphia. And then also they have fashion folks like this lady called the Pish Posh Girl. I'd never heard of her, but apparently she's doing really well in Philadelphia. So lots of great stuff like that, right? So if you're into that kind of stuff, and then they have artists that are painting and stuff. And I like that a lot, because I want us to understand that that being economically intelligent doesn't block you from enjoying the rest of life. It doesn't keep you from being creative or to be, being an artist or whatever. Actually being financially intelligent, if you are an artist, it makes you a better artist. It makes you a better artist. And the reason it makes you a better artist is because the worst artists in the world are the ones who are working for the corporation. The worst artists in the world who don't have any artistic freedom are rappers who work for Universal Records, and they tell them, we need you to rap about money, women, and I want you to rap about hoes and killing and drugs and all that. Like, that's not artistic freedom. That does not make you a free artist. I mean, how many different ways can you rap about murdering a black man? Like, literally, that's what it's like. How many creative ways can I come up with to talk about killing my own people? Like, I remember, I think the rapper T.I. was talking about that. As a rapper, he said there's only so many different ways you could talk about killing somebody. And I'm like, well, why would you be sitting around using your creative genius, figuring out interesting ways to describe how you killed somebody? I put a chip in your brain, or I blow your dome, and just like, well, why are we even putting energy into this, right? But this to me speaks to a lack of freedom that artists have. They don't have freedom because they don't have any money, because they have to do whatever the corporations say. And the corporations, here's the thing about capitalism. Capitalism isn't really that creative. The capitalists aren't trying to, make a great movie or a great song or explore creative boundaries. They're trying to make money. That's it. They're trying to make money. So, if they're like, hey, look, I know you've got a lot to say as a black man, but hey, if you go on tour with Taylor Swift and you sound like a white girl, you're going to make a whole lot more money. And white girls want to hear black men rapping about killing each other or whatever. We need you to behave like a monkey thug, because that's what they love. They love to see us behaving like monkey thugs. And so if you go on the Taylor Swift tour and you behave like a monkey thug with 55 gold chains, 8,000 tattoos, and rapping about how many black people you killed, then they're going to cheer for that, right? So really what I'm saying is that I would encourage anybody that wants to be an independent business owner, artist, anything like that, become financially intelligent, and then you'll be the most amazing artist in the world. Why is that? Well, because you'll be serving your craft and not serving the god of money. You won't be doing things to make money. You'll be doing things because you love them, because they inspire you, because you're passionate about it. And that's what, as an FYI, that's literally the message I give to our youngest daughter. She's an artist, she's a dancer, she's a singer, she's an actress. And I was like, so you want to be financially intelligent and have enough money so that you can truly dig into your craft and not have to do things that distract you just so you can pay the rent. I told her I'd have real story. I tell her, we have real conversations, and I tell her about how many desperate actresses, talented, beautiful, desperate actresses I met in Hollywood that were some of the women like literally sought me out to try to offer me something sexual so that I would help them like pay the bills. And I would be sitting there thinking, where's your daddy at? And why are you offering to do these things to me that should be sacred just so you can get an extra couple $100? Like, I can get money, I have money, but what you're offering is something that money should not be able to buy. And this comes from financial desperation. Desperation will make you into something that is on a lower vibration than who God meant for you to be. God meant for you to be free. God meant for you to be capable. God meant for you to be strong. God meant for you to be happy. God meant for you to be healthy. God meant for you to have every dream that you have in your life, everything that you ever wanted. That's what I think God wants for you. And unfortunately, capitalism can be like the devil. Capitalism can come in and be like, oh, you don't have enough money to pay rent? Well, come over here and do this thing for me, and then I'll get you your rent money. And no, who wants their kids in that situation? Who wants anybody in that situation? That's terrible. So really, to overcome the demon of capitalism, you got to understand the demon and learn how to slay the demon. And then you have that freedom. You can operate up here where you're not even thinking about money because you spent time thinking about money. You became conscious enough about money that now you don't even really have to be aware or think about money. You can make decisions without money being a barrier to what you're able to do with your time. Do you understand? So the reason that I think so much about money is because I wanted to create a life where I don't have to think about money. I think about money a lot because I've been studying it for 30 years and and that's what I'm good at, right? But really, money's not that important to me. That's the funny thing, right? I didn't even realize money wasn't important to me until I had some. But I thought money was important to me because I didn't have any. And money was the thing that blocked me from being able to do the things I needed to do. Money kept me from being able to sleep in the morning. Money kept me from being able to do things I wanted to do for my daughter. Money kept me from being able to live where I wanted to live or spend my time the way I wanted to spend it or do the things I wanted to do. Money forced me to go be around people I didn't want to be around and participate in things I didn't want to participate in. So money was like everywhere. It's like when you don't have it, money's like, gotcha. My block it. You go out the door. You better get back in the house. And money's like, get up. Like money's in your face every day telling you what to do, how to live your life. And that is a terrible way to live, right? So I was really glad to really understand money because I was like, oh, now I understand it and I know how to get it. Now that I've got it, I don't have to think about it. Do you understand? But there was a time where money was the only motive behind anything I did. And that's not really, I don't think that's really how you were supposed to live. I really don't think that's who you're supposed to be. So make sure your kids understand that money so they don't have to live that way. All right. So anyway, one thing, if you are interested, we have a free thing we can offer you, a free training. It's called How to Make Money When You're Broke or How to Build a Business When You're Broke. And if you're interested in getting that, you can go to b1startup.com, the number one startup.com. So type that in the chat, please, b1startup.com. So if you're interested in being an entrepreneur or developing multiple streams of income or whatever the case may be, you can go to b1startup.com. Also, as you guys know, with the stock market, there's a lot of volatility. The market keeps going up. The stock market just hit 40,000 recently, which is a very big deal. The Dow did, and I remember when the Dow hit 10,000, and when it hit 10,000, that was a big deal. People thought it had to go down because 10,000 is so high. When it hit 1,000, people thought that there's no way it can go higher than this. That's how funny it is, right? That's what perspective looks like. That's what happens when our consciousness is not sort of there, is we think that whatever's happening right now is the biggest thing that could ever possibly happen. But then something bigger happens. And then you look back and you say, wow, I thought that was the biggest thing ever. But really, this is the biggest thing ever. But really, you're always wrong about that because Dow 40,000, yeah, that's a big deal. When the Dow was at 10,000, people at 10,000 could not imagine 40,000. But people at 40,000 can't imagine 100,000. But I guarantee you there's a good chance that 100,000 is going to come at some point. So anyway, but one other thing, though, is that the market does does crash. And so what I did was I did a training called Stormproof Investing that shows you all the different ways to protect your portfolio. So if you'd like to go take a look at that training, it's heavily discounted in the Black Business School. I don't have the cost in front of me, but it doesn't cost much. It's lifetime access, less than $100, I think, and you can share it with your whole family. So feel free to go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com. Okay, so let me go through this really quickly in terms of, it's so funny. I always come in here and I plan to talk for like 20 minutes or whatever, and then I just end up going much longer than that. But today I really have a hard deadline because I have to prepare for the Get Money Fest. It's about to start soon. So I really am going to be efficient with time, and my time and yours. All right. So the first thing I want to mention in terms of mindset, and this is why we created the first ever Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School, is because really, if your mindset is not built in a certain way, it's very, very hard to build wealth in this country unless you get extremely lucky. But even in that case, if you gave $1 million to a person with the wrong mindset, that $1 million would disappear. Your mindset pretty much, it doesn't really reflect as much where you are. It reflects where you're going. And so if I'm a man who lucks out, let's say that I have a poverty mindset, but I somehow, somebody somehow gives me $10 million. That's what happens whenever we're struggling or whenever things are going wrong. We tend to believe that if somebody outside of us does something for us, or if we get a little lucky, that everything's going to change. And it doesn't work. That's why so many lottery winners go broke, because the mere act of buying lots of lottery tickets, that's a poverty mindset. That's a very bad financial decision. So money just makes you more of what you already are. So if you are a big buyer of lottery tickets when you're broke, then guess what? When you have $10 million in the bank, you're going to buy more lottery tickets, which is going to make you broker than you were. You're going to find your pathway to extraordinary amounts of debt and extraordinary expenditure levels because that mindset never shifted. So let me give you some examples. This is based on research. And you should take notes on this because I think this will change your life. This will make a big difference for you. And this is also something I encourage you to share with your children. In fact, if you go and become a premium member of Money in the Morning at drboycedaily.com, I share this with your kids. Give them a summer job. The summer job could be, I want you to, I'll pay you, I don't know, $5 for every Dr. Boyce lecture that you sit through. And if you can tell me what's there or something like that, or maybe $2 or $3, whatever the budget will allow. And then you pay them a few $100 all throughout the summer. And I guarantee that one summer will change their whole life. One summer will change, like your kids are going to have this stuff in their head when they're 50, right? So this is cutting edge science. This is what the science says when they study the mindset of rich people versus poor people. So anyway, so if you want to become a premium member, just go to drboycedaily.com. All of these Money in the Morning trainings are there, archived. There's over 100 of them. 100 is a lot to ask the kid to go through. But then again, some of y'all have kids that are very special. Some of you have kids that are geniuses. Some of you have kids that will take this information and shoot to the moon, because this is better than going to Harvard or Yale when it comes to Black wealth and being an asset to your family and to the Black community. Harvard does not do what we do here. They can't do it. They're not qualified. So and they don't have the desire to do it. So let me go into this. All right. So here are some differences in the mindset of rich people versus poor people. The first is long-term versus short-term thinking. Wealthy people tend to think about long-term goals. They're planning. There's a saying that says that wealthy people plan for the next generation, middle class people plan for the next 10 years, and poor people plan for Saturday night. And let me know if you've seen this. Let me know if you've seen that difference in mindset. Some people can only see the here and now, whereas some people can see way down the road. And people who have the consciousness. Remember, I talked about going from that two-dimensional space to the three-dimensional space, right? Going from the automobile to the airplane. When you rise up and you're in the airplane, there's a lot less traffic and there's a lot more clarity. When I'm flying in an airplane, we can see 10 miles down the road, but I can't see that when I'm in a car. So wealthy people tend to have a longer term vision. Warren Buffett says that wealth is simply a transfer of from impatient people to patient people. Number two, asset acquisition versus liability accumulation. A person with a wealthy mindset tends to look for assets that are going to help them make money. A person with a poverty mindset looks for consumer products that they can buy. They look for products that they can go into debt with. They can pull out the credit card, get that nice whip, get that nice outfit. I saw the video. If you go to my Instagram, my Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. If you go to my Instagram, you'll see this beautiful video of all these kids showing up for prom. And I'm gonna tell you, we just know how to really do it. The rappers really showed us how to be as outrageous and extravagant as we want to be. And these kids are showing up in Bugattis and Rolls Royces and Lamborghinis, and one guy had a police escort and he had a bunch of cheerleaders. Like they looked like they was at the club. You know, the girls come in and they carrying the thing over their head at the club. I don't really go to the club, but I've seen it on like videos and stuff where they come in and they like that, and then he pulls up in his like limo or something, right? So anyway, I'm not making fun of that, right? I'm not saying that you can't go out for prom. It's fine. You can do what you want. I said, gosh, it'd be kind of tough because it's become like this competition. I can't imagine being the poor kid who's got to like deal with that, and then or having to deal with a woman that I'm taking to the prom who expects me to go above and beyond like that. Like I got to spend $2,000 on the prom. No, like I would prefer that you enjoy time with me. Like that should be the reward, not this material stuff. However, it is fine, right? People do what they're going to do. But really, what's interesting though is, I was just kind of thinking. I said, what if we worked as hard at starting businesses and building wealth as we do, to show out for prom? Like, what if that same energy to be materialistic and fashionable was put into being educationally excellent? Like, we will compete like crazy with each other when it comes to who's dressed the best and who's got the most outrageous and extravagant get up for the prom. But I'm asking a deeper question: are we also equally energized when it comes to competing with Indian students on ACT scores? Do you understand? Like really, I'm just, seriously, like, because what I see, this is what I see. Again, these are stereotypes now, so I'm going to make sure I'm clear about this. But I have a friend that works at one of those educational facilities that get you ready for college, and he said that he meets Nigerian families, Indian families, and Asian families that don't have much money but will spend their last nickel to get their child into this college prep program so they can get that really high ACT, SAT score so they can get into the best schools and everything else and be prepared educationally. He said, we can't get the African American parents to bring their kids. We even offer it for free. The other family paid $3,000. The black family pays, we're asking them to pay 300 or 700 or something like that. They say, well, we don't have enough money for that. And what will disappoint me very much, and I'm not saying this is true in every case because I don't want to get into bad stereotypes, but y'all seen it. Let me know if you've seen this before. But that same family who can't spend $600 getting their kid ready to really excel in college. I'm not talking about just get in. I'm not talking about just get in and make C pluses. I'm talking about really excel, like an Indian or an Asian kid. That same parent, their child will show up like to the prom in like a $2,000 suit on a camel, with a Lamborghini behind the camel, like just crazy stuff because they want to show out. We want to show off. We want to look a certain way, and we get that from hip hop culture. Hip hop culture. Dr. Anderson actually explains in his book Black Labor, White Wealth, and Powernomics that there's a history of Black people really engaging in extravagant behavior to gain attention. He said this goes back hundreds of years. We always were the ones who were the most outrageous, right? And so anyway, this is just something to think about. So wealthy people tend to think about their money as a way to acquire assets that will make them more money. Poor people look at their money as a way to buy consumer products that will put them in debt. So just think about that when you watch how people, when they get money and you ask them, what are you going to do when you get money? A lot of people will say, I'm going to buy me this, I'm going to buy me that, I'm going to get me this, I'm going to get me that. Right. But then you got other people who say, the smarter people, more financially conscious people say, I'm going to acquire this asset that is going to generate income for me or whatever. Or I want to get that building. I want to start that business. I want to go buy these shares of stock. I want to own more shares of Facebook so I can sell these stock options and make $10,000 a month selling the stock options or whatever it is. Right. So let's keep going. Number 3, continuous learning versus a fixed skill set. Wealthy people tend to understand that learning is dynamic. It's something that happens throughout your life. I can confirm to you as a college professor, whatever you learned in college, it ain't going to be relevant 20 years after you graduate. It ain't going to be relevant 10 years after you graduate. So the continuous learning, what that does is it allows you to take advantage of the opportunities that emerge in a constantly changing world. So wealthy people tend to they tend to learn their whole entire life, and learning becomes very important. Number 3, risk management versus risk avoidance. It says here that wealthy people understand and manage risk to seize opportunities, whereas poor people often avoid risk, fearing potential losses. So in the Prime program, one thing that we talk about a lot is I talk to you guys about 2 emotions that you want to avoid when it comes to investing. Those are fear and greed. Fear will cause you to miss opportunities. The word poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So a lot of people that stay poor, they stay poor because they're afraid of certain things, like they're scared of the stock market. A lot of you have relatives that are afraid of the stock market. Let me know. Give me a yes if you do. And then let me know if you got a grandma or something who tells you the stock market's the devil and the economy is going to crash and everything, all hell's going to break loose if you buy shares of IBM stock or Microsoft, right? And this fear causes us to either A, not to participate in certain parts of the economy, or to run when things get hard. A lot of times fear makes us run. It makes us run. Fear can make you run from a good relationship because you never had anybody treat you that well before, so you get nervous. Fear can make you run from good investments because maybe you have a tough month or two in a stock and you see it drop and you get scared, so you just sell, right? And this causes you to miss wealth because most of the wealth is made during the recovery. So risk management versus risk avoidance. Wealthy people understand the connection between risk and reward. The more risk you take, the more reward you get. Whereas sometimes having a poverty mindset can sort of scare you into doing things that you think are safe and stable, like that one job with one income stream as a source of security, when really that's not secure at all. There's nothing secure about having one stream of income, especially if you're a single parent. That means if that one stream of income is done, you're in big trouble. There's nothing secure about depending on corporate America. Corporate America does not love you. These corporations are not loyal to you. These hoes ain't loyal. Corporations do not care about how much disruption they will cause to your family when they fire you or release you from your job. So really, when you think about risk management, you got to understand that the things we used to think are safe are actually risky. We thought it was safe to depend on some company run by a white man to pay our bills and we'd be okay. And I don't think that that's true. I don't think, again, I told you I'm a cynic. I don't believe in depending on other people. I don't think Black people really have any friends. I really don't. I feel like we have to be our own best friend, which means financial security is something you have to create for yourself. All right, so let's keep going here. Number 5 would be networking versus doing it all by yourself. A lot of wealthy people understand that relationships are a form of wealth. They understand that team building is an important part of wealth. Delegation is an important part of wealth. I heard a billionaire say one time, he said, nobody can work hard enough to make $1 billion. He said that being a billionaire is not about how much work you do. He said it's about how much work you get other people to help you with. You can't be an expert at everything. You can't be a jack of all trades. You can't be the secretary and the CEO and the marketing manager all at the same time. That's hard to do. So one thing, this is why I've told you, if we ever built the Dr. Boyce Watkins School of Economics, one class I would give all the kids is a class on relationship management. Literally, how to network, how to delegate, how to be a friend, how to form an ecosystem around you with healthy relationships that are going to help you become successful. I would have them read books by people like Dr. George C. Fraser, who's the networking guru of Black America. He's actually joining us in the Black Business School, by the way. These are the types of people I seek out, people who know what the hell they're doing. I don't care about you making a hit record or none of that stuff. I want to know what you can actually teach the community that's going to make them better. So Dr. George C. Fraser is he's excellent at networking and helping people understand that connecting with others is how you become successful. And the reason this is such an important point, and the reason I'm so emphatic about it, is because I really feel that hip hop culture, which is the dominant culture in the Black community, does not encourage collaborative energy. Right now, for example, you have the biggest beef on earth between two of the biggest rappers on the planet, and everybody loves the beef and they want to see them go at each other's throats. And it's gotten to the point where they're punching below the belt, calling each other, pedophiles, and people, somebody got shot. There's nothing beneficial about that. This has gone beyond just a competition of who can be the best artist. It's got to the point where people have died again. And I don't know about y'all, but I saw Pac get killed. I saw Biggie get killed. I've seen all the rappers die. I'm tired of watching people get killed. I don't like that. I'd rather see Drake and Kendrick work together and say, okay, now that we're even more famous than ever before, and now that we got everybody's attention, we're going to show you what collaboration looks like. We're going to show you what repair looks like. We're going to show you what it looks like when two men, one Black man and one Black guy who's kind of a Black man, get together and work together to change the world in a positive way and go build something extraordinary. That's what I would like to see at this point. It's like, okay, y'all done fighting. Now I want you to do what boxers do, like Tyson. Tyson used to knock all your teeth out and punch your brains out, and then he would come and give you a hug and tell everybody how great of a fighter you are and the great competitor you are and all these other. I like that part of the fight. I like when the enemies show up as friends. Or when you watch the old cartoons. Remember the old cartoons where the one like the horse and the horse and the coyote would fight the whole time and try to kill each other, or Roadrunner and Bugs Bunny, and then at the end of the day they would like get together and become friends again. I think that's okay, right? So long story short, that networking, that working together, that desire to work together, that desire to have collaborative energy, that will propel you much further than always being alone or always being combative and always being competitive with other people. It's okay to compete, and we all compete on a certain level, but you're so much better off with a friend than you are another enemy. And I really just kind of think that that's something that is not cultivated enough. I really honestly think hip hop culture really adds to that because it breeds that narcissism. Like I'm gonna make a whole album telling you how I'm so much better than you and how important I am and how I'm more significant than you. I told you when I got on the phone with Kanye and he told me that he was the most important person on the planet next to Vladimir Putin. And I literally was like, what's the point in telling me this? I do not care. Like that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard anybody say to me. And what makes you think that that's the most important use of our time in this conversation? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. So long story short, I would say that learning that networking skill, that collaborative energy is not just about learning the specifics of how to network with other people, but it's also about learning the specifics of what it just means to be a good person. When I would go to LA and I would see film projects being done and people's names would be brought up, if people who really want to get the project done, they'd say, yeah, he's really famous and yeah, he would be important for the film. He could really help us get it out there, but he's such a jerk. Nobody wants to work with him. I heard Tom Hanks, just because it's coming to mind, he was speaking about what it means to make a movie and how to make a movie and all that. And one thing he talked about was he said, I learned very early in my career that just because I'm a movie star, that doesn't mean I can treat people like crap. He said, because if you are the person who's always causing trouble, if you're the person who's always showing up as the egomaniac, the one who's always disrupting the production, then eventually they're not going to invite you back. They're not going to want to work with you no matter how famous you are. And I know people, I can think of people that I knew from honestly from our community that were really super famous. I told you, I told the cat's out the bag with Kanye. I don't think this is a secret that he has certain views of himself that are pretty extraordinary. There are people like that where they'd sit there and they couldn't understand why nobody would want to work with them, and I'd be like, well, I wouldn't want to work with you either because you're kind of a jerk. Like, who wants to work with somebody who constantly reminds you that they're better than you? Like, that's terrible. What's the point in doing that? What's the point in having all these insecurities that show up as narcissism and ego? Ego is nothing more than a cover for an insecure person. I was speaking to a young guy just the other day. He happened to be a young hip hop artist, and his name's getting out there. He's getting kind of famous, and I love mentoring young people when they're on their rise. It's really fun to watch. And he said, I think I said something about being humble, and he said, Doc, I think you're too humble. He said, and I said, well, what's wrong with being humble? I said, being humble does not mean I'm not confident. Oh, I'm very confident. That's why I'm okay with being humble. I said, it's y'all's rap. You rap dudes. Some of y'all, not all of you, but a lot of y'all just loud. A lot of you, like Diddy. Diddy was loud. Diddy wasn't really a guy who ever really accomplished a lot of the things that he said he was going to do. He would just talk. And I said, where I come from, men who talk a lot are usually the men who have no substance. I come from a place where men are supposed to have substance. And so if you're a man that has substance, you don't have to be loud. I said, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it. I'm just going to show up and do it. And the only time I'm loud, I said, a person of substance, the only time they're going to be loud with you, the only time they bark, a lot of guys bark and they have no bite. The only time a man of substance will bark at you is because he's warning you that if you push it past a certain point, he's going to have to destroy you. He's going to have to take you out. So he will bark. Like if I got a gun and I'm really planning to use it, I'm going to shoot it in the air just to say, like, please don't make me do this to you. Right. So what I'm saying to you is that I really personally think that humility is a good thing. I don't see anything wrong with humility. I said, who said that being humble is bad? It doesn't mean I don't love myself. It doesn't mean I don't believe in myself. It doesn't mean I can't show, improve, and show up and kick ass and take names. I know what I can. I know I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. I've been that guy for a long time in certain spaces, but I don't have to rub it in your face every time I see you. How does that make our relationship better? It doesn't. It doesn't. My goal would be to elevate you. My goal would be to say, look, yeah, I know I'm good. I know I'm good, but I want you to be great too. Then you know what happens when I make you great, when I use my greatness to make you greater? Do you understand? Pay attention now. When I use my greatness to inspire you to be greater, guess what? Now I'm surrounded by a lot of great people. I'm not Superman. We are super friends. Super friends could always kick the ass of Superman any day of the week. Do you know what I'm talking about? Anybody remember Super Friends, where Super Friends had all these buddies that were all like had these special powers, shape of a tornado, right? And the one could Aquaman could go in the water, Wonder Woman was coming through with the invisible airplane, and then Superman would show up, right? That Super Friends are always greater than Superman. So don't try to be Superman. Become Super Friends. Then you can still be Superman. He didn't lose any power because he had allies. He didn't become weaker because he supported other people. There was nothing about working as a team that made him into a simp. No, Superman, he secured himself and he took the weight off of himself. He didn't have to do it all by himself. And this is what I wish we would get into when it comes to Black leadership. I don't want to see Superman. I'm tired of seeing some Negro show up. I am the leader. I am the King Kong. I'm the greatest. I don't want to see that. I want to see Super Friends. I want to see a big committee of trustees, 10, 20 people working together, like I saw with that image with the black men in the 1960s, where all the black men got together and put their egos to the side and did a press conference together. And that to me was a beautiful image. That to me was far more beautiful than any one guy showing up and saying, I'm going to do it all by myself. That doesn't work. All right, so let me keep going. All right, if you want to know where a good prototype of that, look at like the Anti-Defamation League, and they nobody knows who the Jewish leader is in America, do we? Give me a yes if you know what I'm talking about. Like nobody can name one guy. Oh, it's Rabbi Smith who's the leader of the whole Zionist community. There's no one guy. There's no one guy. Nobody. You can't even name any of the guys, right? Because they're like, no, we're all a part of something bigger than ourselves. That's what real power looks like. Like even with China, you got one guy, Xi Jinping, the president. But do you know how many thousands of other leaders are aligned with him? Do you know how many they got billions of people all aligned under the same mission? One China, right? That's how you get power in this world. So anyway, let me keep going. A couple more things, difference between rich people and poor people. Rich people tend to be proactive, whereas poor people, unfortunately, are reactive. If you are proactive, that means you're investing for the future. That means you're preparing for when things are going to get bad. That means you're preparing to take advantage of opportunities. Reactive is where you wait for things to happen and then you just react to it and you get mad because you say, white people came in and took my neighborhood. Well, but they've been telling you you could buy that, you could have bought that house for $10,000 for the last 20 years and you never did it. Because whatever you did other things with your money, and now you're mad because now some white lady bought the building and she's got they're building a Whole Foods and a dog park in the neighborhood and they're taking it from you, but they couldn't have taken it from you if you were the actual owner. It would have been harder for them to take it from you anyway. All right, so next, wealthy people tend to think in terms of multiple streams of income versus one stream of income. I cannot overstate the importance of making sure that you and your children understand the importance of having multiple streams of income as a source of diversification and financial security. The first place multiple streams of income can start was very natural things like marriage and family. If you have a husband has an income, the wife has an income, the oldest child has an income, and whatever, and they're all living in the same house. Well, that house is probably not going to fall because you've got three people who are all bringing in money into that house. That's one example of multiple streams of income. If you can't have that situation, maybe some of us choose not to get married, which is perfectly fine. I'm not judging that. There are other ways to have multiple streams of income through side hustles or working together with family. Maybe just having a regular family meeting to talk about how you can generate multiple streams of income. That's important. Investments are multiple streams of income. In the Prime program, all we talk about is multiple streams of income through the selling of stock options. So if I own 5 different stocks and I have investments in all of them and I'm selling options on all those stocks every single month, I view that as multiple streams of income. I went to my wife and I said, here are the different ways that we make money. We make $2,000 a month here, $3,000 a month here, $1,000 a month here, $5,000 a month there, and this is where we get our money from, right? So multiple streams of income gives you security because it means if one stream goes bad, other streams are going to be other streams are going to cover for the stream that goes bad. So you don't want to be in that situation where you're vulnerable to the financial trauma that comes when Mr. White Man that runs the business that you work for decides he don't want you no more. Next thing you know, you're stuck, right? Or a lot of our people went through significant economic pain when the government shut down because they thought the government job was safe. Well, the government job is never going to be safe as long as you got these bozos running Congress. when you got these idiots up there, the Democrats and Republicans thugging it out like Crips and Bloods can't stand each other. In fact, that's an insult to the Crips and Bloods, because even the Crips and Bloods formed truces with each other, that were better than what you see with the Democrats and Republicans. So the Democrats and Republicans going back and forth in this constant political warfare, destroying each other. That's not a stable government. In fact, the instability of the U.S. government is one of the major economic risk factors that's causing some people to not want to invest in U.S. T-bills because they don't know what these people are going to do. So long story short, multiple streams of income is how wealthy people think. You want to, if you have children or grandchildren, put that in their head early, right? You're the one who is responsible for making sure that they have the right mindset when it comes to wealth. It can't be other people, okay? And actually, if you just in case you don't know about our Black Business School for Children, it's at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. We have a series of programs on everything from real estate to stock market investing to crypto. They can get a certificate in every area, and it's great for them to do during the summer. Just give them a couple dollars of incentive to get through it. And what this will do is this will give them a financial literacy level that exceeds the average college educated adult. I guarantee, I'm not kidding. If your child is 8 years old, they're going to know more about economics at the age of 8 than most adults know at the age of 30. And so what you want to do, in my opinion, is you want to be extreme in terms of really preparing them for what's ahead, because you see how much pain there is for people who are not ready. What I see when I see a 32-year-old Black man who's struggling to provide for his kids, can't pay child support, or can't provide for his family, I see a person who was not prepared. They did not prepare themselves. Also, their parents did not prepare them for the world. Do you understand? Everything that's happening now is nothing more than a manifestation of what was done in the past. If you did not prepare in the past, then you're not going to be prepared today. But if you did prepare, then you're in a situation that's going to be much different from what you would be otherwise. So prepare, prepare, prepare. That's what rich people do. That's what smart people do. And so that's what we're going to do. All right. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. And again, our kids program is blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. We also have financial flashcards. If you go to drboycebooks.com, just look up flashcards and you'll see all of our different flashcard bundles. We have a ton of stuff. We also have workbooks. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, look up workbooks and you'll see all of our workbooks for kids. And so if you want to get your kids ready, we have a whole curriculum that your kids can go through. And really, again, with kids, figure out what they want, offer it to them, give them, just again, like with our kids, if I really want them to do something, I just pay them to do it. And then they do it. Why? Well, because they want the money so they can go and shop at the mall or whatever they're going to do. And so they don't have the long-term vision I want them to have, but I have the long-term vision. Like I can see how what she's doing at 13 is going to play out when she's 33. So it is my job to have vision in the areas that she does not have vision until she gains the vision herself. Do you understand? So a lot of the things, and when I talk to the kids, I explain to them, I said, some of the stuff I say to you, you're not going to even understand any of this, but all I'm asking you to do is one thing. I need you to just listen to me, and I want you to take what I say and put it in your pocket. And I believe that it's going to activate when you're about 25 years old. When you get out in the world and you start to see the things I've seen, and you live in the life that a lot of us have lived, and you kind of get to know that the world does not love you the way we do, you're going to have this in your pocket. You can pull it out, and you know it's going to work because I'm not a failure. You know I'm a solid guy. You know I'm not going to say this if I didn't care about you, and so you know that this is going to help you get through that storm. And I want you to have this because I remember when I was in my 20s, there were some things that I wish I'd had that I did not have. There were some things I didn't understand. Like I didn't understand, for example, that if you're having a bad relationship, you probably shouldn't fix it yourself. You could probably go read a book or talk to a therapist and they will make things better. I wish I'd known those things. I didn't know that there were ways to make money other than getting up and going to a job. I kind of knew it theoretically, but I thought investing was for white people. I didn't even internalize it enough. I knew it. I understood it. I could teach it, but I didn't really apply it, right? But if I'd known then what I know now, like, I don't know, the stuff I trained you guys on with stock options and all that, I would have had a whole different existence. Everything I would have done would have been different, right? So give them the information, sit there with them, become the teacher that they need, and I guarantee you they're going to be much more successful in life because life is hard, life is complicated. Most people are not prepared. I want your family to be ready. All right. So I'm going to get out of here, guys. Have a great day. God bless you. I'm going to the Get Money Fest now. If you're in Philly or nearby, feel free to stop by. They're going to be there for 6 hours. I'd love to shake your hand and meet you in person. So the URL is getmoneyfest.com if you guys want to join us. All right. So have a good day, everybody. Let me get out of here. I got set and puffy, and I would go to sleep and I couldn't breathe, and it was just pure hell. Fortunately, I either grew out of it or or maybe living in Illinois makes it better. I have no idea. There is actually a stock I was about to buy, and I'm going to share that with you guys. 1 second here. So give me 2 secs to set us up. And I'm literally going to buy it now, and then I'll tell you what I'm buying. And then if you want to take a look, you can. Um, where is that freaking stock? I was going through so much information today. There's so much happening right now with my team and everything. Plus, it's my anniversary with my wife, so my brain's kind of scrambled because I'm trying to figure out how to be a good husband and make a nice plan for her or something. I don't know exactly what to do. Romance is kind of hard work for me, but I love her, so I want to do my best. All right, so okay. Okay, so here is what's happening right now with this market. It's doing extremely well. It is it is really strong right now. And and so there is a stock that I wanted to take a look at, a company called Structure Therapeutics. And apparently they are considered by JP Morgan to be sort of overlooked in this whole diet drug industry. I think they call them GLP-1 drugs. And apparently stuff like Ozempic and all that's kind of really taken off. And it says, according to JP Morgan, it could one day boast a competitive product and go up against Eli Lilly and other companies and maybe go up as much as 80%. They initiated research coverage on the clinical stage drug developer with an overweight rating of $65 price target, which is a 82% upside. Now, this stock, um, Structured Therapeutics, it looks like the ticker symbol is GPCR. Let me see if I can find it here. I'm hoping it's on Robinhood. Let me see here. GPCR. Yeah, Structured Therapeutics is currently trading for $36. It's gone up. Well, actually, it's gone down just a little bit. It's really, the analysts really love it. So I'm actually literally just to show you all that buying stock should be something that you just do regularly, just, like you're buying a pair of shoes or you're buying fast food. I'm just literally going to hop in here and buy it real quick. And the thing about it is that in my view, if you want to be a good investor, you should be investing so consistently that you don't even remember everything you bought. Like, sometimes some of you will come up and you'll say, I bought 10 shares of Tesla and it went down so far I've made 20 bucks or I made 80 bucks. And the thing is, I want you to be able to say that you've invested so much that you don't even remember everything that you own, because that's kind of how you want to approach investing. You don't want to approach it as, sort of putting all your hopes and dreams in one stock. In my view, you want to put your money in so many places that you can't remember all the things you've invested in. It should surprise you. Like when Nvidia took off, I literally had to go into my portfolio to see if I owned Nvidia, and I did, and which was great. And so, and my wife and I made a decent ROI. I think we bought $5,000 worth, and it turned into almost $100,000. So sometimes you have those hits. Sometimes the stock will just do something wonderful and make your day. Most of the time, that doesn't happen. Most stocks do not move like Nvidia did. So don't assume that every stock is going to give you the same response, but it does happen. It does happen periodically, and pharmaceutical companies are notoriously jumpy. They can go from 0 to 60 on you real quick. They can plummet on you real quick, right? So, it's a volatile situation. But I do have a nice little portfolio of pharmaceutical companies that I like. And pharmaceutical companies are also good if you are into things like selling stock options and stuff like that, which is what we do in the Prime program. If you're interested, you can take a look at drboyceprime.com. That's where we do the stock option stuff. And if you're a Prime member, at some point this week, I am going to reach out to you guys because I have some stuff I want to share with you. Actually, this week, the magic trick I want to show you is how to loan yourself $10,000 out of your portfolio. Literally, how to take a pile of stocks you own and pull out $10,000 if you need money for whatever. If you want to put a down payment on a car, or you have to make a repair, or you want to add an extension onto your house, I can show you how, if you have a capital base, you can literally go and just like going to a bank and borrow $10,000 from yourself. And if your portfolio is big enough, like some of you that are in the mastermind, I met the first mastermind students this week. Some of you have, over 100,000, 200,000, a million. And a young lady came to me when I was at the Get Money Fest and said she literally just got $1 million in a lawsuit. And so some of you have a lot of money. And if you have a capital base like that, you never have to work for anybody. Even $100,000 capital base, if you're capital efficient, can keep you from the corporate plantation. It can keep you from having to ever work for anybody. But if you have $1 million, a $500,000, or something like that, and you know what to do with that, it's about knowing how to just kind of get what you need. It's like knowing how to get. It's like if I have a farm and I have a bunch of stuff growing on my farm, and I need syrup. If I know enough about trees and tree sap and whatever, I can figure out, and berries or whatever, I can figure out how to go get some syrup, right? And so what I mean by that is when you have a stock portfolio, the beginning stages of investing, I think, comes down to sort of having these stocks and just owning them, which is great. That's a great start. And buy and hold. That's the most simple way to invest. That's literally the most critical thing you can do. If you're not buying something and holding something, then you're not really sort of moving along with the economy. I think that's really important to do. But then after you learn how to buy and hold, then you can get into things like stock options and stuff like that, which gives you a lot more range and flexibility to allow you to achieve multiple goals at once. So, for example, sometimes I'll run into a situation where I'll say, gosh, I really want a lot of stock, I really want a lot of cash. I need cash for something, and I don't want to sell my stock. Maybe I don't want to go get a bank loan. I don't want to use my credit cards. But I want to get this cash. How do I get that? Well, there's ways to do that. So anyway, so for the Prime members, I'll send you guys some stuff. Those that are interested, you can go to drboyceprime.com, or also if you text the word money to 87948, text money to 87948. I'll send you an example of a training I have called How to Make Money Without Working, and that'll introduce you to this whole universe that'll probably blow your mind. So feel free to text the word money to 87948. And that stock that I was mentioning earlier, the ticker symbol. See, I lost it already. See that? Remember, I was telling you, like literally, you just buy stuff and you just buy it and throw it in the corner and just say, okay, I own this. It's Structure Therapeutics, and the ticker symbol. Um, see, y'all got to help me. I literally saw the stock and was like, oh wow, I like what I'm saying. GPCR. So if somebody comes in and says, well, what was his stock pick? Just tell them it's GPCR. If somebody could help me with that. That way I won't be so scatterbrained. All right. So I'm going to answer a few of your questions here in the Q&A section. You can never go wrong with a spa day for your wife, says Rarick. Thank you for that suggestion, Rarick. I think I am going to take it. And actually, now that I think about it, my wife just ran a half marathon and her legs are really, really sore. I got the wonderful opportunity to rub her down with some CBD oil, but unfortunately, my massage ability is somewhat limited because I'm not a masseuse, but I think a real masseuse might do the trick. So, Rarick, you are the man. I think I'm going to take my wife to get a massage today. Thank you very much for that suggestion. King May, when I go into my stock account, my stocks have made money, but how do I find out which stocks are responsible for the increase? What are the steps for selling the stock? Okay, so a couple things. In your app, depending on the app that you're using, there should be some button you can hit that will order your stocks based on different variables. Like, so for example, in E-Trade, they'll order the stocks based on the daily percentage increase. That you can order the stocks based on how much money the stocks made that day. You can look at the overall percentage increase, how much money the stock made over time. A lot of different variables. That might be your pathway to getting that information. I don't know which particular platform you use, but a lot of them are similar. In our stock market class, we use let me see. We use E-Trade. We started to dig into Charles Schwab. We use Robinhood a lot for options, for selling options. I like the margin program for Robinhood. From consulting with students on Charles Schwab, I noticed that it seems like they have a different margin plan from Robinhood. They give you less margin, at least for this student, they gave him less margin than some of my other students who use Robinhood. They also charged a higher interest rate, which I thought was really interesting. So what he did was I told him, I said, we were doing kind of a one-on-one, and I said, go talk to Charles Schwab and tell them what Robinhood is charging and see if they'll lower your interest rate. And they did. I was very surprised. I didn't know a lot of brokers just did that. And then I was like, if you want more margin, maybe you could ask them for more margin. But then your ability to access margin and the amount that you get a lot of times will depend on how much capital you have, how much investing experience you have, things like that. So I would encourage you, be really, really careful. Just know when we talk about investing, this is not investing advice. This is just me sort of telling you what I see and what I'm doing and what options might be out there. One thing I thought about today that's really interesting is I know a guy who started doing some of the stuff we do in the options class, where he started to sell stock options, and he bought some shares in some of the companies that I mentioned that I liked. And again, I said this isn't investing advice, but this is what I own. And he was selling the options. He was making all this extra income. He's really excited about it, which a lot of us are. And it was back in 2022. And what I remember about that was he got really squeamish because those stocks started to really drop. And while there are ways to protect your stock against those drops, I don't know how much he had in place, but I know that losing money or seeing the paper losses really rattled him. So he sold everything and just got out. He just got out because he just said, I can't stand losing his money. Well, the reason I feel bad for him is because he walked away after right in the middle of a major loss without considering that the market oscillates. It goes up and down. It goes up and down, up and down, up and down. And so 2023 was a great year. 2024 has been a really strong year. The market's at record highs now. Bitcoin just hit a record high. There are so many different pathways to money right now. It's ridiculous. And I feel bad that he walked away when times got hard. And it's kind of it really goes back to that New Edition song, Can You Stand the Rain? If you want to be an investor, I encourage you to not allow yourself to be talked out of being in the game. You have to stay in the game to be able to enjoy the good times and the bad times. You have to stay in the game to be able to see the gold at the end of the rainbow. If you walk away because it gets a little weird or you have a paper loss, then what's happened to you psychologically is you've been hit by something in academic research that we refer to as the wealth effect. The wealth effect is basically where you just feel poorer or you feel richer, and you really have no reason to feel richer or to feel poorer. You just do. Well, what drives a lot of the wealth effect? Paper losses and paper gains. Like, tell me, give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no if you can identify with this. I'll put a yes in the chat if you, because I want to make sure you're with me. How many of you open up your app and you see lots of green on a good day and you see everything going up and you just feel like a little bit high? You feel a little dizzy, excited, you're smiling, you feel almost like you just had sex with the sexiest person on the planet and your life is good and you're going to heaven and Jesus loves you and the grass is greener and the birds are chirping and life is just great. Give me a yes or no if you know that feeling. I want you to imagine that feeling right now, how you felt probably this week, especially those of you that are members of Prime. You saw some of these. I mean, some of these stocks that we met that we kind of dabble with in Prime are killing it. They were absolutely just kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Right? Just, I mean, it was an amazing week. Right? Okay. Now I want you to imagine and tell me yes if you can identify with this. Maybe feeling like crap on the days where everything's red. You open up the app and everything, this drop, this drop, this drop, this drop, this drop, and you're like, oh my God, this is terrible. I'm so poor right now. Oh my God, I lost, $500. I lost $1,000. I lost $3,000. Let me know if you know that feeling too, right? I want you to imagine that feeling. Well, what that really is basically when you're building wealth, when you're investing, I'm gonna tell you the honest to God truth. My wife is a therapist, and we talked about that a little bit recently this morning. When you're investing, you're kind of taking a drug. You really are. So you think about Coke being the upper and heroin, that's they call it in the street heroin being the downer. I hate drugs. I don't mess with drugs, but this is a good analogy. Well, when you're making money, you've been dabbling in the pink cocaine that Diddy used when he beat Cassie up that day, right? I'm kidding. I don't know if he did or not. I'm joking. But seriously though, you're dabbling in the upper. You're really literally, this is not figurative, that you're literally getting a high from seeing your paper wealth go up. And then when you're having the bad day, you're kind of getting a downer. It's that fentanyl or that, heroin, right? That is pulling you down. It's making you like, oh my God, I'm so depressed, I'm so scared. And then financial anxiety can kick in and all these other things can kick in. But I'm gonna tell you the honest to God truth. And this is a perspective. This is not fact. This is a point of view. It can't be fact because it's a perspective. In one point of view, nothing changed, actually. Nothing changed. And let me explain why. I own a few hundred shares of a company called Coinbase. And Coinbase is um it's a stock that behaves like a crackhead. It has it's like or bipolar. It's a bipolar stock. Some days Coinbase will make you the richest man in the world. Some days Coinbase will make you feel like you want to go jump off a building. So with my shares of Coinbase, let me see. My current position in Coinbase is about $105,000 in that I own in Coinbase. This is what I really own. That 105 in the number of shares, it's 470 shares. And well, it's actually now it's worth 106. I literally just in the amount of time I've been talking to you, I've made $1,000 in Coinbase in the time that it took me to complete that sentence. And I hear you, Joy. I'm not making light of domestic violence at all. I had a friend, Robin Simpson, who was actually one of the students in the school who was just killed by her husband in Houston. And so I agree with you 100%. Domestic violence is not funny at all. And if I gave you that impression, no, that's not funny at all. So anyway, let me continue. So and now it's, okay, it's down it looks like it's dropping below 105 again. So what happens is that, here's the thing, the price is going up and down, up and down, up and down. And what's moving the price? Well, market conditions, the economy, the trading environment, like just all these different variables are moving the market price up and down, up and down, up and down. But nothing's really changed if you really look at it from a certain point of view. Give me a yes or no. Did the number when I went made that $1,000 during that sentence, like literally in that 60 seconds that I made earlier, do I own more shares than I did before I started that sentence? When I made that $1,000, did the company change? Like, did Coinbase go into a different industry? Did they get a new CEO? Like, did something material change about my investment? Nothing, absolutely nothing changed. Nothing changed. It was the exact same company, exact same ownership, exact same everything. So these numbers that are changing, it's easy to argue that paper losses and paper gains, to some extent, not completely, but to some extent, are kind of a figment of your imagination, or at the very least, they are things that matter when they matter, but they don't matter when they don't. They matter when they matter, but they don't matter when they don't. If someone tells me that it's raining in China, I am not going to get wet. I don't care that it's raining in China. Well, unless I'm in China. So I was in China in 2019, and if you told me that it's raining in Beijing, then that would have mattered because I was out running in Beijing with my wife. It's a stinky city, by the way. Shanghai was better. Beijing, but still though. So it mattered when it mattered, but it didn't matter when it didn't. So paper losses and paper gains only matter when they matter. They don't matter when they don't. So the reason that the paper gain and the paper loss, when I told you all I made $1,000 during that one sentence because this something happened in the price change, basically it's like it only matters if I'm trying to sell my stock. I'm not selling my Coinbase stock, and I don't plan to sell it anytime soon. My Coinbase stock, my little stake in my Coinbase stock, I tend to sell options on it, and every week I make, I don't know, I'm guessing like $2,000 a week or something, which is that's $100,000 a year from one investment, by the way. So I make my 1,500, 2,000 a week selling my options, and it's like just like owning a donut shop or I don't know, a shoe store or something, right? And I like it. It's a nice little business. Do you understand? But my ownership hasn't changed. When you have a paper loss or a paper gain, nothing is really changing. So my reaction to this, the euphoria I might experience from seeing the price go up and down to some extent, is a mostly psychological phenomenon, just like somebody telling me that it's raining in China. You're right. I could get sad about it. I could say, gosh, it's been raining so hard and those poor people, they're getting wet. And I just feel it. But it really doesn't affect me in a material way. But if I'm in China, then it does matter. So if you tell me that my stock is worth less, it usually doesn't. I try my best to look away. I say, look, does my asset still do what it does? Does it do what it do? So is it doing what I need it to do? If the answer is yes, I do not care. Because no matter what the price of Coinbase is, every single week I can sell my options, make my money, and I am good with that. And so, just as an FYI, in the amount of time I've been explaining that to you, the stock went down again to 105,000 or something, right? So I literally lost a few $100s in the amount of time I was talking to you. But did I really lose anything? No, I own the same company, same ownership shares, same everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is important to understand in investing because Warren Buffett actually makes this point to some extent, where he talks about the difference between investing in a speculative asset versus investing in a productive asset. He says that some investments, like he says, if I buy a share of Coca-Cola, I own a piece of Coca-Cola's revenue. And that revenue, that value of that share is connected to how many bottles of Coke that they're selling all throughout the world. It's connected to the value of their intellectual property. It's connected to the value of the factories and machinery that they own and all the other things that are connected to the company. That value remains, and that value is true, and it exists even if there is no market for Coca-Cola stock. Even if Coca-Cola was no longer publicly traded, it would still it would still have value because I'm owning a piece of a productive asset. However, and this is why Warren Buffett had an issue with things like Bitcoin, is that Bitcoin is not a productive asset. Bitcoin is not a corporation that's generating revenue that releases financial statements and net income and free cash flow, which lends itself to traditional valuation models that help us know what a stock is worth. Bitcoin can't do that. Bitcoin doesn't have an earnings report and everything else like Coca-Cola does to tell you how many bottles of Coke they sold. The only reason you buy Bitcoin, and I'm not saying you shouldn't buy it, I'm just saying the only reason you buy Bitcoin, tell me if you agree with this. The only reason you buy Bitcoin is because you're hoping that the price goes up and somebody will eventually buy it from you for more than what you paid. Am I right or am I right? Tell me what do you think? Right, that's what you're buying it at 71,000 maybe because I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy it. And you're buying it because you're hoping that the price will go up, and if the price goes up, then I bought it at 70, I sold it at 120. Look at how much money I made. Good for you. Right. But that makes it into a speculative asset, which lends itself to a lot more volatility and booms and busts and just this possibility what they call the bigger fool theory. They call that the bigger fool theory. The bigger fool theory says that I'm gonna be the fool who buys it at 70 because I believe there's a bigger fool who will buy it at 90. Right. And again, I don't want it to sound like I'm against Bitcoin though. Warren Buffett is very much against Bitcoin. His buddy Charlie Munger talked crazy about it. He hated cryptocurrency. He thought it was a bunch of garbage. People like Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan Chase, they call it a scam, but it's weird because I think Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan, I think they own Bitcoin or something. But I don't know what that's all about. But whether you believe it's real or not, one thing about investing in wealth that they don't process is that the even that term reality is very subjective. If everyone believes something's real, I believe that it becomes real. Like even if you take something that's not real and if everybody's reacting to something that's fake, well, that fake thing becomes very real because there are very real consequences and real implications of what people feel about that thing, right? So, to give it, I don't know, to use a funny example, not funny, this is not funny, but let's say that video of Diddy was a fake video. Let's say it was all, made up. It was AI or something. It was a deep fake, and none of this stuff ever happened, and it wasn't real. It doesn't matter because the perception is reality. People have a perception of Diddy, so that has real consequences. He lost 18 brand deals. People don't really want to mess with him like that. I think the mayor of New York City, I think he did, or he's thinking about taking back his key to the city and things like that. Why? Well, because they all saw this video. But what if it wasn't real? What if it was fake? It doesn't matter at this point, right? Or it should matter, but it doesn't. And I do think it's real. And I don't think domestic violence is funny, Jan. So don't think I'm saying that at all. But the long story short is that with stock market investing, that's what makes it hard for the so-called experts like me to for us to come in with our calculations and valuation models and value stock because what happens is that we don't always know the math guys don't know what to do when you see AMC and GameStop tripling in price in one day. We don't. But there's something there to study. There's something there to invest in. There's something there to make money from for sure, right? Because what you're seeing this tidal wave of people that are all buying this stock and the price is going up. And you know that if you can position yourself properly and time it properly, there is money to be made. So really, when I invest in an AMC or GameStop or even Donald Trump's raggedy company that's worth almost nothing, I'm not investing in a productive asset. I'm not investing in something that really makes sense from a traditional standpoint. I'm really investing in people's commitment to their own irrational thinking. Right? That's what I'm investing in this idea that maybe all the Trump supporters will love Donald Trump enough that they will prop up this crappy little stock that he owns, and that the price will go up because of that. So it's a different kind of speculation. And if you want to know about Trump's company, the company is I think it's called Trump Media. There we go. Trump Media and Technology Group. Let's see. The price is $43 per share. The stock's worth about $1. It's gone up 147% this year, which is crazy. 230% in the last year. So yeah. So in Donald Trump. So let's see. The total market cap of that company is 5.98 billion dollars. It actually dropped by $100 million. The market cap literally dropped by $100 million just now. And let me see the company earns almost no. I mean, it's absolutely terrible. What do the analysts say about this company? Let me see. It's like laughable because the company is just really bad. They're losing money. They're losing lots of money, and I don't think the company is a good investment. It's called True Social, I guess. True Social sees wider loss in the first quarter. Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to be much of anything. So, but again, though, I wouldn't call you crazy to invest in it because what you're just investing in is you're investing in this idea that maybe the price is going to come back up and people are going to want to own a piece of this company. So it's kind of a sticky thing. Okay, so anyway, let me jump back in. Let's see here. How do you decide when to roll up, considering rolling up Clean Spark? Okay, so that's an options question. So if you do log in at drboyceprime.com, leave that question in Dr. Boyce Prime, and then I'll answer that. I'm going to do a Q&A today and send you all the video where I answer all your questions. So that way we can not confuse those who haven't been introduced to options. I want to focus more on stocks in this conversation because options are a little bit over some of our heads. So I don't want to scare anybody. All right, so if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section, and I will answer it. And let me just let you all know a couple things that are happening right now that you should pay attention to. NVIDIA has a big earnings announcement today, Wednesday, that is going to determine whether or not this AI thing is actually working. The stock's gone up a little bit. There are people that are concerned that NVIDIA's big rise in price is not going to be sustained. NVIDIA has, I assume you know, has just, I mean, that stock has gone crazy in the last year or so because of this whole AI craze, because they're kind of in the driver's seat of this massive industry. That's good for them. But what's happened now is that the expectations are very high. So what could happen is that this stock could very easily crash after after the earnings announcement. And now what does a crash mean? A crash does not mean Nvidia is going to hell. It does not mean the company's going bankrupt. It does not mean that they're not making money hand over fist. What it means is that the amount of money they thought they were going to make hasn't been matched by the amount of money they did make. So the market will say, well, we thought you were going to make $8 billion, but you actually only made $7.7 billion, which means we've got to adjust your stock price. And when you roll that into the valuation model, it leads to a big, big drop in the price. This is the pressure of public markets. That's why a lot of companies don't want to go public, is because they feel like there's this pressure to be as capitalist as you can possibly be and put money at the forefront of everything. And sometimes there are investments that you want to make that are bigger than just how much money you can make next quarter, or maybe they're long-term investments. Like Mark Zuckerberg took a lot of heat because he's a big believer in the metaverse. Well, why shouldn't he be? First of all, I love the metaverse. I play golf in the metaverse. I'm telling you, it's so much fun. Like you got to try it. It's with the MetaQuest, it's so real, but there's frictions, right? People don't want to go through and put the clunky headset on and figure it out and all that. But I'm telling you, like if you take that time to just try it, you are going to absolutely love it. So I go in there and I meet my buddy and we play golf, and it feels better than actually going to the golf course. I don't, because I don't have to spend all the money and all the time to do it. You can hear the birds chirping and the water hitting against the rocks at Pebble Beach and just all kinds of cool stuff. I love it. I absolutely love it. But not everybody does. The metaverse is not mainstream. So Zuckerberg has been pouring billions of dollars into the metaverse on what is seen as a gamble, because he's hoping that at some point there'll be a critical mass of entrance into the metaverse that will help him turn a profit. So far, it's been a massive, massive loss. I think it's called Reality Labs. That's but I think what's going to happen is the thing with Facebook that's interesting is that you've got the metaverse stuff, and then you got AI. And then eventually, the next big player on the horizon, in my opinion, is going to be something linked to quantum computing. Once quantum computing becomes a thing, like in the mainstream consciousness, it's going to change everything. It could change the world almost as much as AI does. They literally say that the first country that can master quantum computing will control the world. That's how crazy quantum computing is in terms of what it does. Like it makes our other computers look just like Stone Age, objects. So I think at some point that, when you're sort of mixing what's going on with AI, and then eventually metaverse frictions start to reduce, where instead of maybe putting on this big, I wish I could show y'all my MetaQuest headset. It's like this big old thing, and it's kind of it does look a little bit nerdy. But eventually, I think now, in fact, they have these little sunglasses, these cool Ray-Ban sunglasses you can put on that'll let you do things, and that's a little bit better, right? So they look almost like the glasses I have, except actually cooler, and you can still do a lot of metaverse stuff on those glasses. I think eventually, when that happens, you're gonna start seeing a lot of people in the metaverse, and I believe that if you try it, I think you're gonna like it. So just give it a thought. So anyway, what else? Okay, where can you buy stock? So let me just say this. Some of you were asking, how do you get started? What do you do? Okay, so let me give you something that can help you get started. If you go to b1investing.com. So somebody please type that in, the number one, b1investing.com. That will introduce you to an ebook I have called the $5 a day investing plan. So that's b1investing.com. That is something that we have in the Black Business School that's very effective to kind of get you started so that you don't overthink the process. And then also beyond that, I want to remind everybody of what I call the Black Wealth Master Plan. I developed the Black Wealth Master Plan as part of our economic awareness training. You can get an EAT because I want everybody to eat. But if you want to eat, you got to be able to see the food. You can't eat if you can't see where the food is located. So I want everybody to eat. So we do EAT, economic awareness training, every morning. I used to call it financial consciousness training. Sometimes I'll call it that, but you know what it is, right? So anyway, the Black Wealth Master Plan is really simple. And what this was something that I wanted to come together with that would give us a very simple process that we can all follow that would make a massive difference in wealth. This will allow us to not just close the racial wealth gap for our family. I can't speak for everybody's family. There's too much ignorance, too much chaos, too many people that don't want to listen. That's fine. I'll let them do what they want to do. But for your family, there will be no racial wealth gap. For your family, there will be the only gap you're going to have is the fact that you're going to have jealous white people in your neighborhood who are going to say, how do those Negroes get all the money? That's what they're going to say. So just so you know, there's going to be jealousy. It always happens. If you become successful, lazy people will get mad at you. So anyway, here's what the Black Wealth Master Plan is. Very simple. And then Tara, I will answer your question about quantum computing. So give me 1 second here. I don't want to lose my train of thought. So the Black Wealth Master Plan says this. This is one generation out, really 2 generations before it really kicks in at a level that I know it'll kick in. But the Black Wealth Master Plan is that every Black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. Because we don't want our kids running around depending on jobs from white people. That no disrespect to white people. I don't hate white people. I just don't want us economically dependent on those people. And the reason that you have to get a job in the first place is because nobody took the time to build you a capital base. If somebody had built you a capital base, if somebody had given you some resources, some stock, some real estate, some cash, something to go out in this world, you would not have to get up and go to work every day. So really, learning how to start a business is another plan B that will allow you an escape plan. Because here's the thing, money's everywhere. The economy is so abundant. There's so much money everywhere. But for some of us, it feels like there's money nowhere. It feels like money's hard to get and that money's very, very dry. Well, the reason is because it's where they position you. It's like if I'm in a body and all the water, it retains water. Let's say one half of the body is retaining all the water and the other half is dehydrated. And I live on the dehydrated side of the body. I'm a little amoeba or something. I live on the dehydrated side and I'm like, there's no water here. I'm just on the wrong side of the body. I need to go to the other side. If I go to the other side, there's plenty of water. There's too much. There's so much there. I might drown if I'm not careful. So really, the same thing is true with money. If you look at the economy like a body, like a human body, what you'll find is that it's like a big body that retains water. See, rich people live like, let's say rich people live up in the shoulder, right? And what they do is they retain water in the shoulder, and water does not get to the rest of the body. So effectively, what happens is that you have this really distorted economic reality. Let me know if you're following this. I hope you're getting this. I like analogies. I hope this makes sense. So with this distorted economy, you've got people that have so much money, they have money to burn. They're like, oh, who can't make $50,000 in a day? There are people that think like that. And then you've got people who have a hard time getting $50 in a day because the economy is not a fair economy. When they talk about wealth distribution, it is like a body distributing water all throughout the body. Wealth distribution is not a thing in the United States. In fact, if you talk about wealth distribution, that what do? They start calling you a communist and or you're a Marxist, you're a socialist, and all that. And they use these terms to stigmatize the idea of sharing the wealth. I don't think there's anything wrong with wealth distribution. I also think I like to accumulate a capital base by working together that can match the capital base of the business owners and the shareholders because they always work together. And people that have capital bases, they tend to move America. Right now, at major universities, you have a lot of people who support Israel, who have massive capital bases because they spend their time teaching their children to build wealth. They think about this all the time because they see their money as their freedom, their security. They see it as a weapon. It's a shield. It's a sword. It's a knife. It's a gun. It's whatever they need it to be. So they spend all their time sitting around figuring out how to make money and how to keep it in the family. And now what's happened is that they've gone to war. They've gone to economic war to back up the actual war that's happened in the Middle East. They're going to war economically. They're going to the universities now and they're saying, oh, we've got the capital base and we know that you need money because you're just a bunch of nerdy professors who sit around and write these research papers that nobody ever reads and you don't know how to make money. Well, we do. And if you don't do what we say, we're going to take your money away. We're not donating to this. Right. So again, while I honestly, I'm going to tell you, I don't agree. I tend to be on the side of saying, I don't understand why we gotta, blow up these hospitals in the Gaza Strip. I don't understand that, right? But at the same time, I see exactly what's happening, and I just, it's life. So capital bases are really important to protect yourself. You have to have a capital base. If you throw your child into the world without a capital base, you are basically throwing them into slavery. You are throwing them into exploitation. You are making them vulnerable. You're putting them in the middle of a gunfight without a weapon, without a shield, without training, without nothing. And then we wonder why they fail. We wonder why they're suffering. So anyway, let me keep going. And nobody else, I know nobody else talks to you like this. And they get mad at me because they think, you're being mean. Well, guess what? As mean as I might be when I say this, the world is a whole lot meaner when you are 28 years old and you can't afford to pay the bills. So, I'm sorry if it hurts people's feelings, but I have to say this. So here is all right. So here's the other thing in the Black Wealth Master Plan. The second part of it comes down to stock ownership. I think every Black child should own stock at the age of 5, but buying them one share of stock is not enough, or buying them stock one time is not enough. You have to buy it the same way you buy them food. No parent, no good parent in the history of this world has ever fed their child one time and said, okay, my job is done. Nobody does that. You don't feed your child once and then assume they're going to live the next 20 years. You don't do that. You feed them every day. You feed them regularly. Now with stock, you don't have to feed them every day, but you got, I'd say once a week, once a month, something like that. And that's where that $5 a day plan comes into play. The URLs for that is well, actually just go to b1investing.com. I think it's there. So B1 Investing, be the number one investing.com, and it is free. You can have it for free for sure. So basically when you're feeding the child economically consistently, then what's happening is you're building that capital base for them that we talked about. So, and really you should start doing this when they're born, before they're born. In fact, if I was 25 years old and I knew I was going to have a child in the next 7 years, I would start investing right now for my child. Because remember that the wealth you build isn't just their wealth. It's the family's wealth. It's the family's wealth. So don't think you're just doing this for other people or you're just doing this for the future. You're doing this for the here and now. Even when you talk about saving and investing for retirement when you're young, I used to think that that was silly because when I was 20, I could not visualize being 65. I was like, there's no motivation for me to save and invest right now if I'm not going to benefit until I'm so old that I feel like I'm about to die. I mean, that's how you feel when you're 20. You're like, why would I do that? I got so many other pressing issues to address. Why would I start sacrificing for when I'm 65? Well, here's the reason why you do that. Well, remember, when you're investing when you're young, and you're accelerating your wealth growth and all that, and building that capital base, you have a capital base that you can still utilize even before you retire. You have financial security so that if worse came to worse, push came to shove, you've got some money in that 401k or that IRA that can make sure that you're not homeless in case you get mad at your boss and decide to quit your job. If you want to go and get some sort of productive asset, you've got an asset that gives you collateral. Collateral, you can borrow against that. And again, for those that are in the Prime program, I'll send you all the video where I borrow money from myself all the time. Why? Well, because I got a capital base, so I can go and pull money out. I can go and sell options. I can sell time. Options are beautiful because you can actually sell time. So I can sell an option that expires 2 years from now, get thousands of dollars, and have that money and use that money to go take my wife on a trip if I want to. Right. So you want to have someone investing for that child consistently just like you're feeding them. You got to do it consistently, every week, every month, whatever. Maybe half the amount you might put into your car note. If you love your child as much as you love your car, then this should be a no-brainer for you. It doesn't mean don't get the car. It just means make sure you feed the child as you're also feeding the car dealer. The car dealer is not more important than your children. I hope we agree on that. The third part of the Black Wealth Master Plan is that every child should be in a position to put a down payment on property by the time they're about 21 years old. And really that's flexible. It could be 25, but early to mid 20s, they should be in a position to put down payment on a property, because when you own property, you're able to participate in inflation in a good way. Inflation no longer becomes bad when you have assets, because what happens is that there's another type of inflation that's even stronger than regular inflation called asset inflation. Asset inflation means that when the price of everything goes up, guess what? The price of real estate goes up. So if you owned a house that was worth $200,000 before the pandemic, that house could easily be worth $400,000 after the pandemic, right? So while the price of groceries are going up, the price of gas is going up, the price of car insurance is going up, guess what? The value of your house went up. So you made money. You were surfing on the wave of inflation and making money from it. Workers can't really do that. People who don't own assets, unfortunately, are getting crushed by inflation. It is so unfair. It is patently terrible. I heard a professor from NYU who was talking about how the Gen Zers are really getting screwed because they don't own anything, and this inflation has made it super expensive for them to even get onto the ramp of ownership, right? So what you have to do as their parent or whatever, getting them ready for the world, is try to position them to be on the ramp of ownership without them having to climb up themselves. Because if they do it themselves, what they're going to do is what we did, which is they're going to struggle for about 15 years. They're going to be buried under student loan debt. They're going to be paying rent to a landlord. They're going to be paying money to the car dealer, whatever, and struggling with some crappy job that they hate. So they have to go see a therapist because they're depressed and anxious and sad because they have to go do something they hate every day, which is like living in hell. And then when they get about 35, they're going to have an awakening. Maybe they'll watch a Boyce Watkins video and say, this is it. I'm tired of it. I'm done. I'm tired of it. And then they'll be open to changing their thinking because they'll realize the world doesn't love them the way they were taught in elementary school. And then they're going to start this process of trying to relearn how the world works, but they're going to be like 40. So why waste 20 years in the darkness when you can put them in the light when they're 5, 6, 7 years old? Why do that? Why wait? Why react to how painful life can be when you're not prepared instead of proact and make sure you avoid the pain in the first place? Why we got to go through hell before we understand that heaven is accessible if you understand what's out here? You just have to have an awareness of the right way to go through this economy. Because let me tell you about this economy. Then I'm gonna start answering your questions in the Q&A section. Okay. Here's the thing with the economy. Student loan debt is at an all-time high. That's the biggest drainer of black wealth is student loans. It's crazy because we're trying to get intelligent and we're trying to make progress. We're thinking, oh, I got to go to the school and give them all my money. And well, that's actually the biggest drainer of black wealth that there is. So you're getting education, you're getting jobs, but you're not getting any wealth. So I don't know what that means. I don't know how that makes you feel. I don't know. To me, if I'm working hard, I would want to be achieving a goal, a meaningful goal. I would not want to just be working hard just to say that I did it. I want to work hard to know that I'm achieving the goals that matter to me. So if wealth is your goal, unfortunately, which sucks, is that student loans and college degrees and corporate jobs are not the pathway to wealth for most people. Number two, car debt, automobile debt is at an all-time high. Why? Well, because the prices of the cars go up, interest rates are higher. Everything's expensive, right? So people are going into debt because and everybody wants to look fly because they want to, especially if you went to college and stuff, you want to look like you went to college, you want to look fancy. So you drive this nice car so your friends will ooh and ah and whatever, right? So it can fulfill your self-esteem. And the problem with that though is that is a depreciating asset that does nothing for your net worth. That's the sad part about owning a car. So when I go buy a car, my wife and I we buy nice cars. My wife drives a nice car. I drive a nice car, but we always get a car that's about 3 years old. The reason we pick a car that's about 3 years old is because it sucked out a lot of the fat in a lot of the financial fat in the price. So let me give an example. I wanted to get an Xfinity, right? Which again, so I'm not saying you shouldn't get a nice car. I have a nice car. It's an Xfinity. So we went to get an Xfinity and we looked at first we looked at Escalades, and I went to look at an Escalade and a Lincoln Navigator because I like the big SUVs. And I said, I really can't justify spending $100,000 on a car because in my head I'm thinking about all the other things I could do with that money. So then after we went to the Navigator place, we then went to the Cadillac place. Cadillac was nice, but I was like, I ain't got nobody to impress anyway. I'm not an impressive guy. So why would, and if I am impressive, it's not because of the car that I drive. So I was like, I don't care. I don't want this car. And that was probably 90,000, 80,000, something like that. So then we went to the Xfinity place. Now the Xfinities were like $80,000. And I was like, wow, I want this nice new Xfinity. And I was like, I still don't want to spend $80,000 on the car. Affordability is not the issue at all. I have people on my team that I pay enough money where I could buy a Bugatti with the amount of money that I pay them. It was more like there are better things to use this money for. Like one rule of investing is what they call it the efficient use of capital. What one rule of investing pretty much says is that when you get capital, you should put it to its best use, right? You should not waste it on stupid stuff. So basically, we were going to get the Infinity. I was like, nah, I don't think I want to do it. So my wife and I were going to go to lunch, and then I said, well, wait a minute, let's go look at these other Infinities that are 3 years old. And 3 years to me is a sweet spot because you still get that new car feel, that new car smell. You know, you're driving, you feel like you're rolling in something nice. But what I found was that it took $30,000 off the price of the car. So I was able to get a car that made me just as happy but for a price that was $30,000 less. And I drive this car and I get compliments on it. People that in my family, they see it, they're like, "Ooh, this is nice," right? Whatever, right? All that stuff. I get all that, that what they call utility, which is happiness. That's the economic term for happiness, which is utility. I get the same utility for a much lower cost. So really, money and investing is very, very emotional. Right. A lot of times I like, why do you want that nice car? Well, because you like the feeling of driving the nice car. And I'm no different. I wanted that feeling of drive. I did not want to drive a hoopty. I did not want to drive a raggedy car. Right. And my wife is bougie as hell. She likes to be comfortable. So there's nothing wrong with that. But the question is, how do I get comfortable without destroying my wealth in the process? And that was where that 3 year sweet spot came into play, because if I'd gotten a brand new Infinity instead of one that was 3 years old, I don't think I would have felt that much better, but it would have cost me $30,000 more. So instead, with that extra money, I was able to invest that. We paid the car off pretty quickly, and we were able to then get back to the real use of capital, which is investing, right? So I encourage you to can sort of think about that process. And it's okay to connect your feelings to your investing, because I really think that there is a lot you can learn there in terms of knowing how you can make moves that are going to help you maximize your happiness in the short term and in the long term. And it's a complex process, but I want you to think about that. All right, so let me answer some questions in the Q&A section. One thing I want to mention is that we do money in the morning, our economic awareness, our financial consciousness training. If you haven't gotten an invitation, all you have to do is text the word morning to 87948. So text morning to 87948. Or if you live out of the country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com, and you can be invited. Also, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, as well as my wife's books on financial anxiety, things like that, can be found at drboycebooks.com. We have financial flashcards and workbooks for kids as well. In fact, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, we designed flashcards to go with the book. So if you want to explain these concepts to your kids, which are really important Black wealth concepts, I wrote the book specifically focused on Black wealth. And a lot of the concepts and the layouts and the theories in that book are not things you're going to see in the textbook anywhere, because we specialize in Black wealth. I don't care about what other people are doing unless it matters to the extent that we can learn enough from it to solve the Black wealth problem. So if you want your kids introduced to these concepts, maybe this summer is a good time for you to kind of get them on the good foot and give them something that will change their life. I guarantee if you pay your child $20 to go through and learn the concepts on the flashcards, it'll be the best investment you ever made. It will change their economic trajectory for life. And there's nothing that they would learn at Harvard or an HBCU that would match the way we teach wealth in the Black Business School, because we're the best at Black wealth on the planet. So anyway, let me answer some of your questions. So Albert says, why do you think SoFi is having trouble moving up after great earnings? I don't know. I haven't kept up with SoFi. Let me see. Sometimes, let me just speak in generalities though. A lot of times what happens is when a company releases their earnings, they don't just give their earnings, they give guidance. So the earnings, there's what they call expectations. So when a company releases their earnings, the first thing the market does is they say, well, how does their actual earnings compare to what we thought they were going to do? And if they don't meet expectations, that's going to usually be a hit on their stock price. But then what happens is they give something called guidance. Guidance is where they tell you what's on the horizon, right? Because remember, these are insiders. They know what's going on inside the company. So they're looking out and they have a better view than you do. You're an investor. You don't know what they're big projects are. You don't know what their opportunities are. So you're watching their reaction. So they're looking out on the horizon. They say, okay, down on the horizon, we see great opportunities and lots of money. Well, the price will go up because of what they call great guidance, where they're setting higher expectations because they're hearing the CEO say, hey, we got these great things coming. Now, sometimes though, they can give weak guidance. Like Microsoft, even companies that big can say, hey, we're noticing a softening of consumer demand, or Walmart might say, we've noticed that the consumers have been pushing back against higher prices or whatever. And that can actually pull the stock price down a little bit, and they can actually negate the effect of a positive earnings announcement because the guidance is so weak, right? So it's almost like the company saying, look, we had a great first quarter, but we think the second, third, and fourth quarters are going to be bad. I personally think that could be an opportunity. If you believe that the company is a good company and they're just having a bad year and their stock price moves because they're expected to have a bad year, if you think that they're going to eventually have good years again, then maybe that's an opportunity to buy. It all kind of depends. Let's see. What do you think about AI energy? Veronica, I don't have that stock right in front of me now, but I can look it up real quick and kind of give you my quick eyeball on what I think about the stock really quick. Okay, and so we can do this maybe for about five stocks, and then let me see. Okay, AI Energy. Okay, I don't see this company in Robinhood anyway. So I can't give an assessment. If it's not in Robinhood, it makes me wonder if it's like a pink sheet or something like that, or like one of those stocks that costs like $1 or something like that. I know that they're tempting, but I don't mess with stocks like that typically. A lot of the stocks that cost just a few cents. The industry. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, AI and energy. Girl, please. AI and energy? Yes. Yes, Veronica. My view is I'm invested heavily in energy. Heavily, heavily, heavily. Particularly in things like let me see, URA. URA is a uranium ETF. And I bought a bunch of shares, that I buy that consistently because I believe that uranium is going to be in higher demand because they're going to need a lot of uh of these power plants to run all the AI factories or facilities or whatever they call it. Um, and basically nuclear energy is the most efficient type of energy out there. Microsoft's even talking about building a nuclear power plant, and I have a few more. Actually, I'm going to put up a list of stocks for those of you that are in the Black Stock Market program. There's a section what Dr. Boyce is buying, and I'm going to find five stocks, and I'm heavily focused today on energy, so I'll put those in your materials. If you go to drboycestocks.com, drboycestocks.com, you can sign up if you want to and give it a try. Shauna, if you have five children, are you buying five stocks for the $5 a day plan for $35 a week, or one stock for $175? That's a great question, Shauna. Um, the general rule is I would not overthink it, right? I would not think of it like you're cooking food for a bunch of people. Like you got five kids, you're cooking food for all five kids. It's not like you cook one meal for one child and then one meal for the other child and one meal for the other child. You just make a big pot of food and then you just split it up and everybody gets some on their plate. And then you eat too. So I would think of investing like cooking, where you just invest a certain amount every week for everyone and let it grow naturally, and then you split it up based on how you want to distribute the funds. And also that's your money too. And I think it should be in your name until you decide that you want to let your child have some portion of it. You have to be really careful about giving money to kids because kids are stupid. Kids just do dumb things. I'm sorry, I was dumb when I was a kid too, and so I'm not a fan of giving your hard work away to a 19-year-old who might throw it all away, who doesn't have a respect for how hard you had to work to get that money. You'd be looking like that poor lady in The Raisin in the Sun when when the daddy had worked his whole life and they got the insurance check, and then he gave it to Willie so he could invest in the liquor store, and then the money was gone. Well, that was a problem. That was a big investing mistake because that showed a lack of diversification. Number one, that money should not be in Willie's liquor store, and the mama understood that. The mama and the son both made mistakes. The son made a mistake in the Raisin. Does anybody know? Y'all know Raisin the Son, right? Y'all know Willie in the liquor store, and did everybody go through that? In case you don't know, The daddy had worked his whole life. The daddy was dead in the whole play. So the daddy had worked his whole life. He had basically had this insurance policy, and it was a poor family. And when the daddy died, they were going to get a big check for $10,000. So they were trying to figure out what to do with this $10,000 check. So raising the son was a financial play. It was all about money, pretty much, and how money affects people's emotions, how it affects family dynamics, how it affects relationships. It was a financial. It could be a financial lesson. So basically, with this money, the son's all doing, again, because money's a drug. He's doing what a drug addict does. He's fiending. He's nagging his mama. Hey, mama, what did the check get here yet? Did the check get here yet, mama? Right? It's causing stress, right? Like Diddy used to say, more money, more problems. So there's family stress around the money and everything else. And then finally, the mother gets the check. She gives it to the son. He goes and he puts it into his friend Willie's liquor store or something like that. And then his friend runs off with the money, and the money's gone. So the mistake that I saw in that situation is, number one, the son did not diversify. You don't put all your money in one little business. You don't start some business with your cousin and put your whole life savings in it. That's very risky. That's extremely risky. You spread your money out. The mutual funds give excellent diversification. Again, at b1investing.com, one of the first things I talk about in the $5 a day plan is diversification, putting your money into things like mutual funds so you get natural spread on your money. Your money's kind of out there. So so the odds of you going broke are non-existent. It's pretty much non-existent, because that would mean that Microsoft goes bankrupt at the same time as Tesla, at the same time as Nvidia, at the same time as Apple, at the same time as Walmart, at the same time as Amazon, right? What's the odds of that happening? It's not going to happen, right? So diversification is critical. The mistake the mother made, in my view, was she was probably too conservative, in my opinion. But but she was smarter than the son, obviously, because she wouldn't have lost all the money. And what she wanted to do was put all the money into the house. She wanted to buy a house. And that's a little bit of a problem because, again, there's not diversification. You're putting all your money into this real estate deal, basically, and you're not thinking about all the other places you could put that money that would allow that money to grow. But I think her option was clearly better than his. But the other mistake that she made was one that a lot of wealthy families make, which is that she gave the money to her son, period. And that was not a good move for the same reason that a lot of wealthy families lose their money that way. Did you know that 70% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth within one generation? And 90% of all wealthy families lose everything within two generations, because they give the money to the wrong people, and then those people take the money and they just do stupid stuff with it because they don't know what it takes. They don't have the same character, the same values that were required to build that wealth and accumulate that wealth in the first place. So her just giving the money to her son was a mistake. Not diversifying enough was a mistake. Buying real estate was a good move. That would have been a generational wealth building move, because that little house they buy in the south side of Chicago for $10,000, in 40 years, that house is worth 500,000, right? Or whatever. And I've seen this play out in real life. My wife has a great grandfather who bought a building in the south side of Chicago in like 1930 for like maybe $10,000. That building now is worth well over 1.5 million. And not only is that multi-million-dollar asset still in the family, but his great granddaughter lives in the house right now and has never, ever, ever, not once paid rent in her whole entire life. And she lives off the income that comes from the tenants in the building. Do you understand what I'm saying? So these generational wealth moves are critical and important. And here's the thing about reparations that I think you should consider is that our grandparents and great grandparents, many of them did do these things. They did think this way. They did buy this land for you. They bought these assets for you. They did build these businesses for you. They weren't all a bunch of suckers. They weren't all ignorant. We know these things, right? And that stuff was stolen. And that's one of the things I think that we have a right to be politically upset about. That's something I think we should not just sort of let them sweep off the table. There's no rule book saying that I'm supposed to be poor and the white man's supposed to be rich. There's no rule saying that my family's supposed to struggle and his family's doing good. There's no rule to say that the stuff that his granddaddy stole from my granddaddy is supposed to stay in his family. No, that stuff belongs to me. And I think that that's something worth fighting for. So anyway, let me keep going. All right. So do you have a link for a one-on-one consultation for options portfolios? I think Amani's in here. Is Amani, are you in the chat, Amani? Where can you help our friend out? So Amani, if you could share your information or a link. If Amani, I don't see the her response just yet, so I assume she's around. Um, do this. Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support at theblackbusinessschool.com. and they can take care of you. And I do a limited number of one-on-ones, but we can't do that. Also, I do have a mastermind in investing that we started. It's more so for qualified investors. If you have a capital base of somewhere around, say, 40 to 50,000, it's better that way because we're actually looking at some higher level investing. For example, private deals, things like that people are doing that we're connected to. But for the most part, if that's of interest to you, you can also ask about that when you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. But there's I have to have a requirement. So there's a test you have to take and you have to sort of apply for that. But that's something that you don't have to do that. There's other stuff you can do as well. All right. So Derek says, are you going to make the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power into a t-shirt or long sleeve shirt? That's a great idea, Derek. I hadn't thought about it, but sure, why not? Um, I don't know what to put on the shirt though, right? We have Black Business School shirts with our Panther on it, but I don't know what I'd put the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power on the shirt. That'd be kind of a lot, right, for a shirt. All right, so let's see here. Patricia, buying fractions to start, how to buy and how to take profits off the top to buy more and purchase stock, how to gauge. Okay, well, a lot of that is in your curriculum. If you log in at theblackstockmarketprogram.com, all that's in there, or you can also go to the drboycemethod.com. The drboycemethod.com, I lay out the whole Black Stock Market weekend where literally there's a ton of stuff in there on an 11-step process that we literally call the Dr. Boyce Method. It's really trademarked. That basically explains how to go about picking stocks for your portfolio. So feel free to take a look at that. It doesn't cost that much. It's it's pretty inexpensive, and it's yours. You can share it with your family, whatever the case may be. And I know you're gonna like it because every single student that does our events likes our events. And so anyway, and if you ever have an issue, we always hunt you down to find out what we can do to make it better. So we care deeply about making sure that you're extremely happy and that we solve your problems in ways that you want them solved. All right, so let's see. Johnny says, what are your thoughts on TSM? Okay, let me look at TSM. And then after that, I'm going to bounce on out of here. I think I have another meeting I got to run to, but I will come back. And don't forget that tomorrow morning we are doing economic awareness training, EAT. So I want everybody to eat. So feel free to join us. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com. So text morning to 87948. All right. So let me tell you, TSM, Taiwan Semiconductor, the short answer is heck yeah. Taiwan Semiconductor is a great company. Now it's moved up a lot. It's gone up 20% this month. Year to date, it's gone up 50%. The last year, it's gone up 66%. So there is a risk that it could be, priced on the high side. But despite that, I like Taiwan Semiconductor. It's a great company, great business, great long-term investment, in my opinion. And if the price does drop, here's the thing. I think that the market is due for a pullback. I think that sometime toward the end, whenever you start seeing all this fluff and greed and people getting excited and FOMO, what's going to happen, I believe, is that it's going to keep pushing stuff up. I think Bitcoin and the stock market, it just hit 40,000. I think it's going to keep going for a little bit. But what's going to happen, in my opinion, is there's going to be some catalyst, some black swan event. I believe it's going to happen this year. And that black swan event is going to then change the headlines to, this is the worst day for the Dow in 3 years, or Bitcoin drops 20%, stuff like that. I think that's going to happen. So if you want to be protected against that, that's where things like put options, stop loss orders, things like that come into play, or taking a little bit off the top. That's really a personal decision. You can prepare also by having cash available. Having cash available means you've got guns in the holster that you can pull out in case there's an opportunity. Remember, every crash is an opportunity to buy really great companies for a really good price. So you shouldn't get sad when there's a crash. You get happy. That's a great time to get in. And then also, the thing about it is I don't know when it's going to occur, and I don't know how long it's going to last. I don't know how deep it's going to be. But the market is so strong that I'm concerned because we know what goes up comes down, and I think things might have gone a little bit further than need to go. Also, this week, one potential catalyst in the AI space could be NVIDIA, because we still don't know how profitable AI is going to be. If AI does not turn out to be as profitable as we think, that too could be a catalyst, because if NVIDIA falls, a lot of companies in that industry are going to fall. So I'm curious to see what happens on Wednesday. And I would encourage you, if you are an investor in, say, NVIDIA, and you want to protect your gains, you might want to, think about some ways to deal with that. I did do a training on that called Stormproof Investing. If you want to take a look at that, just go to stormproofinvesting.com. We get these URLs to make it easy for you to find stuff. So stormproofinvesting.com. I did a whole day-long training on it, and I think you'll find it quite beneficial. All right, so let's see. Regina says, "How should I invest 75K cash sitting in an IRA?" I would say very carefully. This is not investing advice, but maybe starting with mutual funds, things like that might be a good way to go. But it also depends on what you're seeking to do, right? So if you're seeking to generate income, maybe that's where selling options and things like that can help you. But I don't use a big chunk of my portfolio to sell stock options. I just use enough, just a small part of it, so I can generate income to do what I want to do. But the rest is for long-term growth, so that I can, buy real estate or whatever it is I choose to do with that money. So I would talk to your investment advisor about it. If you did want to sit with me and talk about it, I do small group sessions with like 3 or 4 people where I can really look at your situation specifically. If you're interested in participating the next time we have one, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, support@theblackbusinessschool.com. And I thought Amani was in the chat. She was here earlier, but I guess she had to go. She's on our support team. So she is also a person that can help you directly. All right. So last question. What do I think about XLU? Okay, so Jackie, you get the honors. This is the last question for today. All right, so XLU. Let's look up XLU. Let's learn about XLU. What do they do? What company is this? Okay, XLU. Utility Select Sector Spider Fund. Okay, so this tracks market cap weighted index of U.S. utility stocks. I like it. I like it. I like it because the research I've done, and I don't even know where I heard this. I just take in financial information all day long. I'm just constantly listening to podcasts, reading stuff. I'm members of stuff. I'm a member of a lot of things. Um, yeah, they own a lot of energy companies, right? Remember I was telling you earlier that energy is just a productive asset. In fact, I like XLU so much that it actually reminds me. I think I meant to buy some of that actually. So after we get done, I'm literally going to go buy me some XLU with whatever little cash is in my portfolio. And this is how I want you to consider investing. Just do it. Just, you're in line at McDonald's and you want to impress your kids, buy some shares of McDonald's stock and let them watch you do it. And then explain to them what that means. Like our family now owns a piece of McDonald's. That's really cool. That's really cool. I explained one of my daughter's friends works for us, and she helps me ship out books and everything. And so she was asking me about investing. So I just showed her. I was like, "Oh yeah, buying stock is easy. Let me show you how quick you can do it." And we did it. And I think it was Chipotle. I said, "Pick a company," and she picked Chipotle. And I said, "Now you see, this is the price. This is how you do it." Da 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 da. And within 5 minutes, we did it. And she had this emotional reaction. She said, "Oh my God, that is so cool, right?" And now me, I'm not cool. So being the cool dad is kind of cool, right? So anyway, though, it was awesome because in my head I was thinking, this is cool to me because I know that what I just told this young lady at the age of 17 is going to have a massive impact on her life. It's also something that she's learning at 17 that a lot of kids don't understand until they're like 35 or 40. A lot of you have seen this. A lot of you, and I'm not saying it's a bad. I mean, I'm glad you learned it whenever you learned it, but think about this. There are lots of you in here that might have learned this for the first time when you were 58 years old. Right. So for her to learn this at 17, and then the next step is I want to get her to apply it. Right. So we actually had a conversation about options a little bit later. And I said, let me just show you my portfolio. Let me show you how easy it is for me to get money, right? I can earn it, pull as much money out as a doctor makes in a year by doing this, and this. And I showed her, I said, look, right now, if I hit this button, I'm going to have $80,000 or $100,000 in my account, right? And now, of course, I'm not a poor man, right? So it's a little bit more money. I've been investing a long time, but it's really nice to be able to show them real ways to make real money that goes beyond whatever crap we were taught when we were little kids. That whole slave thing, that whole like go get a job and hope somebody hires you and make sure you're well behaved and you'll barely get by. That's only one type of existence. There's a lot of different things you can do to put yourself where you want to get to. And I want you to be exposed to that, but I really want your kids and grandkids to see it. And the earlier you can help them see it, the greater chance they'll have to be it. If they can see it, then they will be it. Because I guarantee you this, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say to you guys, and I hope that this makes sense for you, and I hope that this helps you. When you expose a person to freedom and slavery, it becomes a very easy choice. A person does not have to be smart or educated to know that it's better to be free than it is to be stuck. An animal understands that. An animal that's in a cage, if you give him one little taste of freedom, he's never coming back. So show them freedom. Show them all the different ways to make money instead of whatever your parents might have showed you or your grandparents showed you. I know that there's more out there than that. So, but it's up to us to do that. We are the teachers. We are the leaders. Black leadership does start with you. In fact, that's the theme of this year's All Black National Convention is that Black leadership starts with you. It's not Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and whoever else they put in front of us. It's you. It's you. We are the Black leaders in our community. So let's go lead. Let's give these babies a chance to be successful. Let's make them competitive. Let's make them into winners, and that's what our legacy is going to be. All right, so I gotta go, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. Again, drboycebooks.com if you want to take a look at the flashcards and workbooks for kids, if you want to take a look at that. Also, if you want to join us for the economic awareness, financial consciousness training tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., we do this every day. Just text the word morning to 87948, and I will put you on the list. Text morning to 87948. And last but not least, if you want to take a look at, so the drboycemethod.com is also a space where you can take a look at the stock selection process. So I broke down in a formal training that's yours. You can have it for life. Exactly the process for picking out stocks and questions you can ask yourself to decide which stock is for you. Picking stock is not an exact science. It's not something that is a one size fits all. It's like me telling you how to put on your clothes or what clothes to wear. I can't tell you what to wear. What I can tell you is what different fabrics feel like. I can tell you which clothes might work in a business setting versus when you're going to the beach. I can tell you, I can show you a red suit and a blue suit. And then at that point, once you see everything that's out there, you can say, I think I want to wear a blue suit that's going to help me go to the office, right? Because this is what I want. And then tomorrow I'm going to wear a red swimming suit because I want to go to the beach. Do you see what I mean? So that's kind of how investing works. There's no one way to do anything. It's a matter of seeing all the different ways so you can pick the method that works best for you. And they basically call that your preference, right? You have your risk tolerance, your risk preference. You also have your own preference in terms of what you're trying to accomplish with your portfolio. So learn all these things. That'll really benefit you. Okay, I gotta go. Have a good day, everybody. And if you want to come to class, like bring your kids. Like, why not? I think I teach this pretty good, right? Bring your kids or people, those of you that are bringing your kids and grandkids, don't be shy. Be aggressive, right? If we want our community to succeed, we want our families to win, we got to take ownership of this damn thing. So I'm aggressive with you because I want you to be aggressive with the people around you. And because I don't think that we're ever supposed to be these little weak little oppressed people, these broken people, these messed up families. No, we're winners. That's what we're winners up in here. So let's go win. All right. So I'm out of here, guys. Have a great day. God bless you. And I'll see you guys soon. Take care.